here to get the opening ceremony started, please give a warm New Eden welcome to FC Swift and FC Lumi.
We all start the same way. A name, a face, a choice. Then we undock. And everything changes. Some build, some trade, some hunt. Some lead, some follow. We fight. We lose. We learn. We come back. Not everything is lost. We leave something behind. Names, stories, people, and we remember. Because none of us were ever meant to fly alone. Even your enemies, especially your enemies. You can fly your own path. But you are never on your own. This is Eve. We are Eve, as Eve is, forever.
Hello, everyone!
Good morning, Fanfest!
Welcome to Fanfest. It is amazing to see you guys back again. It was 377 days ago since you were last here in these seats, and it's been great to have you back. Really can't understate or can't even overstate how energizing it is to have you here, how much fun we have with you guys. You really let us do some crazy shit. This is what was like last year. Pub crawl, lots of good stuff. Harpa looking magnificent. And yeah, that was FC Hellmar. Well, now FC Hellmar up on stage. And that's you guys. And yeah, it is just so invigorating to celebrate with you all, see you guys making those first connections, putting the faces to the names.
I honestly swear, this is the happiest I have seen FC Orca at all, but also most definitely since last Fanfest. And then this is the smuggest we have seen FC Hellmar. Because man, did they have fun last year.
Yeah, you enable us to do so much crazy shit like this. So thank you guys. Thank you for coming. It is so amazing to have you.
So one of the first things you did after you went home from Fanfest last year was obliterate each other in Losec. This is one of the battle reports. This is one of the more suitable for work versions of the Waifu Wars, as they were called. And we have brought some pictures of these wars. And
every year you make us say something weird on stage. This year we got it out of the way first. Waifu Wars, thank you.
Appreciate it, guys, really. So everywhere in Losec after Fanfest, it felt like every other weekend there was either like a massive dread brawl or some insane escalation where just all of this happened. And then from the Losecers doing crazy stuff, the wormholers didn't want to be left behind, so they also went on to do crazy stuff. Matching the freak.
There's a wormholer. Hell yeah.
I know you don't usually like us talking about you, but we're doing it anyway. So this picture picture here was taken in hot, where the We've Forsaken few were affected, but not before a massive brawl.
All right, and then over at Nullsec, a couple of you guys might remember this one, I don't know. Right after there, still in the summer, fresh off of, coming from FanFest and good vibes, the Imperium went to, on the move against Pan-Fam Coalition, ended up becoming called the War of the Ruses. Looked like anything could kick off at any time. This was one of the fights, I think, in KTAC-I, lots of crazy stuff going on. You guys just need to match the freak of everyone going fighting in low-sec. As part of that, you guys moved as well. The Imperium moved over from Delve, scuttled the 1DQ Keepstar. Now there's this cool monument that stands there as just a reminder of everything that happened there. And then the next thing that happened, no one really could have expected. As PanFam goes and Imperium and PanFam clash, PanFam announces that they're gonna collapse, close down, everyone's going their own separate ways. And this thing happened. The Imperium rushed into... The Imperium rushed into RTAC A, bobbled everything in a way that we haven't really seen before. This is a shot from the scope. It's really, really majestic. Just a modest super cap fleet, just like a normal Rome, right? But there is another picture that we managed to capture that might have gotten edited out of the scope. Figure this one captures like the vibe a little bit better. This is kind of more who EVE players are. I love every single bit of this, so yeah, congratulations. But a lot of stuff happened. Obviously, you did not stop there, right? As PanFam left the drone lands and went all over the universe into many other different corps and alliances, bolstering like smaller groups, getting like larger groups, even more super capital powers. The Imperium saw its next target in Winter Coalition and went for another attack, this time in the system of Atioth. And yeah, you guys went for it with some pretty crazy strategies. Didn't think Vexors would be this popular, but here we are. Yeah, just another modest super cap fleet, by the way. Obviously, that fight went a little bit weird. You guys brought a little bit too many, not as many that came to FanFest. But yeah, we had to send the server hamsters to a spa for a couple days, get them juiced up, give them some high energy quaif just to get going. But the amazing thing, and this is the part about EVE players that always inspires us, is that despite that, you kept fighting for 11 hours. Just a casual 11-hour jaunt after crashing.
It's really like you guys don't have jobs, honestly.
Yeah. And then you kept going, right? That big fight just a couple weeks ago, actually, in Fortac H. Bomber producers everywhere, smiling somehow. Lots and lots of these. Vexor producers on cloud 9. The new Galente president even taking credit for, all these Vexor purchases and builds. The peak EVE experience. Yeah, this is something you guys haven't seen yet, but in terms of scale, geez, guys. 14,000 unique characters in Fortac H and the surrounding areas, because you didn't just go for one Keepstar, right? You decided to fight over a couple. So all around there, getting into the system, pouring in. It's a lot of cruisers, actually. 4,000 cruisers. Good job.
I wonder kind of who made them all and how rich they are now.
Yeah, we actually, the Alliance Leadership Panel, we had a couple of people that were talking about some of the things that they made for this war and how they prepared for it. Apparently just buying out all of JITA is a legit tactic. So the builders, you actually facilitate all these great wars too.
But then after a lot of destruction, there always also is a lot of creation. So let's go through a few. This one is a watercolor painting made by Lloyd George. I can't see you from here, but I know you're here. And I also know that you have a booth just outside in the marketplace. So if any of you guys need something new to spruce up your desk, go check it out. And then, I still don't know how to describe this one, but we think it's a super cool image. And also, if you ever do feed an avatar, it is in truly good hands when it falls.
Yeah, just exactly. Whenever, if you do end up feeding one, just be like, yeah, I'm just creating content on the planet. It's fine. Don't get mad. SRP.
And then Christmas ornaments, because who doesn't like a good EVE Christmas ornament? Look at how comfy and cozy all of you are together, just like here in the audience. And also a lot of ship miniatures were made, either 3D printed or they came with the board game. And when I say a lot, I really do mean a lot. So look at this one, for example. These are the miniatures from the EVE War for New Eden board game. All of these are painted by Watson Crick, hand-painted. I think I see you sitting over there. Just put up your hand. But the best news for all of you is that on the points cards you got in your gift bag is a little tag that gives you a miniature if you go over to the miniature painting booth, which is all the way at the end of the hall over there. And then we have a painting station as well, so you can paint your own. Plus professionals there to help you if you don't know how to.
And don't worry if you end up making one that's terrible, mine is much worse, so. It wasn't just cool like art that you guys created, you also made some really cool new third-party developer tools. This is one of our favorite new like killboard visualization things for like the big wars. It's got a nice little timeline. We can play it, we can see when a bunch of vectors pop up. Look at all these vectors. Still obsessed, by the way. Yeah. We also have, when we're talking about third-party devs, EVE just doesn't work without a lot of really amazing third-party tools. So make sure to head over to the Sweet Builder Village. There are so many like really cool apps on display there, right? You've got the Squizzes here for Z Killboard, EVE Guru is there, EVE Pandora is there, and Rift as well. So make sure to check them out. They'll show you some of the new things they're planning maybe. I don't know. You can ask them for features. You can annoy them in many, many ways. Just go for it. But yeah, this is one of our favorite new spots of FanFest. So make sure to check it out. You also, classic EVE, you also made some really new spreadsheets. Really, really cool stuff here. This was from the Galente elections. The Arataka Research Consortium Discord got together to break down how the new mechanics worked. And we were just really impressed at how good you got this to look. And obviously a little frustrated that you turned months of work into just a single picture that you could easily master. But that's EVE players, right? They'll figure everything out no matter what we do.
And then you guys also made truly a lot of content. So there was about 20, is this thousands? I can't do numbers.
20 million hours.
20 million hours on Twitch and YouTube combined. So that is 2,282 years of non-stop video. Congratulations. 28 human lifetimes. I'm fairly sure there's people in the audience here who are younger than that.
Let's not bring that up. I feel old already.
And just a whole bunch of Keepstar sieges.
Yep, and also our partners at Just, the video that opened FanFest today was actually created by a person, kekber.net, Stromer. This is part of the ongoing thing that we try to give back to people making content. Just Rewards are amazing at doing this, so make sure to check them out because there are some here at FanFest, where you can share selfies, cool experiences, and stuff like that. And a lot has been paid out there too. We also had the Alliance tournament. Hell yes, it was back in Reykjavik. I found the AT pilots. The finals were from Meta Reloaded and Tuskers. One of the bits of the finals, one of the matches, was kind of insane and unhinged. It was great. Went to reverse tie-dye. And if you didn't get to watch it, this is a little bit of what it looked like. You guys are used to one version of tie-dye. This is the reverse time. This is like 350% speed.
Reverse tie-dye. It looked like the ships might have actually floated a little too far away from each other. That gives it to Tuskers unless somehow can somehow.
Love how weird EVE looks at 6x speed. We won't do this for tie-dye fights. It turns out it breaks the server. But the Tuskers were eventually victorious. Getting another one up on there at the Monarch Monument. Congratulations, Tuskers pilots. CCP Zealous put on the Tuskers plaque just earlier today, or earlier yesterday, so you can go see the Alliance Tournament statue, not the statue.
Trophy.
The trophy, thank you. Mira, if you're in the audience, and any other Tuskers pilots, you can just stop. Two in a row is good, 3 total is fine. There are 5 Pandemic Legions on there, just get to 4. 4 is fine. Just leave me something.
Or not, you could also just go and break the record.
Don't do that. But it takes a lot to bring the Alliance Hornet to life. There's a lot of of blood, sweat, and tears that go into it, a lot of your effort that goes onto it as well. Really looking forward to the next one. But you can see this is just a little bit of the staff that it takes to put everything on. There are even more people online and so many players and just EVE tournament nerds up there bringing this thing to life.
So what also happened was the 20th CSM elections. You guys voted in these 12 wonderful people. 6 of them are actually here in the audience with us today. So give a round of applause to Hyperviper, Machiavellian, Oz, Itar, Angry Moustache, and Kashal, and say hi to them. Now we're going to skip over to, I think, FC Swift's highlight of this day, because he finally gets to tell a story he has been dying to tell you guys.
Yes. So when I say that we're obsessed with you guys, I actually truly mean it. You guys are at the offices, you are our telenovela. We love the stories that you create. And if you remember, in Crimson Harvest at the end of last year, we had a new edition where there was a crate at the end. And in the crate was Eddie Blood Raider Blueprint. That means this beautiful Moloch could have come out of it. Super small chance. You guys went berserk trying to find it. Yeah, we couldn't tell you at the time how many got into the universe, because we didn't want to mess with bidding wars or anything like that, or get people min-maxing stuff, buying these things, looking for a Moloch. But we were absolutely obsessed with this. CCP Mirage, kind of every morning, CCP Burger. Those are FC Mirage and FC Burger to you. Would swing by our offices every morning and be like, hey, did anyone find a Moloch yet? And we're like, no, wait to see. And then finally, one day, someone got a Moloch BPC. It was a character that was playing EVE for about 6 months and had 11 million skill points. And had no alts, no nothing, was just in a backwater system running missions, doing the event, opens this thing, gets a Moloch BPC, and we're like, oh, holy shit, this is the best story ever. And we're like, all right, what's he gonna do with it? And then for 3 days, nothing. Just does absolutely nothing for 3 days, and at which point we begin to panic a little bit. But he was probably researching the cost of what he had and stuff like that. He figured this out. But to our absolute panic.
I'm not lying when I tell you that, I think all 6 of us in the community area, we were huddled around FC Swift's computer and we were just sitting there, oh no, is he really doing this?
Yeah, so
yeah. I'm sure you can guess how it ends, right? You're wrong.
Success! Against all the odds, he actually makes it back, makes it through there, doesn't get ganked along the way, no thrashers in his way, gets lowballed a little bit, but eventually sells it for 700 billion ISK, and then goes on the most epic spending spree you can imagine. Just starts buying everything. He sees a ship that's in space, I buy that, that's mine now. But yeah, it was amazing to see. It was one of our favorite stories, and we're so happy that we get to tell. We've been just excited, amped up, waiting to tell you guys this one, because it has been just eating at us, and we couldn't have told you everything about it. Wanted to make sure he got his stuff and didn't get scammed along the way.
Now, some more story time. After last year's Fanfest, we brought out the Legion expansion, followed by the Legion major update, then followed by Catalyst, and then by the Catalyst major update. But that's not where we're going with this, because I wanted to tell you a little bit about how we bring an expansion to life. And for us to do that, I am going to need you to imagine a tree. So the trunk of the tree, that is EVE as you play it on Tranquility, kind of almost every day, if not every day. And then the tree obviously has branches. These branches, those are where we do our work. Or I say we, I technically mean the development teams. But
the actual people that make the game, yeah.
We're going to take the credit for it now. If you want to know the details on how we do this, you have to find FC Chimichanga, because honestly, I don't know how it works. But how code becomes an expansion. So, this comic kind of nails it. So you start off relatively normal, and then you go slightly more insane, and eventually you just give up and pray for the best. So we start off relatively good, right? You have like the normal Caliente election branch, we have the Capsuleer Day one, going slightly off the cuff there with breaking stuff. But then, it just escalates.
We get more and more unhinged as they go on.
My personal favorite is Carrier on My Wayward Son. I also do really like the big-ass turret sites. But the funny thing about these is that we can, based on our knowledge of the producers that we have, we can kind of guess which one belongs to which producer. So I'm going to give you guys a challenge. Based on all the presentations you're going to see this FanFest, we're going to let you guess who wrote the most unhinged ones.
Yep, you can do this at the pub crawl as well. We also have in the audience right now people from all over the world, from 44 different places. It is absolutely bonkers that you all come here on our sometimes exploding little rock in the North Atlantic. Good news, no volcanoes right now. Might change any minute, but nothing's exploding right now.
There is one about due, so who knows?
Yeah.
But now for some fun FanFest statistics. The oldest character that we have here with us today in the audience sits over there. So, Active for Fast started playing EVE at 5/21 on May 6th, 2003. Now, that date might mean something to you, because that is the very first day EVE came out, so he's been playing since the very, very beginning.
And then we have our youngest character created as well at FanFest from EVE University, Regine Tildati, born just in the middle of December 11th at like 4 a.m. Thank you for having a sleepless night installing EVE Online. Yes! Woo! And we were so stoked that you were just like, oh, guess I'll play EVE. Guess I'll just come to FanFest. Sure, yeah, you made the right decision. I'm glad you found your people, and now you're in.
Be gentle, daddy.
Oh no, dude! Well, I guess thanks, Be Gentle Daddy, for coming to FanFest. The GMs will be with you shortly.
Now, to make it even funnier, FC Swift's mom here always watches this broadcast, so thank you.
Oh, here's the alliances that blob the most. Some of these numbers might change a little bit. This is based on data that we pulled for people who spelled their names correctly. There were quite a few of you who didn't get your names just right, so get better.
Turns out spelling is hard.
Yeah, spelling is hard. But yeah, I'm amazed that Only Fleets brought in over 20 people. Ran into some of the Only Fleets people yesterday. Super fun. Test Alliance, please ignore Tappy in the building. Not defending, doesn't have to defend Sov anymore, no keep stars. Oh, you got one, okay. Well, it might be attacked soon, who knows? But there's a lot of Winterco here, so you're probably safe. And then we've got some kind of surprises for the top three, so you can probably figure out where most of this is going, but maybe not.
So, beating Fraternity. So we have Boss in third spot with 36 attendees. The Initiative. And then you guys already know it, right? getting the attendance trophy for the second year in a row, Gunswarm Federation with 134 that we know of here in the audience.
Okay, didn't expect a squeaker for that one.
Who was that? But we brought some more stats. So we did a little digging, and we looked at the average hours played of all of you guys in the audience in the last year, since last Fanfest. So that is 7,900 hours on average that you've played in the last year.
No, all time.
All
They're
time?
not that unhinged.
Oh,
They're not that unhinged, okay. You guys were freaking out for just a minute there. That was worth it.
I think it was totally believable. But still, you guys do know that this is grass, right? And that you can touch it?
I'm glad you guys made it out here.
Well, funny you should say that, because we also looked at our own average.
Yeah, we're not that much better, I guess. Almost 10,000 hours. You guessed it. We don't know what grass looks like. This is what it looks like outside here. So we just stay inside and play video games. It's the best kind. But completely unrelated, by the way. If you had 10,000 hours to spend, here are some of the things that you could have done. Yeah, maybe 2 PhDs. You know, that's fine. I got a PhD in GITA scamming. 40,000 frozen pizzas, yeah. Some of you might have done some of these while playing EVE, so congrats. But it's definitely worth. This is the best 10,000 hours I could have spent.
All right, now for some extra fun stats that we may have just spoiled a little bit. Sorry, FC Larkin. Let's welcome FC Larkin to the stage because he brings more data.
Woo!
Hi Fanfest, how are you doing? So it's been 377 days since many of you gathered here last year at last Fanfest. We're going to have a little bit of a look at what's happened since then. So about 6 weeks or 7 weeks after last Fanfest, we had the Battle of Lantorn, which happened in the Hellmar system as part of a Mimitar faction warfare. In that battle, there was about 3,784 pilots involved. In fact, this is a sort of an animation of the main battle space. Obviously, we're talking about 3D space and we're representing it in 2D. But each one of those rapidly flashing dots is an explosion. The larger dots are usually dreadnoughts and the smaller dots are other ships. This battle was pretty cap heavy. There was over 300 dreadnoughts involved in this fight, 240 battleships, a whole bunch of force auxiliaries and carriers, a Lancer dreadnought and other sub-capital ships. In total, about 3.2 trillion is worth of value of ships and modules and was destroyed. But there's actually been a lot more big battles since last Fanfest. In fact, there's been over 40 battles across New Eden with more than 500 players. More than 500 billion is destroyed in a single solar system over the course of 24 hours. If we add up the value of all of those 40 battles, all those 40 big battles, comes to just a little bit under 6 trillion ISK, which is a good effort, right? 60, sorry, thank you. But that actually pales in comparison when we just compare that to the background destruction that is constantly happening in EVE Online. You guys are really busy. More than 1.2 quadrillion ISK worth of blood, sweat and tears, modules, ships and pride has been destroyed, and that's just looking at kill nails. Of course, all of those ships and modules, they had to start somewhere, and many of them started in the asteroid belts. In the same time, in that 377 days, you've also mined over 800 trillion ISKs worth of ore, of ice, of gas, moon goo, and everything else that you've collected. This map here is actually a heat map showing kind of what stars that collection happened in. The brighter the star, the more value was collected there, and the dimmer the star, the less. And we can see exactly what habitats that happened in. About 32% came from high security space, 9% from low sec, 49% from null sec, 10% from wormholes. And if you look all the way out the top there, that's Pochvan. After you've mined those raw resources, you obviously need to turn them into something you can actually use, into spaceships and modules. And so they get manufactured, they get refined and then manufactured. And since the last FanFest, on average, every single day, you delivered 9.8 trillion ISK worth of ships and modules and structures and secondary items. In total, it's 3.6 quadrillion ISKs worth of goods. Almost 40% of that value was in ships and ship subsystems. Over 20% was in drones, modules, fighters and ammunition. 2.6% was in structures. And the remaining 36% was all in sort of materials and secondary goods. That's things like capital construction components and other components that get put in and end up in a ship or a module. And then once you build it, you obviously need to put it on the market and trade it or buy the raw resources to build it in the first place. Over the last 377 days, you've traded more than 6 quadrillion, 870 trillion, and some pocket change on the market. And that doesn't include Plex or injectors, that's just items. And this is kind of the engine. This is the friendship machine or the destruction machine or both of those put together, right? We go out and mine stuff, we turn it into things we can use, we trade it, and then we destroy it. But I want to talk actually about you, and I don't mean you as in the EVE player, I mean you in the audience, the people right here, right now that came to Iceland. What did you get up to? Well, to start with, there's about 940 of you. Sorry, I'm sorry, there's 940 of you that can spell your names correctly. I've got a friend of mine who's been coming to Fanfest for 14 years, and I caught up with him yesterday, and he hit me up and he said that we'd spelt his name incorrectly, and when he went and collected his badge, it had Christy on it. And their name's actually Chrissy, right? And so he's telling me, no, I'm sure I spelled it correctly. And I'm like, yeah, man, sure. Like, if you say you spelled it correctly, I'm sure you did. I mean, it probably wasn't autocorrect or something, but 15 times your charm, maybe you'll get it right next FanFest. Together, you've all collectively participated in, voluntarily or not, 338,000 kill mails. Some of you exploded and some of you did the exploding. In total, those kill mails come to 173 trillion ISK worth of destroyed value, just by people in this room. But I do want to call out two specific people. First of all, there's a person in the room called Frista. They were the ones that participated in the most destruction of over 10.36 trillion ISK. Congratulations. And lastly, Catherine Harrington, who participated in 7,799 kill mails. Look, I can't wait to see what you get up to between now and next FanFest, but to talk a little bit more about this FanFest, I'd like to welcome FC Lumi and FC Swift back to the stage. Cheers.
Thank you, Larkin. Note to self, if you ever need a loan or just need anything, apparently pocket change to this guy's nothing.
So let's talk a little bit about Fanfest. I'm sure you've all walked around already yesterday, but we're going to spell it out anyway. Here is the floor plan of the floor we are on right now. We are in number 1, Number 2 is our second stage, and number 3 is the other big hall where you should really totally go, because it is the most awesome looking place we have at Fanfest this year. It houses all the gameplay stations, it houses the EVE History exhibit, as we are calling it now.
Yes.
And it just looks super dope, and you should totally go. But we also have brought some more pictures to show you what the rest looks like. We have a Nittedel. It is on that side of Eldborg where we are now. It is a very comfy, cozy corner where you can do some arts and crafts with our very own FC knitting club. We have the EVE History exhibit, as I was mentioning. We brought back the Jita station from last year's FanFest, and it is now included in the experience. You get one of these little tubes, you put them in the experience, you have to twist them so you can actually see everything. Go have a look.
Yeah, it's really, really cool to just see all the EVE history. We only talked a little bit about what you guys have done, but we can see the whole thing, go through it all, and really interact with it. Then, of course, at the closing ceremony last year, Orca and Hellmar were talking about, doing a Capsuleer Edda, writing the story of EVE in blood from the Capsuleers. They had the swords and everything. Really cool. We were serious about it, turns out. So go up on the 4th floor. If you haven't already registered, you can still go up there on the 4th floor. Donate some of your blood. It's a really small process, just a little quick thing, and we'll turn it into the story of EVE, written in vellum. It's wild. But since you're here, you get to be part of this whole thing. So absolutely make sure to check it out. We're talking about some Watson Crick's miniature painting corner. Make sure to go there. There is a prize for last place, so don't worry. You don't have to be good at this or anything. Turns out there's also a lot of Warhammer 40k nerds in here, so some of you guys are scarily good at this. It's freaky. But yeah, you can just vibe. Paint a cool mecha ball. And also, check out the EVE Monument, but do be careful when you make the trek there. If you tell your corp mates that you're doing it, they'll ask for a picture and you'll be there all afternoon. So just tell like a couple, just tell like the inner circle and take some pictures. This is FCB and a bunch of the EVE partners who made the trek out there yesterday. Absolutely love to see people at the monument doing cool stuff.
Now, actually, before I'm going to talk about this sheet, we have had a very last-minute request to tell you guys about a tournament that is about to happen in Silverberg. That is the experience room that we were just talking about. If you are there between 12 and 2 today, I'm praying I got these times right.
Yes, it is between 12 and 2.
Great. If you go to the Frontier gameplay station, they are going to host a little tournament of their own. So please do go and check it out.
Yeah, you'll see the Frontier station. It'll say Frontier. There'll be a crazy statue that's there too. Gigantic monitors, cool racing chairs. They've got a really neat experience to show off some of the Frontier controls. It's very different from EVE, so just check it out. Maybe you can win stuff.
Now, about the rest of today, obviously we are here right now doing the opening ceremony. We are going to be followed by the Oz, market guru that all of you have probably heard about. And then afterwards we have a guest speaker, Paul M. Sutters, who is going to talk about how to die in space. Topics we are obviously all experts on. And at 1, we welcome the President of Iceland, Halla Tómasdóttir, to the stage to introduce a chat from FC Hellmar and Adrian Bolton, the Senior Director of DeepMind. Fun fact, Halla Tómasdóttir is not the first President of Iceland to come join us here on stage. In fact, ever since we've been doing FanFest, we have had every President of Iceland join us because they just like you guys so much.
Spaceships, as it turns out, are serious business, is serious business. And there's also like an election coming up soon, so just like...
And like by soon, we mean tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it is a small miracle that she had made the time for us. And then on Saturday, we have a lot more, if we survive the pub crawl, that is.
Yeah, it starts with the Vanguard keynote. We'll also have... Nice, Vanguard fans, hell yeah. We'll have also more information about the Capsuleer Edda. We actually have a hematologist, Mark Crowther, coming to talk about it, talk about how crazy it is and how we brought this whole thing to life. We are absolutely crazy, but you guys enable us every step along the way. Thank you. The Evolving Empires, we have some stuff about the narrative sides of EVE as well. Some people owe FC Diegetic a beer. This is a great time to give them one. The art team, the team that kind of carries us through the dark times. Whenever we do something that people don't like, luckily our team comes and saves the day. They'll be giving a really cool presentation. Then we have the Frontier keynote starting at 2 o'clock. That's going to be a really cool one as well. And then we have Redacted, expansion unlocked. During the keynote later today, you'll learn about the expansion that's coming. They'll give away a lot of cool deeds. CCB Okami will be there chatting about it, CCB Rotati, CCB Burger as well. And then we'll unredact this for tomorrow so you can know what we're talking about. And then, of course, the closing ceremony. Jotun and Zealous will be here, just celebrating it all up. But that does, even though it is the closing ceremony, there's stuff after that too. There's a party at the top of the world, and something that we're starting for brand new this year are the Creator Awards, the people who make third-party tools, write blogs, live stream, make YouTube videos. We want to have an award show for them. You guys nominated a bunch of incredibly talented people, so we will, bring them up on stage, hand out some awards. Convict will be there. He'll look dashing as heck, and it'll be dope. But the most important thing to do, even if you miss all of these, just hang out with your space friends, have a good time, meet some new space friends. That's what FanFest is really, truly all about. And also just bug some devs. We love talking to you guys. So feel free to just pull anyone aside. Tons of opportunities, whether you're doing the pub crawl, the gourmet crawl, or just wandering around the city. When you guys come to Iceland, you truly invade the city. It's our favorite time of the year. And once again, give it up for yourselves. Thank you so much. Right on. So right up next is the Oz. Don't go anywhere, or go upstairs, stretch your legs. Don't get a DDT. Go play some EVE, and we'll see you in FanFest. Again, thank you.
Happy FanFest!
We're back. Ladies and gentlemen,
we're here.
To FanFest.
Live from FanFest.
We're here.
How's it going, guys?
Yeah.
Welcome.
We got your hosts, Loru, that guy Toxic, and we're here in the Silverberg room.
The Silverberg.
I think I nailed it.
Elvish is getting strong.
I think I nailed it.
I think so. Yeah.
FCB told me to roll all the R's.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Many consonants.
Many consonants. Mm-hmm. And we're here. This room, I don't know if y'all can see this. We got a model of Jitto 4-4 behind us.
If you are in Jita right now, in EVE, you're right there.
We can see you. We can
Literally
see your
right
apartment.
Now. See there?
We can see you fitting your ships. Good job.
It's super good. Yeah.
It's fantastic. FanFest has been great so far. So many things going on. So much to see and do. We have a tattoo booth again. We've got Vanguard. We got Frontier. We got EVE Online. And if you just care about one of those, that's okay. There's plenty for you to do here, including maybe getting your favorite game face tattooed. Not for me. Not for me.
You know what? As a man of the blaster, on my left, you guys can't see it, but I can. There is the tattoo area. I was super tempted to get something around about void or null, depending on the range. So I was super excited. I can't believe it's here. We got asked many months ago to do anything with this, and it's here. It's insane. I'm really excited.
I'm excited to be here. There's so many people walking around. Toxic and I got flown out to London a couple weeks ago to see EVE Vanguard and to see the stuff that we've not been able to talk about on the walls. I don't want to slip up. Don't worry. FC Collins, I know you're watching. We're not going to say anything yet. We're going to let you have all the thunder. Thank you. It's right over here. Y'all can see all the new Vanguard stuff. There's new EVE Online stuff as well in the Silverberg room.
The Silverberg, yes. It is.
I can't say yet. we're going to talk about it. So far, one of my favorite things is just seeing the sheer amount of community, the sheer amount of people showing up, all the different alliance representation, Maybe there's a alliance with a lion symbol somewhere. You'll have to find it. There's flags all over the place. We got to hang out with all the people last night and had some good food too. We had some ribeye last night.
So many alliance members through this. The upsetting third for boss. Honestly, I was kind of expecting the amount of amazing boss pins walking around. I was like, you know what? It could be there. And then as a man of the initiative, I was very happy about second, of course, right? So, yeah, it's like, it's amazing at FanFest. The last time I was here was many, many years ago, and the production and everything surrounding FanFest is amazing now. So
every year it feels like it keeps getting better, you know?
Yeah, exactly that, yeah.
Yeah. Every year we keep seeing more improvements to the actual convention. We see that not just for you, the live stream enjoyers, but also for the people in person. We're on the second floor of Harpa this year. We got a little bit more room to roam around. We got a couple stations for, the EVE board game is here too. All the minis.
Oh, the card game.
The card game.
The card game. I was so excited.
I don't know. We gotta be careful. Okay, so there's more new stuff over there. But if you guys like EVE minis, if you like painting minis, if you're at FanFest, my goodness, there's a whole station where you can paint stuff out, and then they have like did you see the photo booth for the minis?
Yeah.
Like a little box, you can do like a 360 something. It's awesome.
I wish I was any good at painting, then I would love to do it. Yeah. But it's a bit above my pay grade, but oh my God.
It's just an awesome spot. We're having a great time. Every single piece around here has been catered for you, the players, to enjoy whatever aspect of this game, this community that you would like. Board games, FPS, survival games, and yes, EVE Online is all over the place. So I really love that in the opening ceremony, and you can see the devs feel the same, because they feature the players, the oldest player, the youngest player, all the alliances. I love that Swift talked about how they had to edit a certain photo for the scope. Okay, we all saw what we saw. That LOL in bubbles, though, will live in infamy, you know?
Oh, when I was, obviously Bjorn is off camera, you can't see him, but when that Moloch BPC came up and we found out it was in the Emperor, the sheer panic that went through both of us when we realized, wow.
I want to know what that guy was thinking, you know?
There was no way he knew how much it was worth. No.
I don't think so.
I can't believe it.
You know, so, and we've got a lot of representation on this stage from all aspects of life, from the mostly PvE to the mostly PvP. I'm not, if that guy Toxic gets void ammo above his eyebrows, I'm not going to be surprised.
As a man of the brawler, it is kind of just keep it range 2.5 and relax. So, I wouldn't say it's skill, but it's enjoyable. So
if he gets void ammo, I'll get Code Loru, and then we can have a great time. It's going to be fantastic. So
Code Loru, yeah?
Of course. Come on now. So now FanFest has been awesome so far. It's been one day.
I know. It feels like it's been forever.
We've been having such a great time. This is one of my favorite things about coming here, seeing all the different cliques, the different friend groups, just hanging out and having a great time.
Oh, yeah.
Even my alliance is here this year. We'll see y'all more soon, It's been great. I saw some, speaking of Triglavian stuff, did you see the Triglavian cosplayer?
I did. Full helmet. Looked really, really good. Yeah.
Looked sick. I don't know how much 3D printing he did, but it looks like he did a lot. So, there's something for everybody at FanFest. We're really just seeing the more we walk around, it's people that just want to hang out, you have your space. People that want to be with your buddies, you can come to Harpa, see the ceremonies, and then do your thing. People that want to paint minis all day, we were touring around. There was the same 3 people just painting their Caldari ships, big chilling. So, which free ship did you get? Because you can get free minis over there.
So obviously, I wanted the Exec Navy. Okay, it was not there. I did look at the Vexor, but it was itty bitty. So I had to go for a lovely Megathron. And then my partner was with me, so I got to steal a Brutix as well. So
Ooh,
You know,
he
why
does
not?
like void ammo. Come on.
Yeah. Come on, man.
I just picked one up at random. I think it was the Rook. I couldn't tell if it was the Tech 2 or the Tech 1. I think it was the Rook. So
Yeah, I would
just
say it was
picked
the
up.
Rook,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. Blackbird, whatever. I really, really like those ships specifically, so that was really nice. We use those a lot in the Frye fleets, you know.
The
so.
Frye.
Oh, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Well, when we do more coast streams, we'll have to keep eating stuff.
Oh, yeah. Every Friday from Jeddah.
This
Yeah,
man.
100%. I love it.
This man yeets.
First time last week doing an interceptor fleet. Oh, it brings back the Zarvox days. Some of you in the chat right now will know who I'm talking about. A legend of EVE, and especially streaming. So,
Yes. And if you ever want PvP excellence, chat, it's that guy, Toxic. You know, when people come into my channel, well, it's well deserved. When people are like, "Hey, what can I do for this ship PvP?" I'm like, "Have you heard of that guy, Toxic?" Like, I could give you a fit.
have you heard of Loru's tutorials on YouTube?
Come on.
The man himself. Code Loru. Okay, well. Here
Go
we go.
Toxic.
Yes.
Is it
yes.
Toxic? I think so.
It is me. That is I. That
We're happy
guy,
to be here.
Toxic. I wanted to point that out.
Ooh, sorry.
Yes,
That guy
yes, of
Toxic.
course.
You know, we're happy to be here, Chad. We got so many things more. And the reason why I'm like pausing before I talk, those that watch our streams, especially the recent co-stream, know that I'll just keep talking. I'm being very careful because to our right, to our left are the things that we are NDA'd about. And I'm like, blinders up. You know, I see Dev smirking, and I'm not trying to mess.
There's some very exciting stuff right there.
We're not going to say it. If you want to preview the Silverberg,
The Silverberg.
the Silverberg room.
I think we did good. I think we did
Can't
good.
talk like I can't.
With CCP or FC in the Harpa. So,
Take a shot of your favorite coffee or energy drink. That's
every
right.
time we say CCP instead of FC, because it's going to happen more than once.
Yeah, every single time. Every single time. So I've actually been walking up to devs and saying, "Hey, it's good to see us, FC," because was it a week ago?
Oh, yeah.
7 days ago that we changed the name to Fenris Creations. I think it's a pretty strong name. I think it
very
does
strong
well.
name.
And my mom can stop thinking that I'm working for China. Great. Excellent.
Yeah,
So-
that's true. Yeah.
That sounds good to me. Mom, I made it. Not in China right now. In Iceland. Thank you for that. Okay. Mama Mirth? There it is.
Mama Mirth.
So, excellent. So
Does Mama Mirth have a Twitch channel?
No.
Twitch name?
No.
No?
I
Why
think
not?
she's like a watch as guest kind of person. You know,
Oh,
you
okay.
know.
So no ad revenue from that?
You know, it's sometimes you just let the good fight be elsewhere, right? I've tried to get her to log in. We'll figure it out later.
All right.
So, yeah. Well, FanFest chat, there's something for everybody here. We're going to keep making sure you have a great time. Toxic and I are on the camera all morning. And then you got Oz and Erst later this afternoon. So, the market. I'm actually going to watch those because what is Oz going to say about the stuff that we can't talk about that will be revealed later today?
Now, I don't know about the production team. It's going to feel extremely weird. It is really weird for me to see Erst in full color.
He's not black and white.
Yeah,
in real
he's
life.
not. He hasn't got the
this?
just single black and white. I wonder if they're going to put like a pane up here just in case. It's very, you know.
Pretty funny. Can I get a grayscale glass pane right?
Just right here.
Just to make the realism perfect. You know, excellent. So, now as you can see, people are filling in the room behind us. People keep on. If you're on camera, wave, say hi to the people. You know, if you're in Twitch chat, good to see you. Welcome in. FanFest underway. And if you're not here, it's okay. We've got plenty of content creators at the convention that are going to be able to give you the coverage you want. Going to be able to cover all the things that you need, from Instagram stories to I saw Galaxier doing a bunch of shorts. I saw Marquis doing some shorts.
CrashNaps. So CrashNaps will be doing stuff throughout the back end of FatFest, as well as Joe Lost on Twitch. He's been doing amazing stuff in the bars and all that. And
Boots on the ground.
Main too. Yeah.
Yeah. Boots on the ground. I'm going to attempt to do something after our segments, but you know, they're the primary focus because they've got the backpacks. They can be more mobile.
That's true.
They can walk around.
This is a bit hefty, even for me. So maybe not that.
I'm gonna I'm not this strong. I can't keep picking this up, you know? So it's just been a great time at FanFest. So I really want to go back to the board game section because they have that new card game over there. So we have the board game, and then they have a new card game over there.
Oh, we're allowed to
and
talk about
I'm not supposed to say anything else because that's it. There's just a new thing over there.
Okay.
Well, that's on Twitter. It's on Instagram. People have been taking photos. You know,
Okay.
you know,
It
I
is.
can just say
It looks
that.
really fun.
It
As
looks
a
fun.
person that you played other card games online, that's very interesting to me.
Very
And
interesting.
a lot shorter, so you don't have to do, 5 hours of playtime for just one game. So.
Right. That's been the main thing with the EVE board game for me is that it's fun. But you really have to have like a whole night, like a whole day planned to be like, hey guys, I'm going to show up at 1 and we'll leave at like 10 because maybe that's one match, maybe it's 2. We'll just see how long it takes in between talking. But that looks interesting more so. And I really like that they're continuing to just expand the EVE universe to go into nerddom, just more
EVE
sections
forever,
of it. So
as
EVE
it were.
forever.
So.
Yeah. So, and speaking of that, the modding community is here too. There's a ton. I'm so glad you made me remember that. Good job.
Yeah.
Nice. See, he's got it.
Back to
the
back.
modding community is here. Third-party apps all over the place.
yeah.
We love to see it. Not just for Frontier. You know that Frontier is modding first. They're building the game with mods first. But EVE Online too. You saw Squiz did a killer talk yesterday on the main stage for Z-Kill. That's Mr. Z-Kill to the people that don't know. Many do, but to those that don't, it's Mr. Z-Kill. So seeing so many, there's a whole booth section for third-party apps. You can go look stuff. EVE Guru's here, optimizing all of our trades, getting our, I'm not sponsored, but I have a pin here somewhere. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So,
What was it? EVE Guru right there?
EVE,
oh, yeah.
yes,
Right
yes.
there. Yeah. It's one of the best things of FanFest, getting all the shiny stuff right here. I'm not complaining. So it is the the workshop. The workshop, which is for us, it's all the way down here, and there's so many. Obviously, it was a highlight for me as a man that uses Z-Kill every single day to meet Mr. Squiz. So I was very happy about that. But yeah,
it's like meeting your heroes, because we open up Z-Kill. I don't know about y'all. I'm sure you do something similar.
Oh.
When we start the EAT, we open up like Pathfinder, depending on what wormhole we're going into. Okay. Then we open up Z-Kill and we check the fleet window, all this stuff. So just as a scouting tool, it's nice to see the man behind the curtain, someone who's like responsible. He works so hard to have this website put up that we all use every minute of every day. And there's other third-party apps like that here. So you got really all aspects of life here. You got the builders, as the Frontier people call them. What's up? We got the modding people, the third-party apps, board games, card games, EVE Online, EVE Vanguard, EVE Frontier. I mean, honestly, at this pace, they're going to have to get more floors in a couple years when we keep coming back to Harp. I want to keep coming back to Harp.
I would love to, of course.
I would love that because the other spot was good.
There is also obviously some devs or some third-party devs that are not here, at least in the workshop over there. But like for a special note for myself, I would say Lumi. You know Lumi?
Right.
Lumi Code.
Yes.
So Lumi Code does an amazing. So anybody in the chat who's been watching any of the streams, you'll see the exclamation IGN to bring up your name. That is Lumi Code, and that assists all the streamers. So I always you have to throw some love for the people that help us, right? So, yeah.
Right. And we're going to wrap up soon. Such a simple thing. The exclamation point IGN command was made by an EVE player. Okay, something that we all use. You guys are using it right now. At the moment you said
I'm sure,
I can't see Twitch, but the moment he said it, I'm sure that it's just nothing but exclamation point IGN command. So make sure if you see Lumi Code, shake his hand and say thank you, because he maintains these stuff. He's the one who actually does this. So, yeah, there's so much at EVE FanFest to check out, to look out. So, and as we continue, we're about to wrap up. We're going to go back to the main stage in just a moment. As we wrap up, thank you so much for being here. Thanks for being on the live. Thanks for coming around and saying hi behind us. When we go watch the VOD, there's going to be so many people.
I know. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. So thank you for being here, Chan. It's good to have you. It's great to be at FanFest. Let's have a great couple days. Keep on checking out the live stream. We've got a ton of value coming up for y'all today. We're about to wrap up, so
enjoy Oz
very much.
Dude, Oz is coming up. I'm interested to see.
Yeah.
Just he's talking about
a couple seconds. Yeah.
A few things. Right.
Thanks, guys.
Much love to you all.
Talk soon.
I'll see you in a bit. 07s.
Thanks.
New Eden is all about the markets and what makes them move. Please welcome the leading authority on EVE's economy, the Oz.
All right, Fanfest. Let's go. So good to be here. Thank you all for coming. You all know EVE Online has one of the most complex and amazing economies in gaming. Probably the most complex. It's what drew me to this game 20-something years ago. I'm very old. And it's what keeps me coming back. Today, we're going to go about what drives these markets. We're going to talk theory. We're going to talk some drivers. And most importantly, I'm going to show some epic stories of events that you all may or may not have taken part in that influenced EVE markets. Before I do that, I want to quickly introduce myself. Some of you may know me, some of you don't. I've been playing EVE since 2004. I'm heavily involved in economy and trading. So much so that some of you say that I don't really play the game, which is fine. I do. And most of you are just bitter I took your money, I think. I'm on my third term as a CSM, and unfortunately my last, so I will not be returning next year for the CSM. And I've been streaming Twitch, EVE online content on Twitch since 2019. I have a Discord server with about 7,500 trading nerds, and I created EVE Online's largest investment fund, public investment fund. I don't know what it is, but people keep giving me money, and I invested in the markets. Unfortunately, for the last 3 years as a CSM, I have a lot of insider trading knowledge, so I have been pausing them, so look for it to come back next year. I also wrote the case for the Excel Esports World Championships. Now, some of you have heard the story before, and the rest of you have a lot of questions right now, and I want to answer them. So first of all, of course, yes, Excel is an esport, all right? I don't know why you're laughing. It's an esport. It's a very serious esport. And the end boss of that World Championship is EVE Online, of course, and me. So, in summary, if you look around the room and you see quite a few nerds here, these nerds, they call me a nerd, all right? Just to make things clear. I want to start with comparing EVE Online markets to the real world. Because a lot of times we look at these in-game economies and say, oh, you know, it's so realistic, it's such a cool simulation. And that's true. It's a very complex ecosystem, but there are some very distinct differences. In the real world, you know, the markets are designed to be very stable, and in EVE, they're not. There are no guardrails, no protection, there's nobody stepping in to save you, and this makes EVE one of the purest market environments that you can find out there to study. That's why so many people inside and outside of EVE are interested in the markets. So just to compare it quickly, in the real world, we have central banks, right? They step in if things get too wonky. They live to stabilize the economy. In EVE Online, we have CCP, we have Fenris. Yeah, I created this presentation and then they changed the name. It's really not my fault. But they have no obligation to, and honestly, they don't. Most of the time, CCP does not step in to save the markets, because this is supposed to be a very pure, player-driven market. In the real world, insider trading is illegal. Mostly, unless you're related to a certain president, but I won't go there. CCP, I promise that's the last political joke I'll make. I try. In EVE, information in insider trading is everything. So most of us that are trading in EVE Online, all we're trying to do all day is get more information that you don't have, to get better information, to get insider information. So it's a very, very ruthless market environment. In the real world, we have large institutions that move most of the capital. Banks, governments, you know, large institutions. The EVE Online economy is almost completely player-driven. So yes, we have corporations, yes, we have alliances, but the individual in EVE Online has massive impacts on the markets, which is what makes it so exciting. If you want a loan, in the real world, you go to a bank, right? Banks don't exist I know a lot of you want banks to exist in game, but they don't exist in game. And so the entire liquidity system is player driven. There's 2 or 3 systems that I know. Goonswarm, Hyperwiper, I'm looking at you. And Angry Mustache, I know you guys are running some sort of internal loan system. And I give out loans, but in the end, it's all player driven. In the real world, data is very expensive, it's fragmented, it's very difficult to get perfect information in the real world. In EVE, actually, it's a very level playing field. So the market data is almost instant, it's 5-minute delayed, but we all have the same data and we can all use the plethora of APIs and apps that are out there to analyze the markets. And lastly, in the real world, risk is mostly managed and diversified. So most investors in the real world try to diversify, and catastrophic failure is typically very rare. In EVE Online, typically it's not very diversified. You can diversify, but I don't know any large corporation or player out there that hasn't lost a large chunk of their wealth several times over. So in summary, it's not that EVE is unrealistic, it's what a market would look like without protection. Having said all that, we can look at what actually moves EVE markets, right? And I've split this up into player-driven and external influences. So if we're looking at player-driven, we all hear about those massive battles. And of course, they have impacts on the market because we have demand spikes, certain ships and modules increase in price because of wars. More importantly, we have focus shifts. When we have a war, the trinity between crabbing or mining and destruction and production gets shifted a lot because in the real world economy, we have a much more distinct split between who does production, who does mining, who does destruction. In EVE Online, those lines are very blurred. And so we see a focus shift from crabbing or harvesting to destruction and production. We also have logistics challenges, let's call them that. Some of you may not know that these large battles that you see, they take incredible supply chains and logistics efforts to happen. Days, sometimes weeks, are spent moving ships from one end of the galaxy to the other end of the galaxy. And in war times, this becomes a huge skill and differentiator between the large alliances. And so, of course, conflicts massively impact the markets. We have politics and migrations. Alliances rise and they fall, right? We've seen it very, very recently with one of the largest alliances falling. We'll get to that in a second. That makes markets relocate. So a lot of the markets trading that we are talking about is happening in JITA, but each of the large alliances, as you know, has their own trading ecosystem, and these shift around. And also, we see assets. I wanted to write stolen, but I felt like stolen was not good for the main stage, so let's say redistributed, right? But we know there have been some massive corp thefts, right? And sometimes, in the case of what happens a few years ago to the Imperium, has massive market impacts in terms of implant prices if they get destroyed, or entire corp wallets that are stolen. There are some external influences as well that impact the markets. So oftentimes, the biggest impact that you can see on a market is expansions and patches. As you can imagine, in EVE Online, unlike the real economy, you have completely new resources and items that enter the game on a regular basis. And I think most of the profits, outside of maybe skill extractor sales, happen on patch day, because we see new materials coming into play. We see new bottlenecks emerging in industry, and also sometimes we see industry taxes change or fees change, which change entire supply chains or profitability of certain items. And then we have monetization events. So sometimes, as realistic as EVE is, or as pure as EVE is, sometimes we have sales, we have skill extractor sales, and these, we have Plex sales, we have MCT sales. So these all shift demand from future to today, and that's where a lot of the money is made in the EVE markets as well. And I'll share some specific examples of these in a second here. And then external events, of course, sometimes we have entire communities being blocked from playing EVE Online because of real-world conflicts. We have meme fits, we have streamers doing crazy stuff on Twitch, and this all moves the markets as well. There's one on the left that I haven't talked about, and that's player psychology. Because you take all of that together, and if you've been following the market like I have for the last 6 years, you see that panic and overreaction is probably the most predictable thing to happen in the EVE player base. So we were talking about earlier about vexers. If you talk about the large alliances, most of what is destroyed in these big battles is already replaced before you go into battle, right? Most of this has already been produced, is sitting there, and still you're seeing prices spike all the time in JITA because most of it is just speculation, panic buying, people saying, there's something happening, I have to be part of it. And most of those people are just losing money. Let's talk about some events, right? So, you might have seen this map on Reddit. This is if not, it's a fantastic read, right? This is a representation of the high-sec trade hubs in form of a public transport map. And there was, on the left there in the middle, you see I can actually point to it there, right there. It's a system called Niarja, right? Before the Triglavian invasion, it wasn't a very famous system, but it sits right between JITA and Amar, the two largest trade hubs. And during the Triglavian invasion, the system of Niarja was threatening to fall because it was invaded, and players could decide, should we defend it or should we make it fall? And long story short, this is EVE Online, and if you haven't, if you're new to this community, we're all nice in person, but it's kind of ruthless in game. This is an Alliance Discord message. I'll just read it out real quick. All right, I'm going to say this once. The coalition directive is to secure Niarja. If we lose Niarja, we get 35 plus jumps added to high-sec logistic routes. That means more expensive docking ships, more expensive modules, more expensive ratting ships, et cetera, et cetera. Very clear, right? The coalition, very strong. We're going to defend this. This is EVE Online. This is a tweet by somebody who we apparently don't talk about anymore. But I had to show it. This is for illustrative purposes. Broke the galaxy in half today because redacted you. That's why. So apparently, half the galaxy decided to defend, but a pretty sizable group decided that Niarja was going to fall. And so this is PC Gamer. This is a quote from PC Gamer. EVE's economy thrown into chaos as some players help alien invaders conquer key star systems. So before that happened, I think the panic was big, as you saw by that coalition Discord ping to their entire alliance. That trade route was connecting the largest trade hubs for 15 years, and suddenly they were cut off, and the length of jumps went from 10 jumps to 46 jumps from Amar to JITA. And there was serious fears about the future of trade in EVE Online. I wasn't that scared back then, and to be honest, yes, of course this has impacted some groups that live in the area, and it has increased some logistics challenges, but the EVE economy is so efficient that this had really no long-lasting effect on the health of any of these markets. If you look at these numbers right here, you see pre-Niarja 2020 spread in trade volume between the three largest trade hubs, the Forge, Domain, and Do-Dixie. Nobody is in Do-Dixie. And you can see that, if anything, the trade volume is actually bigger now, right? So this didn't kill trade, but what it did do is it increased margins. So today, Amar is much more its own independent trade hubs, and the margins are much higher between, if you're looking at prices in JITA versus Amar. but it's also created a local ecosystem of mission runners and other content that it happens around Ammar that people take advantage of, and that's why they trade in Ammar now. To make it even more clear, this is a graph that a user by the name of Hatchnasey posted on the EVE forums, and it shows the distribution between trade volume among the secondary trade hubs, the ones I just showed you. And you can see that, Niarja is, this is where Niarja fell in 2020, and this is a period of time that we don't talk about. And then here, I don't know why you're laughing. And this is where we're at now. So very much healthy. And I know, not everyone loved what happened, but it just shows how resilient our economy is, right? All right, what is this? It's not. Yep, this is Perimeter. This is the Tranquility Trading Tower, the tax haven for the entire galaxy, right? For those of you that don't know what this is, it's a monument now to this Keepstar that died a little while ago, and you can actually go see this. It's one jump from Jeddah. This Keepstar was player-owned, so they could offer lower fees to all traders. And this is one of the most efficient and effective cartels ever to happen in EVE Online. So what happened is the biggest alliances came together and said, well, we can offer a service to capsuleers, and that is cheaper trade. But if we all put up our own structures and we keep fighting over it, that's just going to cost us money. So even though they fight wars during the day, they all got together and offered this service and then split the profits. The profits were arguably, there are some disputes between me and them about how much money they were making, but I think it's fair to say that at the height of the TTT, it made about 2 trillion ISK per month, and that was distributed to the largest blocks in the game. On the other hand, most players didn't know, but they also didn't care, because we all paid less taxes, right? So in the end, what this was a cartel that made trading better and more efficient for everyone. And yes, the profits were distributed, but then again, the blocks would argue it went into SRP, it went into funding content for EVE Online, which is a very interesting economic thing to happen, completely player-driven within EVE Online. Eventually, XL structures were banned in HiSec, and so this structure, once destroyed, would have never been able to be replaced, and a little bit of drama happened. One party, you know who you are, left the agreement. Yeah, congrats. And the Keepstar was destroyed as a humongous loot pinata, all right? So, personally, I miss these days. I felt like back in the day, trading in Perimeter was almost a must. Like the savings were, especially for something like Plex or skill extractors, you had to do it. But, nowadays you have different options to do so. Some of the blocks have their own structures up, but it's not the same safety as it used to be, because in war times those could definitely be attacked and destroyed. Before you get out your credit cards, this is an old screenshot. I know in times of no FOMO, I know you guys are like, 40% of Omega, this is never coming back. The reason I'm showing you this screenshot is because this is something I called Plexageddon. And the reason I called this Plexageddon is because there were some sales that were so good that actually wiped the market clean of available Plex. And I know if you joined EVE recently, then this is very hard to imagine, but this is just a couple of years ago, this was happening on a regular basis. And so, in one of these situations, we had Plexageddon 2-for-1 extractor sale, for example, and this is right here, this is the cliff that the price fell out. Now, you could say, okay, I don't care about this, I don't use extractors, whatever. This represents, at any point in time, about 5 to 10% of all ISK moving in EVE Online, right? And a sale like this makes the overall trade volume in EVE Online move by 20 to 30%. And so, in this case, if you're someone like me or anyone with liquidity in this market, you're saying something drops by 50% and I know it's coming back, right? Because this is a one-time sale. It's basically just moving the demand, the future demand to today. So if you have liquidity, then you're jumping in there. And this has very far-reaching impacts on the EVE Online economy, because what happens is, you guys all know what skill farming is, right? Skill point farming. And a skill farm will look at this and say, so that's the skill farming is the most efficient way of gaining ISK to extract the ISK and sell in the market. It's basically a meta market play in EVE Online. And when you have a situation like this, you have people that need a lot of extractors and they're very cheap. So they are scrambling for liquidity. They sell their product, which is injectors, very, very quickly in the markets, crashing injector prices, which is about 10 to 20% of the market at any time. Then they buy skill extractors, pushing the market back up, and they need Plex to do all of this because it's only in the new Eden Store sale. So within, I would say, 1 or 2 hours of this going live, there are many people, like me, for example, that scramble to do all of this as quickly as possible. And this is something that might be happening outside of your gameplay, what you're seeing, but this is these are massive market movements that are happening all the time in EVE Online. They used to happen more, but now we have no FOMO. So, another tweet, or another Discord ping. Sorry, Govins, I know, you see, I see you out there. This is a ping on Discord that dissolved one of the biggest alliances in EVE Online. And, this was all a little bit last minute. It caught a lot of line members offline, and this turned into an every man for himself evacuation kind of story. And I don't want to get in the drama or the politics of it. I'll let other people discuss that. All I want to say is, isn't it beautiful that these things happen, and for a few weeks, that's all we talk about, whether you're a market trader or you're in faction warfare. This impacts everyone, right? And so, long story short, the Imperium reacted quickly. They seized the Keepstar, prevented extraction, yada, yada. And what could have been a controlled withdrawal escalated into a rapid collapse of one of the major alliances in EVE Online. So much so that you made the news. There's a billion things that I could talk about this from an economic perspective. The one I want to talk about is this. This is average ISK per day in asset safety tax, right? Asset safety is when your assets are in a station, it gets destroyed, and it doesn't, even though I think it should just disappear, just going to make a political statement here as a CSM, right? I'm not a fan of asset safety, but the way it works is it gets teleported to the next NPC station, right? Or a designated NPC station. And so you can get your stuff back, but you have to pay a tax on it. And this means that for most of the time, when nothing is happening in EVE Online, or when regular day-to-day EVE Online stuff is happening, we have about 100 billion ISK per day spent in asset safety. This is smaller structures being destroyed. This is people leaving the game, forgetting their stuff. In November and December, this went up by up to 9 times. So if we're looking at the economic impact of this, you might say, well, it's just taking a little bit of money out. From an economic perspective, this is actually great, or actually fantastic if you're looking at it from an inflation perspective, because this sinks a lot of money out of the EVE economy, right? So this is money that is never coming back. This is flowing outside of the game. And if you wanted to look at something positive out of this, right? If you're maybe even a line member and you lost a little bit of stuff. Technically, what this did was it made all of your ISK worth more, right? Because there's less ISK in the system now. So next time you think about the collapse of one of the largest alliances, think of the positive stuff, right? You might have lost a ship here and there, but economically speaking, you're doing a huge service to all of us, especially me, right? So don't be sad. What is this? Thank you. What is this? A Barbaroga, that's right. Isn't that a fun word to say? It's one of my favorite ships. I talk about it all the time just because I like the name. This is something that was introduced last year Fanfest, I think? Is it? Yeah, last year at Fanfest, it was right here on stage that this ship was introduced. This ship is very popular, and most of the time, when you have a ship that is popular, it doesn't impact the price of the ship. Now, I know you're looking at me and saying, okay, that's crazy, Oz. If we learn supply demand, if people buy something, more of something, then the price will increase. Well, if you're looking at, for example, a Megathron versus a Tempest, those have almost identical BPCs, right? I mean, there's no big difference for producers to make one over the other. It's really just switching the BPC, and most large-scale producers will have the BPC ready for normal Tier 1 or Tier 2 battleships or any other ship. It was different for the Barbaroga because the Barbaroga is a Triglavian ship, right? And this ship is made up mostly of these things. 0-point field manipulators. If you're not in the industry, you're probably not coming across these a lot, but for a long time, economically speaking, this was the talk of the town in EVE Online, because the supply of these was built for a world without the Barbaroga. And I don't know if, there are various scenarios, but it's possible that it was underestimated how big the impact would be, or you wanted to wait and see. But when the Barbaroga came out, this happened. Like the Barbaroga consists of 80%, although 80% of the build cost of a Barbaroga is 0-point field manipulator. So if you bring out a new ship and it is as successful as the Barbaroga, trading at almost $1 trillion ISK a week for months when it was coming out, then you are permanently shifting the economy. So essentially, what you can take from this as a new player is, if you know something like the Barbaroga is coming, and typically the BPCs are known a few days before, surprisingly few people capitalized on this, even though it was quite obvious that this is what was going to happen, depending on how popular the ship was going to be. And so, interestingly, now, a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, CCP introduced a pressure valve for exactly these. So you can buy these now in the LP store, which is a very interesting way to solve this from an economic perspective, because now, if there is a massive demand on these items and ship prices, not only the Barbaroga, but all other ships using this item get squeezed, and there's a bottleneck, then now you can go to the LP store and trade them in. Now the cost is very high, so this might have not even prevented about half of this, but that's how patches like that are a very interesting way of profiting from them. And I think it's important to say that typically the popularity of ships doesn't impact the cost of a ship, but if the ship moves the entire market like it did here, then it can influence the price of a ton of other ships, right? BTEC-R, I stole this. I want to read the name because this is from a person named Ilona Melkin is the name. All right, I didn't make this infographic. This is from Reddit. This is the Battle of BTEC-R, and back then I think we said the destruction was about 11 trillion. This is something that CCP posted last month. Here, the Battle of BTEC-R gets attributed to 3 trillion. So I think we have to compare and see what calculations he made. But what you can see here is the biggest battles in EVE Online history. Right? And I want you to remember these numbers. So you have 1 trillion there, you have 25 trillion there. These are battles that caught the attention of the media out there. And this is what people talk about when they talk about EVE Online. It's the big battles, right? And this is crazy because when the media talks about this, it's always about, you know, thousands of people all over investing thousands of hours and the intelligence work that goes in here and the planning and the logistics. I already told you guys about that earlier. But what this also showed is how incredibly efficient the EVE economy is. Because you look at these battles, and these are battles that mostly everyone remembers. And the biggest number here is 25 trillion, right? This is a graph from back then. This is the Battle of BTEC R and the market impact you see there. And so if you look at this graph, yeah, so on the day of the battle, maybe there's a little blip, but you can see within a week or so, within a couple of weeks for sure, the market completely normalized. And you could say, okay, you know, we've been talking about how complex this economy is. We've been talking about how, you know, how everything is interconnected, and why don't battles like this impact the market in a longer way? And that's because there's a reason why there's a meme in EVE Online that you all know that says already replaced, right? In EVE Online, destruction is expected. Industries or industrialists and alliances build the entire time in the build-up for these battles. So it's very rare that you have the situation like the vexors that Pete was talking about earlier. Sorry, Swift was talking about earlier. That you have prices spiking because alliances are buying last minute to actually fly in space. Most of what gets destroyed in these battles is produced way before. And so you have these massive stockpiles, and then, you know, they build up, and then a big battle happened, but it doesn't mean that you see the market being impacted by months and months. If you compare the values I showed earlier between, you know, 3 trillion and 25 trillion a battle, if you're looking at what the large alliances mine and rat on a monthly basis, then we're looking at 15 trillion in mining, more or less, and that's just null-sec alliances, and 25 trillion in ratting, in PVE income. So that is ISK directly to the wallet. So if you ask me, am I impressed by, you know, these numbers? Sure, like, good job, but I think in order to make a dent in the economy and in order to really risk your stockpiles, I'd really like to see like 50 trillion battles. So I hope you can accept that challenge. All right? So in closing, what are some key takeaways that you guys all can take from this, what drives markets? So first of all, a lot of people look at prices. You know, oh, have you seen how cheap compared to, you know, historically prices are right now? Historic prices are not very good indicator in EVE Online, because patches, expansions shift the entire market all the time. So don't look at price levels. Look at events. Like, look at what is happening in EVE Online. Look at the wars that are happening. Look at expansions. Look at anything that changes the market instead of actual just price levels. One of the biggest, one of the best ways to make money in EVE Online is finding those bottlenecks, trying to identify what the bottlenecks are. I talk a lot about in my show about days of trade available. So looking at JITA and how many days can the market be supplied, or can the market be supplied with current order levels in JITA. And that's a very, very good indicator that I think most people don't look at, because a lot of markets are very shallow. So it's possible that a market can only survive 3 or 4 days without supply happening. And if you have a war and you have demand shifts, or you have a patch that changes that, then it's very important to look at those bottlenecks. Understand what CCP incentives are. I mean, if you're looking at these sales, if you're looking at interventions, if you're expecting CCP to step in, understand what the bigger goals are that CCP is following, and from that, look at the market impact that could be there. One thing that is always sure is 90%, let's say 95% of players don't play the game like I just showed you, okay? Most players, they do their thing, they play, and which is great, right? Like that's what you should be doing. But this makes also EVE players very predictable. So if you think, everybody is doing this, there's no way I can profit from this, you can profit from this. It's not very difficult. If you have Capsuleer Day, I think even if I say this on the Fanfest stage, you can probably still make money buying Praxis and Gnosis next week. Yeah? And then embrace change. So volatility is a good thing. We as a community, we so often look at changes and patches and happening and say, oh no, now I have to do this instead of that. And now there goes my stockpile. Trust me, as somebody that follows the market for years, it's a good thing in this case, really. The volatility is not just a change to your playstyle, but it also is an opportunity in disguise all the time, all right? So in summary, EVE is a game, all right? Enjoy yourself, make mistakes, because I'll be there to take your risk. All right, thank you for your time. And we have 9 minutes left for Q&A, if anybody would like to ask some questions. I think there's some mics out there. Or if you yell loud enough, I can't even hear you. I can't really see you, so you have to... Sorry?
Is there someone with a question?
What's up with Tech 2 salvage prices? Who is manipulating now?
Tech to salvage. See, salvage markets are interesting. There's an interview I did out there where I interviewed a guy that some of you may know. His name is Sir Smash-A-Lot, right? And if you haven't seen that video, and you're dealing in any way with salvage, then go see that video. You're going to be very nervous, because if you look at what that guy is doing, he's probably manipulating about 50% of what is going on with Tech 2 salvage. What's going on right now, if we're looking at what has happened recently in EVE Online, it's certainly the case that we have a lot more exploration sites nowadays that are in the system. So for the last few years, the price of most salvage has dropped quite significantly. This is mostly counteracted by the larger numbers of structures being destroyed and structure rigs being there being a large demand for structure rigs recently, and that's what the two biggest drivers in the salvage market have been recently. I hope that answers your questions. I can see. Hi.
Hey, thanks. Not directly a market question, but we hear a lot about scamming in EVE. Do you have any idea about the volume ISK-wise of scamming compared to some of the numbers here?
It's big. So we have to, I think, separate between in-game scamming and out-of-game scamming, because obviously out-of-game scamming would be illegal. But so let's talk about the in-game scamming. As I am someone who runs a very large investment fund in EVE, and I'm sitting on about 4 trillion ISK that people have just given me because they trust me. There's nothing that keeps me from running away from this game. So on the one hand, there are many people out there that are trying to take your ISK, and I think if you're running into it blindly, then you will lose at some point you will lose your ISK. On the other hand, I think overall, if you're using common sense and you're active in this wonderful community, I think most of the time you're okay. So I think the fact that in this game you can lose everything to scams is great, because it makes it very unique. But on the other hand, I do also believe in this community, and if you are in a good corp, if you trust each other, then there's a lot of good going around. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. Yeah. The ISK size of scamming? Trillions, I'm sure. I'm sure. I mean, every day somebody tries to impersonate me So to get people to give them money. And this happens every single day on Discord. So I get messages about, I say on average 3 or 4 messages a day of people saying, look, there's people trying to impersonate you. So it's extreme. And if this happens 1,000 times a day and just a couple of people fall for it, then that's already going to be billions, maybe hundreds of billions. And those are just the scams that I know of. So it's trillions for sure. Sorry? I'll double your 4 trillion. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And now I'm nervous because there's an angry mustache standing there. What's up, dude?
Hi, Odds. I don't really have a question for you, but rather a comment regarding your statement. 25 trillion is destroyed is nothing. So my comment is that for all those battles, all the pilots that fly their Supers and Titans into the fight are part of alliances that have a social contract of anything you lose for for alliance purposes will replace. And alliances don't have a very limited very limited capacity to tax their players for income to replace those ships. So, goons as a whole might rat 10 trillion ISK in a month, but goons from Federation, the alliance wallet, doesn't see anywhere close to that going into there. So while our players have, probably hundreds of trillions of ISK in their wallet, we as the alliance don't have anything near that. Like, I think most people grossly overestimate how rich nullsec alliances are. Like, we can't replace 25 trillion out of pocket. Then that's my comment on that.
Oh yeah, thank you. No, for sure. It's a lot of ISK, and I think what my message would be is that it's not that 25 trillion is a small battle. It's more that the ingredients are there to make bigger battles happen. And I know even you have stockpiles left after a 25 trillion battle, right? But that in no means diminishes your accomplishments there. I see Hyper Vipers looking at me. I can see that. Right? Yes, please.
Given the changes they've announced, Exodium, the JITA changes, or if you don't want to talk about something that's happening right now, previous events, can you give us a peek into your head when you see a CCP announcement, how you think about what investments you would make or how that's going to affect the markets? A little peek into how you look at it.
Yeah, this question is going to be a lot better next year when I'm not NDA'd as a CSM, because I unfortunately know a little bit of what might happen, which is why I'm not trading right now, just to make this clear, right? Yeah, so no, for sure. I think, on the one hand, I think it's very exciting. So when we see lore seeping into actual game content right now, as we're seeing around JITA and the Exordium area and Ulai and all the speculations that are going on on Reddit, I think there's very few things that are cooler than this period. Like, even if this would mean, let's say I have several trillion of assets in JITA, and even let's say, even if it meant that all my stuff was gone, it doesn't get more exciting than that. And wherever CCP is going to land on that spectrum of what's going to happen, I think I love it. And that's what I meant by change or volatility is good, because when we have I think the worst is when nothing is changing in EVE Online, and when we see the bigger the better, really. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Mostly. Are there any specific commodities or markets you think that you would think that this would affect, just with what they've said so far? And that's why I said if there's a past event you'd rather talk about.
Yeah. That's going to be too expensive for me in the real world, so sorry. Find me later. Just kidding.
Hi, my name is Zolpin. I'm from EVE University.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. Quick question for you. You've been on the CSM for 3 terms.
Yeah.
You have a very deep understanding of the game economy.
Yeah.
Based on that experience, would you say that no FOMO is still a thing? And if so, is it a good thing?
Whew. All right. Yeah. I was able to do a show last week on the CCP financials of last year, and I'm not going to go into details. But it's clear that players are stockpiling a lot of Plex, right? So I think one of the strategies, as I imagine, would be to do fewer sales and then make them not as in magnitude not as high, to ensure that people are confidently spending Plex all the time. And based on what I have seen on the books, people are keeping more Plex more than ever. So I think it's good that CCP is trying different things, and I think they need to look at the numbers and then make decisions based on that. And which direction they can take, I cannot tell you. At least I'm not allowed to. All right.
Hi.
Hi.
How do you think the fight against inflation has been going so far? I know that's been something that you've worked on quite a bit. Do you think would you like to see prices continue to fall? Is there a lower bound that you think maybe should be aimed for, or do you think just lower the better?
Yeah, fantastic, thank you. So I don't get tired of mentioning that, like, before I joined the CSM, we had exponential growth in money supply in EVE Online, and since then, I think CCP has done some great things to curb that. I think we're in a pretty healthy space where we right now have, I don't know, maybe about 10, on average, probably 10% more is coming in than going out. The inflation levels overall are low, that I see in most prices. The one change you're alluding to is mineral prices. I'm guessing mineral prices have been dropping, but I mean, we're just now at mineral price index prices that we had before resource redistribution. So
the event that shall not be mentioned.
Exactly. So I think that I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned at all. I think what we need to look at is the amount of people mining and whether the value proposition for mining is there. And the last expansion increased mining numbers a lot, right? And now we're close to where we were before, which it's always correlated to active players after an expansion. The excitement is there, obviously, but I think we need to ensure that price levels are such that people still enjoy mining and people have a value proposition to mine. And if that is there, then I think the price levels are good. I'm not concerned about the current developments in any way. I think right now the EVE economy is in a very good state in terms of supply and inflation. And I think it says my time is up, so I think they want me to rush off the stage. But I think we're done as well with the questions. So thank you all so much. I'll be around. Find me and talk to me. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to G244. Please observe the appropriate concourse security protocols as you wander the facility. This message has been sponsored by Crave Company.
Welcome back, everybody.
Just like that, we're back. Welcome to FanFest 2026. If you missed us before, welcome back. My name is That Guy Toxic, and then I have the amazing YouTube star himself, Loru Mirth. So how are we all doing today? I would like to say, Oz, very eloquent, amazing guy. I got to speak to him throughout FanFest. I was very impressed with all of his talking points, very intellectual. Chat, if you guys enjoy anything to do with Oz, we need ones. Ready? We need ones in chat if you loved anything to do with what Oz was talking about there. Please do. Go for it.
Yeah. Everybody keep on typing those ones. Oz killed it. Loved the market analysis. I love how he dives deep into what's going on. I love how no matter what Oz is talking about, he always goes over the macro and how it affects the individual. One of my favorite things about his talk. So we're here at FanFest, having a great time. If you missed our segment at the start of this, after the opening ceremony, we have all aspects of EVE Online here, including Vanguard, Frontier. We've got board games, we've got card games. They have a mini painting stations. And Oz was talking about specifically the new player area, Exordium. And I know that he's NDA'd, but we know nothing about the things.
No,
so
we kind of don't know anything. I'm excited to explore the area and see how it is. Also, as sort of any member of an MMO, you always have the whales, right? The guys with the shiniest ships, the flashiest stuff, walking around with red velvet pimp stuff, right? So that's going to be a really enjoyable experience just to see all the AT ships. I'm sure there will be AT ships running around there like crazy. Man. So you get to see the guys strutting their stuff. So we'll see that. Oh yeah.
That was actually the first thing that my chat was talking about when they announced Exordium was, hey, I can't wait for people to actually undock their AT ships. I know that some people aren't really happy about that the most expensive ships can be moved to a zero PvP area, but I would tell those people, let them cook. Let's see what happens, because the newer players are going to be able to see these big shiny things and actually have I've been calling it like a kiddie pool, like a place where like a little sandbox that you can practice in before we get to the big sandbox of EVE Online. And I don't know about y'all, but the second thing after the AT ships was, well, how do you get out? How do you get out of Exordium? And what they've said so far is there's that one bottleneck system. And I was like, oh, that's not going to go. There's going to be catalysts everywhere. But there's going to be what looks like, from what we saw from the article, some kind of shipcaster that pushes you to random Empire space. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now the newbies can go anywhere and everywhere after they're out of the kiddie pool, out of the fresh pond, into the open ocean. So, good stuff. Yeah.
So as a connection point, I spoke to Laura about this, and I wanted to talk about it, right? So I've only done content creation in EVE Online really for about a year and a half. And just like a lot of you watching right now, I was in that Twitch chat last year thinking, wow, could I do this? Could this be something that is possible? Amazingly, somehow I'm here. So it's it is insane to be a part of it.
Only 1 year.
Year and a bit. Yeah. Man. It's been an amazing year. There's many shouts out there. If you are starting creation, please do not let the first couple months stop you, because sometimes you won't get, you're going to make an amazing video and it will get barely any traction or any videos, and it can really ruin it. But just keep in mind, the more and more you'll see it, that growth really does go up, and it'll just give you the love of the game.
He's right.
For anybody right now, I would say Bombeldo.
Ooh,
the wizard himself.
The wizard?
The wizard, exactly.
The wizard.
The man
Fireball.
who casts Fireball, yes. He is amazingly rising, amazing content. It is extremely rare in New Eden to have any kind of dread PvP, so it's really, really cool, right?
We love seeing it. I've seen a short or two. No, Toxic's right, and this is something that does not happen in other categories and speaks to not just the players' engagement with the creators, but the developers' engagement with the actual players, where having a creator that's been doing it for only a year and change, and to be here on this stage with mic in hand at Fanfest in the Silverberg room.
The Silverberg.
I'm going to say it wrong every time. In the Silverberg room, if you're from the States, sheesh, I can't roll my R's, okay? But to have this much from such a short amount of time, it just doesn't happen in other game categories. And I know, because I've been in the other game categories. I've been doing this for 10 years. Been making EVE content for 3 and change. Let's just keep saying that, sounds good enough. And something I noticed from the start is that the EVE category, if you make something fun, fun first. People want fun. In the year of our Lord, they want to enjoy the video game. What did Oz say? It's a game.
Enjoy it. Ships are ammunition, after all, right? So
I was going to say investments, but also ammo. That's right.
And also ammo, As you were saying earlier, so how does Mr. Loru here, how do you make your ISK?
Ooh, how do I make my ISK? Well,
how do you make it?
Well, I mean, there's this 2-letter acronym that I don't know y'all have heard me talk about. It's PI, just a little bit of PI, smidge, yeah. When the Torrent and Deluge launched, I was doing, call it like 20% of my income was from PI. Once they made Torrent, Deluge, Squall, especially the Deluge, because it's Covert Ops Cloak with that 45K infrastructure hold base, whatever it is, I think, or max, I don't remember. It's a big infrastructure hold. It's almost as much as a DST. But with the Covert Ops Cloak, it turned my routes from a 15-minute in an Ocketer to sub-5 in Ponchfin, in nullsec. And I've done a little bit of wormhole, but people kicked me out of wormhole space, So PI is a big one. The refer a friend code, we like to take a lot of the master cerebrals and give those to the people because I don't whatever, just give it away.
Some would say for the community, would you say that?
For the community. We don't do close-ups here, and I can't yell, but you're right. You're exactly correct. So I love it, Chad. It makes me happy. So, no, there's that, and the PvE aspect of it, when I'm doing actual gameplay off stream, it's mostly a mix of PI, some mining, but I don't mind to sell the ore. I mind to make faction ammo is one of my big hustles, I'll take the T1 ammo, we talk about this a lot, and turn it into faction ammo with a lot of the loyalty points that we get on stream when we go do faction warfare. We got all the new revamped sites, they're awesome. Even security missions, depending on which one, will give you the correct loyalty points, and yes, you can get your security status up too. So I gotta make sure that when I'm sure you're similar, I gotta make sure I'm ready for stream when time comes. I gotta be able to yeet the fleets and show up with the good ships.
There is a lot of pre-prep. Whether that be programs, ships, where we're staging, where we want to be, and how we want to try and get the content, right?
Oh yeah.
Luckily for me, CCP, FC, added the filaments many years ago now, but they make my life so much easier as a solo PvPer as opposed to a PvE content creator.
Oh yeah.
It is phenomenal.
Phenomenal. So, phenomenal. And even after they've it is a nerf. The Ponchfin Express, as we call it, when you go to Ponchfin, come back, even though they've nerfed that, I think they've been great nerfs because they are more well-balanced now, where before you were basically like immune from, we would do exploration yeets going into deep nullsec. I'm talking Stratios with full cargo of just exploration loot and with very minimal risk. With very liminal risk? Oh, that's something else. That's more scary. With minimal risk, we could just come back to high second seller stuff. Now there's more gank potential. There's more counterplay. That's what it's all about. And we're seeing this more and more as the devs keep making stuff. They'll add a system, let it kind of sit. We didn't even talk about this before, but the fact that we do an expansion and then we have like an expansion update 6 months later. It's something I don't see a lot of game dev studios doing.
There is a lot of...
It's one of my favorites. Oh yeah, I love it. It helps the balancing. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I'm very excited to find out. We don't know. We know nothing. Absolutely. Even though we're on this stage right here, we know nothing about what's happening on that main stage that you were seeing earlier. So I'm very excited. I hope it's something like a new ship or something like, I'm really excited for something like... and what you were talking about earlier with potentially how I make ISK, which is...
How do you make ISK? That guy toxic? How do?
When I was fresh at PvP, my main source of content was exploration, which I still think to this day is the best form of new player interaction.
I would agree.
To understand the game, understanding how to scan, how to get away from potential gate camps and nullsec, and always be aware that there is always a Loki right there next to you, just staring at you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Every
as long
time.
as you've got that down, you're good.
I think that's a rule in EVE.
Yeah.
Like, there's got to be a law somewhere, like the law of the cloaked Loki or the law of the cloaked T3C. Like, there is one. It's behind you right now. If you're at FanFest, it's right there. So we're wrapping up now. Toxic, it's been great talking to you.
It's been phenomenal.
Everybody,
Again.
we're going to be going back to the main stage right now. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you very much.
07s.
Talk to you soon.
Survive by Paul M. Sutter is starting in Elfburg Auditorium right now. Here to teach us how to die in space. Please put your hands together for our guest keynote speaker, Paul M. Sutter.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Capsuleers. Before I get started, quick question. Has anyone in here ever died in space before? All right. Veterans, I love it. Normally, I give this talk to rookies who have no idea what they're about to get into, but I feel like you know exactly what's about to happen in our next 45 minutes together. Because you know that we live here in the solar system, where it's nice and safe and sound and sometimes quiet. But that's not where we want to be. We want to be in the great unknown, the vast unexplored regions of the universe. Nullsec, I think you call it, right? Yes, this is where you want to be, the Wild West, where most of you like to have a lot of fun. But to get from here to there requires navigating enormous challenges that the universe presents to us. And so what we're going to do is a training simulation. I'm here to guide you, and I will give you simple options, path A or path B. Do this, don't do that. And you're going to vote by being as loud as you can. It will be simple majority rules, unless I think the other option is funnier in the moment, okay? And if we die, no big deal. HTFU, we reset and we try again. And if we make it, we make it. If we don't, at least we died trying. So, who's ready to die in space? No. We're going to try that again. We're here at the Harpa. We're here at the top of the world. I was told that this was the most devoted, the most enthusiastic, the most passionate fandom in the entire galaxy. So let me ask you again, are you ready to die in space? Yeah! Yes, that's what I like to hear. So we must start off here on Earth. You know what? We could just give up now. I'll be honest. Oh, wait. Who wants to just call it quits, go grab some lunch, and then just take a nap for the rest of the afternoon? Why are you here? Who wants to get out of Earth? Yes. All right, stay on the Earth. We are not staying on the Earth. And you live. That's a great choice. Bad news, everyone you know and love has died. Mixed feelings, actually. Check this out. Whenever you see a shooting star streaking across the sky, and you're like, ooh, look at that, pretty shooting star. That is an object the size of a grain of sand, screeching through our atmosphere at tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. Now, Bigger rocks do land on the Earth quite frequently. Usually a rock the size of this stage or so strikes the Earth once every decade or so, roughly. And when that strikes our atmosphere, it releases all of its energy, and that energy is equivalent to a typical thermonuclear blast. But it usually happens over open ocean, usually several miles up in the atmosphere, so usually nobody notices. But every once in a while, a much larger rock appears. The rock that killed almost all the dinosaurs was a few kilometers across. When it struck off of the Gulf of Mexico, off the Yucatan Peninsula, it struck with enough force to bury itself several kilometers into the crust of the Earth. The ejecta that erupted from that explosion reached halfway to the moon. When it struck, it literally rang the Earth like a bell, which triggered volcanic explosions all across the planet. And then that ejecta came raining back down to Earth. It literally rained fire for years afterward. And there was so much dust in the atmosphere, it blocked out the sun for over 1,000 years, killing almost all of the large land animals, almost all of the dinosaurs. The only ones to survive were the birds. And that was generally a bad time for life on Earth. So even staying on our planet with our atmosphere and our oceans and our Pepsi Maxes, like with everything all the creature comforts of home, it is still not quite safe. You have to stay moving in this universe. And by the way, these large multi-kilometer asteroids, they strike the Earth at roughly every 20 million years or so. And the last one to hit the Earth was about 20 million years ago. So, that's nice. So we made it off the Earth. Good first step. Now we need a trajectory to get us out of the solar system. We need a low gravitational boost from the sun. Should we swing close to the sun? Who says yes? Who says yes? Who says no? I think the yeses have it. Let's see. You live. Great job, Capsuleers. Great job. And as we approach the sun, you get a close-up view of what the surface of the sun actually looks like. The sun is alive in a way that is truly indescribable. Because the core of the sun is fueled by nuclear power, by the fusion of hydrogen into helium. So it's really, really hot on the inside, a few million degrees Kelvin. But the outside is exposed to the vacuum of space, which is essentially 0 degrees. And so you have hot on the inside, cold on the inside. And if you've ever boiled a pot of water, you know what happens to materials when they're hot on one side and they're cold on the other. They boil. And that's exactly what happens inside of the sun. Massive plumes of material are heated at or near the core. Then they expand, they rise up to the surface, they reach the surface, they cool down, they become more dense, and they slink back down. Constantly churning up and down, transporting heat from the interior of the sun to the exterior. A typical bit of light that is generated in the core can take up to 100,000 years to finally reach the surface. And this pattern that we see, we call these granules, solar granules, this is the boiling of the sun itself. To put these granules into perspective, each one of these is roughly the size of a continent on the Earth. These are tremendous. This is the sun. This is alive, but you know what? As long as you don't stick close to the sun for too long, you will survive the transit just fine. So now we're making our way out of the solar system. We have to navigate the asteroid belt. Should we avoid the asteroid belt? Who says, yes, avoid the asteroid belt? Yes. Unconvinced, okay. Who says, no, let's dive right through the asteroid belt? Capsuleers, I told you, you are veterans. You know exactly what you're doing in navigating space. The asteroid belt is nothing like you see in the movies. In every movie, the asteroid belt is dense and crowded, and asteroids are crashing into each other, and you have to zig and zag. Folks, we have sent dozens of spacecraft through the asteroid belt And you know what's happened to them? Nothing. Nothing. You can stand on any typical asteroid. A typical asteroid, by the way, is about the size of this table. You can stand on it or attach yourself to it. The nearest asteroid to you, that's also roughly this size, the nearest one is over 1 million kilometers away. You just sail on through just fine. Yeah, if we send enough spacecraft enough times over the future of humanity, yes, there will be a collision, but it is so statistically unlikely, it is not worth thinking about. So we're going to go right through the asteroid belt like it's no big deal. And now we reach the outer solar system. Folks, it takes real spacecraft, actual spacecraft, the limits of human technology and engineering. To reach the outer solar system, it takes nearly a decade of travel. Nearly a decade of travel. And these spacecraft are traveling 30, 40,000 kilometers per hour. They could circle the Earth in less than an hour, and it takes them a decade to reach the outer planets of the solar system. So I hope you packed a sandwich. I hope you used the bathroom before you left, because we're not turning around, okay? But now that we've reached the outer solar system, we've already been traveling for years. Who wants to take a little pit stop, visit one of the gas or ice giant planets in the outer solar system? Who wants to take a break here? Sure. What was that? Can we go to Pluto? Not a planet, sorry. You know what? Pluto is very near and dear to my heart. I love Pluto. I'm on Team Pluto as a planet, by the way, but that's not today's talk. Don't derail me. Who wants to keep going? Yeah! All right, we're not resting. Well, you guys got to die at some point, okay? It's way more entertaining when you die a lot. Okay, you live. Space, you have to keep moving. You have to keep moving because space is filled with deadly radiation. We call it cosmic rays. It's not really rays, it's actually tiny, tiny little particles, but we discovered it before we figured out what it was made of. We thought it was a new form of radiation, and then we figured out it's a bunch of little tiny particles. But by the time we discovered that it's a bunch of little tiny particles, the name cosmic rays had already stuck, and so here we are. These cosmic rays are generated everywhere. They're generated in the sun. They're generated in supernova explosions, in mergers of stars. Every violent energetic process in the universe, which is most processes in the universe, generates this flood of high energy particles. And the high energy particles, we're talking protons, we're talking helium nuclei, sometimes nuclei of heavier elements. They race through the entire galaxy. They absolutely flood the entire galaxy. Here on the Earth, we're largely protected. We're protected from cosmic rays by our magnetic field. It's a literal force field that protects us from these high energy charged particles. And we also have our atmosphere that absorbs a lot of the impacts. But still, many cosmic rays reach down to the surface of the Earth. Right now, every second, a high energy cosmic ray passes through your body. And then another, and then another, and then another. Every second, you can't avoid it. Now, most of these just slip on through. They're so tiny, they just slip through your cells, through your molecules, everything. They just go on by. But sometimes they strike something. Sometimes that something that they strike is your DNA. They are so energetic that they can literally split apart DNA. They can break the strands. And if your cells happen to be in the middle of a process where they're dividing, where they're creating more cells, that can create a replication error. And replication errors that perpetuate are known as cancer. Roughly, somewhere between 1% and 3% of all cancers across all living organisms on the planet Earth are due to cosmic rays. And that's with our atmosphere. That's with our magnetic field. Once you go beyond our atmosphere, once you go beyond our magnetic field, that's it. That's it. This is one of the biggest challenges posed to long-term interstellar travel or interplanetary travel, even going to Mars. A mission to Mars is like 6 months to get there. 6 months of relatively open exposure to the flood of cosmic rays. So wherever you go in the universe, you just need to get there quick, okay? But congratulations, Capsuleers. We have made it out of the solar system. Give yourself a big round of applause. You have navigated the entire solar system without a single scratch on you. We are now pushing into the depths of the Milky Way. The Milky Way, the nearest star to our solar system is Proxima Centauri. It's about 4 light years away. The entire Milky Way galaxy, not pictured here, by the way, this is actually Andromeda. We don't have a picture of the Milky Way because we're inside the Milky Way, so we can't take a picture of it. But this is just a galaxy. The Milky Way galaxy is 100,000 light years across. And as we start to navigate the Milky Way galaxy, we start to run into some stranger things, like solar system. Okay, we had big rocks. Ooh, okay, fine. We're done with big rocks. We're done with little games. We've got a stellar nursery, the Orion Nebula. You can see the Orion Nebula with your naked eye. Looks like a patchy, fuzzy star in the Sword of Orion. So who wants to explore the Orion Nebula? Yeah. I'll get to the nose. Give me a second. I need to tabulate the votes here. We're pretending to be democratic, just like my country. No, sorry. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. Who does not want to visit the Orion Nebula? This was honestly pretty split. This was split. So here's what we're going to do. When it's a split vote, I'm going to choose one of you to be the FC, okay, of this adventure. And this can be you, good sir, right here. We're going in. The fate of humanity rests on your shoulders. We're going in. Oh, what a lucky break. What a lucky break. Stellar nurseries are such fascinating, complex environments. These are places where gigantic clouds of gas that each cloud of gas, we call them giant molecular clouds, each one can pop out thousands of stars, up to millions of stars. They contain enough material to make millions of stars. And these clouds can just hang out for millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of years, just existing as clouds until something triggers them. Something gets them to collapse. A nearby supernova shockwave, gravitational interactions with another cloud, or just someone blinks and the cloud starts to collapse. And as it collapses, it starts to spin. And it releases its heat. And then it fragments, and pieces of the cloud break off and continue this catastrophic collapse to higher and higher and higher densities until in the very centers of these little pockets, the densities and temperatures reach critical thresholds to ignite nuclear fusion, and a star is born. Our own sun came from a cloud like this. The Orion Nebula is an active star-forming region. It is a region of stellar births. It is a stellar nursery where the first stars to form, the largest stars, the brightest stars are shining brightly. They're shining so brightly that they are carving out channels in the gas. They are pushing away the gas, preventing other star formation. They are incredibly violent, but if we thread the needle just right, we'll make it out alive. Good job, Capsuleers. And thank you, FC. I really appreciate your services. Now, we have a choice. You only get to go one place. We have a path through the galaxy that takes us towards a small black hole. Who wants to go there? The odd cutoff there. You build momentum and then it just stopped. Who would rather explore a planetary nebula? Significant, wise choice. Of course the small black hole was gonna kill you. You knew that. Capsuleers, you are excellent at this. I knew it. I knew I was talking to a room full of veterans. I really appreciate it. The Orion Nebula, by the way, these are cloudy, wispy things in the galaxy. It comes from the Greek word for cloudy, wispy thing. And a nebula like the Orion Nebula, that is where stars are born. A planetary nebula is where stars die. And don't let the name fool you. We discovered these in the mid-1800s, and early astronomers sort of thought they looked maybe like planets, but were very nebulous, so they called them planetary nebula. Turns out they have absolutely nothing to do with planets, and it's what has become a grand tradition in astronomy. We name things before we understand them. What happens with a planetary nebula is a star like our own sun, reaching the end of its life. And when it reaches the end of its life, it swells, becomes a red giant. Our own sun, in about 4.5 billion years, will go through this process. It will become a red giant. It will become so big it will consume Mercury and Venus for sure. We're not exactly sure if it will reach the orbit of the Earth, but either way, we're literally cooked. And so it's not going to be fun. And then it goes through these spasms, these cycles, where fusion starts and then stops, it stalls out, where helium fuses into carbon and oxygen and then stops and stalls out, and then restarts. And then with every one of these sputtering phases, the red giant will collapse and then reinflate, and then collapse and then reinflate. In every one of these cycles, the outer layers of the star will detach and spread throughout the system. And this will continue until the star has lost almost all of its mass. More than half of the mass of the star will end up as a nebula in the surrounding system. And it will continue until the very core of the star is finally exposed to space for the first time. And that core has a temperature of over 10 million Kelvin. And that is hot enough for that core to emit X-rays. And the X-rays filter through the nebula, filter through the gas and dust, and the gas fluoresces, just like a fluorescent lamp. It's the exact same physics all across the universe. You energize a gas in a tube, it lights up. You energize the gas surrounding a dying star, and it lights up. One of my favorite things about planetary nebula is that no two are alike. Each one looks slightly different than the other. It depends on the physics of the star, of its chemical makeup, of planets that are, any that are surviving in the system. They don't last for long. The core of the star is only hot enough to illuminate the planetary nebula for like 10,000 years or so, which in astronomy is just a blink of an eye. But sun-like stars are so common that we see these planetary nebulae dotting the entire galaxy like ornaments. Each one is absolutely beautiful. Our own sun, when it dies, will create one last piece of art like this as a gift to the rest of the galaxy and any intelligent observers who happen to be around in 4.5 billion years. But let's move on. We made it. But before we leave the galaxy, we're running a little low on supplies. Maybe we didn't do enough mining operations on our way. We're running low on fuel, and we come across a white dwarf, which is the leftover core of a sun-like star after it's cooled off a little bit. So who thinks we should refuel at the white dwarf? Very, no, okay, you'd rather, okay, fine. I'm not gonna tell you. Actually, I don't remember which one of these kills you or not. Who wants to skip the white dwarf and keep going to the rest of the universe? Yes, all right. Let's see. Refuel at the white dwarf. You live. Good job, Capsuleers. You haven't died a single time. I last gave this talk in Miami, and they were dying out left and right. It was embarrassing. What's that? Not the brightest. Okay, fair enough. You know what? Wonderful people, great food, but did not know how to navigate the wider universe. So we'll leave it to the experts here, okay? All right, you live. So white dwarfs, they're pretty, they're super bright, they're super dense. Sometimes they blow up. Hey, it happens. It happens when a white dwarf is orbited by a companion. Oftentimes stars come in pairs. Thankfully, ours didn't, otherwise we wouldn't be alive. But oftentimes stars come in pairs, and then they evolve as siblings, and then one dies and becomes a white dwarf, but that sibling is trapped in orbit around it. And then when that sibling reaches the end of its life, it swells, it becomes a red giant, and then its atmosphere starts to get funneled onto the surface of the white dwarf. And this process can keep going and going and going. The densities and pressures build up and up and up. A typical white dwarf is roughly the size of planet Earth, weighs a little bit more than the sun, compressed, super high density, and then with the added weight, with the added layers of material on it, it can reach a critical threshold of fusion. And once a fusion spark ignites somewhere on that white dwarf, it spreads throughout the rest of the atmosphere, and then it penetrates inwards, and the whole entire white dwarf explodes in a single explosion called a supernova. A single supernova will outshine an entire galaxy. I am not exaggerating when I say that. A typical galaxy has a few 100 million stars. For a period of 1 to 3 weeks, one supernova explosion is brighter than them all. In a typical galaxy, we'll see a supernova explosion of this type roughly 2 or 3 times a century. Most of the time, we don't get to see them from the Earth because they'll happen on the other side of the galaxy. When they do, they are bright enough to be seen during the day. They're brighter than any planet. Some supernova recorded throughout history are even brighter than the full moon. A single pinprick of light caused by a dying supernova. But thankfully, we didn't visit the white dwarf. We went around the white dwarf, so we lived. Capsuleers, you have made it outside of the Milky Way galaxy. Give yourself, look. You are going where no one else has gone before. We are now beyond the galaxy. But moving beyond the galaxy, moving deeper into the universe, we are now at distances of millions of light years away from home, which means we are going to encounter much stranger, much more exotic, much weirder astrophysical phenomena. And we have 3 paths ahead of us. 3 paths. We have path A, which takes us towards a Wolf-Rayet star. Path B, which takes us towards a quasar. And path 3, I'm not making up any of these names, takes us towards a magnetar. Who thinks we should visit the Wolf-Rayet star? Solid vote on the Wolf-Rayet star. Who thinks we should visit a quasar? Very muted. No one's down for quasar. That's cool. And who wants to visit the magnetar? No one wants to visit the magnetar. Wolf-Rayet star. Here we go. Oh, Capsuleers, you finally died. You finally died. This is the farthest anyone has. I've given this talk dozens of times. This is the farthest any audience has gotten. You are truly our veterans. You made it all the way outside of the galaxy before you finally kicked it. All right, Wolf-Rayet stars. A Wolf-Rayet star is a star, a very giant star, a very large star that's about to go through its own kind of supernova explosion. So the white dwarf accumulating material and then blowing up, that's one kind of supernova. We call it type 1 supernova. But there's a second, guess what we call it? Type 2. We call it a type 2 supernova. A type 2 supernova is when the most massive stars in our universe finally die. And they die because they fuse elements in their core. They fuse hydrogen into helium, helium into carbon and oxygen. In the last few weeks and months of their lives, they fuse carbon and oxygen into magnesium, silicon, and then iron. But then once iron appears in the core, there's a ticking time bomb. Because fusion of iron doesn't release energy, it consumes energy. And so the star can't support itself anymore. Remember, stars are always trying to collapse. They're enormous. They have enormous gravitational pull. They're always trying to collapse. The only thing that prevents them from collapsing is their own release of nuclear energies. But once that stops, once iron appears in the core for the first time, the star is going to die in about 15 minutes. That's all it has. It forms a core of iron. The entire weight of the star crushes down on that core, compresses the iron so much it shoves electrons into protons, turning them into neutrons. You create what is called a proto-neutron star, an object roughly the size of a city, just a few kilometers across, weighing several times the mass of the sun, one of the most exotic objects in the universe. That proto-neutron star temporarily, for the briefest second, resists collapse. The entire rest of the star bounces off of that, triggers a supernova explosion of its own kind. Betelgeuse. Now you done it. Betelgeuse in the constellation Orion is about to go supernova. And by about, I mean sometime in the next million years or so. But any day now, I swear it will go supernova. Before it becomes supernova, there's this phase, which we call the Wolf-Rayet phase, named after two French astronomers who discovered this kind of star, again, in the mid-1800s, where the star becomes so large, so distended, so violent that the outer atmosphere detaches, and then the rest of the star is going through its spasms, going through the end of its life. It's like a planetary nebula, but on a much, much more energetic scale. These are incredibly rare stars. We've only observed roughly 24 of them in the Milky Way galaxy because it's a very brief phase. But anytime you see a Wolf-Rayet star, you know this star is about to become a supernova, which means it's like a purple frog. It says, just get away from me, okay? This is danger, stay away. So we're gonna reset, we're gonna come back. We now know to avoid Wolf-Rayet stars. So where should we go? Who says we should go to the quasar? Solid quasar vote for those of you still alive. Now who says we should go to the magnetar? Magnetar has it. So, Capsuleers, come on. All right, magnetars. Magnetars are one of my favorite objects in the universe, and these are real things. That neutron star, which is a dense collection of neutrons, these are some of the most exotic objects in the universe. Like I said, a single teaspoon of neutron star material outweighs a mountain. The gravity on a neutron star is so strong that the tallest hills are no more than a centimeter high. And if you were to stand on one of those hills, which you can't, don't try, but if you were to stand on one of those hills and then jump off, by the time you fell that 1 centimeter, just that much, you would be traveling at half the speed of light. Some of these neutron stars rotate so incredibly quickly. They rotate at tens of thousands of revolutions per minute. That's faster than a kitchen blender. And some of these do carry some electric charge, and then if you take that electric charge and you whip it around that quickly, you generate the most powerful magnetic fields in the known universe. To give you a sense of how powerful these magnetic fields are, the typical magnetic field of the Earth, the one that nudges your compass around, is around 1 Gauss. That's the unit we use to measure magnetic field strength, 1 Gauss. If you've ever gotten an MRI, anyone? Any MRI fans? Yeah, no one's a fan of MRIs. They're horrible, but they're very, very useful, but they're miserable. That uses magnetic fields of around 1 million Gauss. The largest human-made magnetic fields we can ever make are around 10 or so million Gauss, because at that level of magnetic energy, the energy is so much it literally melts the equipment we're using to try to make the magnetic field. So human-made magnetic fields top out around 10 million. The sun and Jupiter, the big magnetic sources in our own solar system, are comparatively weak. We're talking 10 or so Gauss. The magnetic field of a magnetar is around 1 quadrillion Gauss. That's a lot, like 10 to the 14 Gauss. These, big, yeah, we like exponents. We're a big fan of exponential notation here. 10 to the 14 Gauss, to give you a sense of how dangerous this is. At a distance of 1,000 kilometers from a magnetar. So there's the magnetar, you're 1,000 kilometers away from it. The magnetic field is so strong, it will stretch out your atoms. They will become thin pencils. And all atomic molecular bonds dissolve, and you will just evaporate from pure magnetic strength alone. Plus, the magnetars are emitting copious amounts of X-rays, gamma rays, UV rays, all the fun rays. And it is just, it's bad news. It's bad news. Magnetars, sometimes they glitch. Oh my gosh, the glitches, because they have these dense crusts around them. And sometimes the crusts crack like little star quakes or magnetar quakes. And when they do, they release so much energy, they get their own name. They're called fast radio bursts, FRBs or Furbies. And when these 15 millisecond long bursts emit more energy than a star does in its entire life. These things are crazy. I could spend a whole talk on magnetars, but you died. You died, so you don't get to learn more about magnetars because now you're dead. That leaves us the quasar. Are you sad about visiting a quasar? Quasars, okay, we're scaling up in energy if you haven't noticed because we're getting outside the galaxy. Do you mind it? Can you mine it? You can mine a quasar for energy. You can. Don't dip your toe in the black hole in the center though. No good stuff there. Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit. Yes, a quasar. So quasars are where the supermassive black holes, and I'm talking big black holes, not the little garden variety stellar mass black holes that dot a galaxy. We're talking about the big ones, millions, tens of millions, sometimes even billions of solar masses. The Milky Way galaxy has a supermassive black hole of its own. We call it Sagittarius A star. The star is an asterisk, it's not a star, long story. Sagittarius A star weighs 4.5 million times the mass of the sun. It sits about 25,000 light years away from us, and that's a good thing. Because sometimes these supermassive black holes feed. Sometimes clouds of gas get a little bit too close. Sometimes stars get too close. And when they feed, the intense gravitational energies compress all that material into a thin disk that reaches quadrillions of degrees in temperature. This material creates flows of electricity and magnetism that wrap around the black hole and circle around and then come out in the form of jets. These jets pierce tens of thousands of light years at nearly the speed of light away from the central engine of the black hole. These are the most powerful continuously operating engines in the universe. A typical quasar outputs more energy than 1,000 galaxies combined and will typically operate for around 1 million years or so. So yes, if you're careful, you could mine it, you could tap it for its energy, and then I suggest moving on. So let's move on, Capsuleers. Before we go though, now that we're near that quasar, it's right there. It's right there. I don't know, who wants to take a little dip into the giant black hole? Who has no sense of adventure whatsoever? Oh wow, this is actually split. So I gotta go over, we need a new FC. You, right here.
Oh no, I don't want to be.
You don't want that response. You may delegate. Yeah, we died. Yeah. We're going in. All hail your new leader. Dive into the black hole. I don't know what's gonna happen. I can't tell you. I'm sorry. We don't know. An event horizon is a one-way barrier. That's the whole point of an event horizon. Things can go in, but things can't come out, not even light. Information can go in, but information can't come out. This is the defining feature of black holes. That's why they're black. That's why we call them black holes. We don't know what happens inside of them. According to general relativity, our understanding of gravity, all the material that formed the black hole, all the material that's fallen in since, gets compressed into a point of infinite density called the singularity. But we know that's wrong. We know that's wrong because the singularity itself is a sign that our mathematics is breaking down. It's a sign that our theories and understanding of physics are inadequate to understand what truly happens at the center of a black hole. We can describe what happens outside of it. We know that black holes exist. We've seen them merge. We've seen them interact with their environments. We've seen stars orbit around them. The whole deal. We've taken pictures of them. Everything. We know what happens outside a black hole. We know what black holes look like. We know that black holes exist. But we truly don't know what happens on the inside. We can guess. We can guess. You will actually not die approaching a supermassive black hole. You can actually pass through the event horizon of a supermassive black hole relatively unharmed. In fact, there's no warning sign. There's no barrier. There's no flashing light. There's no confetti that I know of. You simply pass through the event horizon. It's an imaginary line. It's a mathematical line. The only way that you know that you've passed through an event horizon of black hole is you try to turn around and escape, and you can't. But we do know that once you cross the event horizon of a black hole, there is a ticking clock before you reach the singularity. Inside of a black hole, time and space switch places. The singularity lies in all of your futures. No matter where you turn, the singularity is in front of you. And you are compelled to reach it. In fact, if you try to fight it, it actually makes it come faster. For a typical supermassive black hole weighing a few million times the mass of a sun, the time from the event horizon to reaching the singularity is about 7 seconds, according to a watch on your wrist. And you can't do anything about it. That was dark. So let's not do that. Let's skip that. And let's make our way beyond the galaxy. Capsuleers, you are making it. You are into the universe. You are into the wider. Come on. No, you deserve it. You deserve it. We don't have a lot of time left, folks. Well, I hope we make it into the wider unknown regions of the universe. Hey, look, a wormhole. Hey. Shortcut? Of course you die. Of course you die. Come on. Of course you die. Look, wormholes. You believe. Listen, wormholes are predicted to exist through general relativity, the same mathematics, the same physics that gives us black holes, that predicts the orbit of Mercury. All the normal gravitational physics that we know and love does predict the existence of wormholes. It also predicts that they are catastrophically unstable. That if you were to create a tunnel through space and time, a shortcut, the moment anything enters that tunnel, even a single photon, most especially you, the entire tunnel disintegrates like an overstretched rubber band, and it snaps back into place. And yes, I guess it technically counts as interstellar travel because your constituent atoms will be scattered throughout the galaxy, but that's probably not what you envisioned when you started on this journey. So you know what? Nature doesn't like a cheater. Neither does Fenris. No one likes a cheater. So we have to take it the slow way. We have to just do it 1 light year at a time. We have 2 choices. Who wants to visit the cosmic string? Who wants to visit some dark matter? Oh, wow. Too bad you don't get to learn about cosmic strings because you live. Dark matter is the most boring matter in the universe. I should know, I study it. It is so boring. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't talk to itself. It doesn't talk to regular matter. It just exists. Most of the mass of the universe is dark matter. Most of the mass of a galaxy, around 80% of a galaxy, is made of dark matter. And it just exists. We know it's there. We don't know what it's made of. In fact, there's probably dark matter particles streaming through this room right now. We don't feel it because it doesn't interact except through its gravity, which it's just stuff, man. Yeah, it's just stuff. Not magic stuff. This is science. Come on. It has mass, it has gravity, so we know it's there because we can see its gravitational effects across the entire span of cosmic history, across every scale of the cosmos from galaxies on up. We know something is there, we just don't know what it's made of. We're working on that. I can't show you cosmic string because the way the presentation goes, and unfortunately I'm almost out of time, but please, I'm gonna stick around all day. You can stop me in the hallways. I love talking about all this stuff. Who needs a new friend? Who's content being alone? Yeah, no, okay. So therapy is a wonderful tool. Oh, no. Don't break. You live. Listen, I don't know if aliens exist. As you do. We have searched and scoured the heavens for decades now, nearly a century now, and we found no signs of any extraterrestrial civilizations. We haven't even found microbes on another planet in our own solar system. I do have to say, we've just started looking though. But personally, and this is me speaking personally, not Dr. Sutter, the cosmologist, but just Paul, the guy. When I look out at the night sky, when I look at the stars, I'm drawn to them just like you are. I think about them. I envision traveling through them just like you do. And I can't imagine that all of that is just for us. But that's just me. And until we have evidence for it, I can't say for sure. But Capsuleers, no matter what you live, that's fine. The lizard people are under the earth, okay? They're not up in the universe. It's different category, okay? Capsuleers, you made it. We're out here in the great unknown. You made it. Folks, this is as far as I can take you. We're at the edge of the map. We're at the boundaries of what we know. I've explained everything we know about the universe, but like I said, the vast majority of the cosmos is unmapped, is unknown, which means what we learn next, the maps we make next, the stories we tell next, that's up to you. Good luck, Capsuleers. You'll need it. Thank you for sharing your time and space with me today.
Capsuleers, welcome back to Fanfest. We're back. It's Laura and that guy Toxic.
Hi guys, welcome back, my dudes. Yeah. Right, so if you are just joining us for this, our third broadcast, if you're just joining us, we have so much to offer at this year's Fanfest. We have a bunch of Vanguard and amazing stuff over here. We have the EVE workbench. There's a tattoo studio there, which I might get something to do with Void or Blasters. And then behind me, as you can see right there, I hope you can in the thing, that beautiful Jita sculpture, which I kind of love it, you know?
I kind of love it. Jita
like
4
like a kind of a princess, you know? That's great, dude.
If you're in Jita right now, we can see you.
Yeah,
Hi.
just look out the window right now.
Wave chat. Wave to Jita 4. You're there, and you can see it. Multiple layers. Fantastic. Fanfest.
There we go.
Fantastic. We love it. Yeah, we got so much going on at Fanfest this year. And Toxic and I were talking before, because the last presenter was talking a lot about like space death, stars and stuff. And stars and stuff might be the best summary there, I think. So, Toxic, what's your first memorable death in EVE Online?
Memorable death in EVE, which I, completely honest with you, I almost quit. There was a fine gentleman when I lived in Pure Blind back in 2015, tackled by a Stratios, and I, in my infinite wisdom, with my multiple colored missile launchers, decided to go and save him in my caracal. And then, obviously, the Stratios killed me. I was very upset. I almost quit the game. I had a friend called Zervi. He lost a Gila, and I honestly told him, if I ever lost something like that, I could never play this game again. So I've had so much respect for him. Now, I'm losing billions a week and laughing while I'm doing it. So what about yourself, Laurie?
Oh, man. My first memorable death. So when I first started playing EVE, one of my buddies put me in a null-sec alliance with like him and his buddies, right? And I was given a Hyperion. It was my first ever battleship. Still love the Hype. I love it. It's one of my favorites.
Beautiful ship.
Beautiful. And I got ganked doing some PvE, because remember, this was like 20-something years ago, literal 2 decades ago. And dude hopped on top of me, a couple people pointed at me, and I thought if you logged out, you were safe.
Oh, you thought you could do the quick vanish? Yeah.
So I alt F forward, thinking, oh, they can't get me. I'm not signed in. Sign back into a capsule, and them spamming the kill mill in local. So hey, shout out those dudes. You earned it. We all start somewhere.
Yeah.
So
it is always
that's how it goes.
It's always a painful thing. With learning with this game, it's real life time to make all these things possible, to create all these ships. It hurts sometimes. It takes a while to understand that ships are just ammunition, and then we just have fun. It is a game after all, right? So
yeah. We were talking too about like first alliances and first really experiences with those big battles, and maybe it's not even just a big battle, just like in your first alliance, what's your first memorable memory? Does that make sense? Is that good English?
No, 100%. So my first alliance was, some people don't like it, some people do. It's Space Monkeys Alliance, right? Ook Ook in local was the big thing. And within that alliance, when I got fresh, I literally started in Jita and I went straight to nullsec on like my first day. And then within a week, there was a fight going on and I saw my first Titan. And the awe. I remember I was flying a Condor with multiple rockets in different ammunitions, of course. And I was terrified about bumping the Titan because I told not to. But he also, the person teaching me, said if I bump into the Titan, I will explode. And I was screaming through this massive fleet thinking I was going to die at any moment. Which I ended up doing because there was a bomb from a stealth bomber. Then I just went poof. And I didn't realize. So I thought I actually collided with something. So there we go.
I love that. I like to think of bombs as spells.
Oh, yeah.
And they dispel your health bar.
Yeah,
you know,
like
you don't do
fireball
damage. They
by
just-
chance.
Boom, fireballs.
Yeah.
What about me? My first memorable fleet action.
Yeah.
So when I had like 2 million, 3 million scale points, I was in a Carries, and this was like the first ship that they had me go into just as a scout. And I know that's not what the ship is for, but I was so new. I know now they were kind of going, yeah, why don't you just go over there and like scout stuff out? So I'm cloaked on a gate like 400 kilometers off. And they're saying, hey, why don't you just watch to see if anybody's coming that way because we get a big fleet going on. And I got to be the guy. I tell, hey, FC, local just jumped like 200 people, and I got to see like battleships, some dreads, whatever carrier come on in, and I'm cloaked, clenched on the gate going, they're coming for you guys. And I got to be the guy to give the live intel, do all that stuff. I didn't die. I just sat there cloaked in awe as like people warped in, they were starting to fight, and I just got to watch. I just got to see everything. It was really the first battle that really let me see the scope of EVE. The scope of EVE.
The scope.
You're welcome. Enjoy
There we
it,
go.
Devs.
Don't
No, that
say
sounds like a good
anything
segment.
about semi-reliable reporting, anything about front of the lines.
Yes.
Who cares, all right?
Love that. So, now all the main things we're seeing here, speaking of alliances, is how all the friend groups really start online in EVE, and then they continue in person, and you get to see all your friends, all the various people. And because there's so much to do, that guy Toxic was mentioning, the tattoo booth over here is sick. There's literally been people every time we look. They've got mini painting stations for the EVE board game. They got the little figurines. You saw the Battleship ones were pretty big. This is pretty big,
Megatron
right?
one I've got is about that, and then the one in the box,
Yes.
it is
Yes.
like that big.
Oh, yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
And then
Did you
they
see the
have-
Titan expansion?
Dude, can we talk about the Titans? Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's out. That's been out.
The
Yeah, yeah.
Titan expansion, having to like progress with the story and like get different parts to put together.
I love it.
That is so cool.
They're
whoa.
They're magnetized.
That's so I
love it. So you can like build the aft and
as
then
you go
the front.
on with the game.
Great.
It's
Great.
just building it. That's so cool.
I love it. It literally feels like it's a threat on the board. You're like, hey, you guys have 5 turns.
Yeah.
You know, like part 1, part 2. Love that. So you can also see EVE Vanguard here. A lot of the new stuff they're dropping is here. EVE Frontier is here too. They got a HOTAS setup, like a joystick. They got controller support. I know a lot of people are excited
Just,
about
like,
that.
Actually being a fighter
Oh,
from a
yeah.
carrier. It's really cool. It's like a full gaming chair and all that kind of stuff. And as me and Laura, obviously, we got invited to the Vanguard Studios in London. We know some amazing stuff coming. We can't say nothing, otherwise, the big lords of CCP Jotun, Sorry.
Take a shot of your favorite
Mr.
energy
Yoden
drink,
or,
right?
or Mr. Bjorn come over and hit us or tackle us off the stage at any moment. But there is some exciting stuff.
Yes.
Coming.
We did get
in the
approval
future.
to say one thing.
Oh, did you know? Okay. Now hear me out. In Vanguard, you can shoot guns. Now, what was the other thing that we could say?
My goodness. This is news. You can shoot guns. I heard from the grapevine that you'll be able to actually use ammo in those guns.
Okay.
Amazing.
Now I'm looking over at B.
Amazing.
He is looking at us slightly.
Slightly.
But I think we're good. So
I think we're okay.
Yeah.
I think we've said enough.
Yep.
I think okay. I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay. Scary stuff, Chad. Scary stuff. Yep. Okay. We almost revealed something. Very scary.
I know.
No. Memes aside, Vanguard is here.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Almost like Fanfest is a crucible.
Ooh.
Oh.
Do you want to talk about that? You want to talk about that?
I mean, we could, dude. You know, some would say it's really, really cool. So
there's a booth right here.
I can see it with my eyes right there.
We weren't sure what it was, to be honest, because it's from a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's a time capsule of expansions past. The EVE Crucible?
I think it's... So there's a bunch of monitors, PC stands, and each one is showing a different time capsule of what EVE was.
That's awesome.
So cool. Yeah.
This is one of my favorite things, is that the devs respect the history of the game. We were seeing during Oz's thing, we were going to talk about this perfect, the Keep Star that is now a memorial in Perimeter. This is something you don't see a lot of game studios doing. For example, in World of Warcraft or other MMOs. Yeah. If there's a player event, something doesn't necessarily happen in-game to memorialize that for all time. Thank you. In EVE, it does. This was a big moment in EVE that the Freeport in Perimeter is gone. It was assaulted. It was a big event last year. And now new players, when they come in, are going to be able to ask the questions like, man, well, there's this cloudy Keep Star right here. What is that for?
Same with
That's
the
great.
first Titan that was lost.
Ooh.
Only recently, like last year, I was roaming and I found the system where that Titan was lost. You know, that's what I love, is that FC now has all these amazing moments, like that they immortalize the player, right? You can actually do something and feel like you've contributed to a massive, massive game with thousands of people, and that the developers will actually look at you and go, you know what, you did amazing. Here you go. And it's like, wow.
It's like they actually care. And I say it's like they actually care. You can see by all the work. You guys have no idea the amount of production here right now. It's so much better than last year. The level ups they've been making. If you've been watching the live, you've seen all the new production angles they're doing. They got a lot of better stuff coming here. Always improving. This is sick.
Fantastic desk.
Look at
right,
this
that
desk.
we get to stand behind.
That's
and
a
these
thick door.
Blinding lights that are phenomenal, of course. You know.
I
The
love it.
production value. At least we're being blinded by production lights and not the sun. So
That's true. That's true.
I think it's great, man. Like,
I think it's great.
From 2018, when FC, or CCP, formerly CCP, was very not quite interacted with the community or the content creators. It's just showing from like FC Monty of his excitement just to show everybody what Fanfest can actually be, and it doesn't have to be just somewhere where we go to talk about nerd stuff, but it's somewhere we can go to feel like we're a complete community.
Yeah. It really, that's a great point, Tox. It really feels like home more, you know?
100%.
Like this is the second family, because a lot of us talk to our EVE Alliance or Corp mates more than our family, depending, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, because a lot of us are on Discord most of the day when we're at work, you know, we're making sure to keep up with stuff, what structure is under attack, etc. Now we get to see the people in person and actually interact with people, and it really does feel like the devs, the Toxic's point, are trying to make this place the most enjoyable, like friendship, the best ship area possible, you know, and we're having a great time here. Every piece of this convention is for the people.
I hate and love you for saying that.
Yes.
I feel like most of you will say, we miss CCP Guard. All right, I miss Guard so much. I loved Warp to the Dance Floor chat. Somebody in chat, I beg of thee, please warp to the dance floor. Some of you do. So I miss those days. It was so fun. But what you were saying earlier, Ashley, what were you saying earlier?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm
just
I had
thinking about
a
whipping
whole
to the dance
tangent
floor right
waiting,
now.
and
you
it
know, I
disappeared.
gotcha.
I'm so sorry.
I'll have to think about it. You know.
Yeah.
The main thing I'm seeing at
I got it.
We
Sorry.
did it. We did
Community.
it.
What we were saying. So when I roam, I do PvP, but trying to be positive with it. The amount of people that have come up to me and been like, "Toxic, dude, it's nice to see you. You killed me here," and I'm like, "Oh yeah." That's so cool, and then they'll talk about the loss, or they'll be like, "Yeah, we hunted you over here, but you know what? You were cool with it." So it's so nice to put the faces to the people that you see in game.
Yes.
In EVE, sometimes it is very difficult to think about the other person as a person and not just somebody that is being ruthless or trying to kill you. So
Totally agree.
FanFest in general is an amazing time to sort of to feel the community and understand that everybody we're all nerds trying to enjoy a space game, right? So
we're all EVE enjoyers. We're all rivals.
Yeah.
That's what I say, you know. So, guys, we are about to end. This is our last segment with Toxic and I today. We'll see y'all tomorrow. It's going to be Oz and Erst up next. So, I did not
Is
hear
there a day one Wonga energy?
I don't know, somewhere. We'll have to see about
I
it.
thought I saw something, but I'm sorry.
We'll have to see about it, chat. Thanks very much. Talk to you soon. 07.
07s. There you go.
Please welcome on stage FC Hellmar and Adrian Bolton.
Hello, Fanfest! So it's always wonderful to be here, but it's especially wonderful right now because this is the first time we host FanFest as Fenris Creations. And I'm going to be joined here for a while with Adrian Bolton, who is from DeepMind.
Hi, everyone.
And of course, people naturally have a lot of questions of like, why are we building a partnership with one of the leading AI companies in the world? And that is very much because I believe building partnership to tackle this big topic is something that every responsible society needs to do. And we are here to be the janitors of EVE Online, and we will have to figure this out like all other countries. And we thought it was very fitting to get help on that front, to kind of frame it in the right arena, to get the President of Iceland to give us her thoughts. This is also her first time at FanFest. She was elected between FanFests, so she will now maintain the tradition of part of the job of the President of Iceland is to talk to the capsuleers of EVE Online. So I am sure she will do a fantastic job. So please join me in welcoming on stage Halla Tómasdóttir, the President of Iceland.
Congratulations again. Wow. It's a little humbling to be here. You are a bigger country or community than all of Iceland. But I'll gladly take on the role to be your president as well, if you allow me. I understand that in some of the worlds, you will need to kill somebody, or I will need to kill somebody to stay in control. So I will go to the universe where you will democratically elect, I hope. But really welcome, everyone. Welcome to Iceland and welcome to FanFest. What an incredible community this is. I don't believe there are many places in the world where thousands of people travel across oceans united by an online universe to discuss spaceships, virtual economies, diplomacy, strategy, and even the future of humanity itself. What an incredible universe this is. And EVE Online has never really been just a game. What began in Iceland in the 1990s with Hellmar and an incredible team was an ambitious entertainment and business venture, but eventually became something much, much larger. A living universe shaped by millions of human decisions, relationships, alliances, conflicts, and stories, just like the world. This is an extraordinary achievement, because in many ways, the developers of EVE understood early on something that much of the world is only now beginning to fully grasp. Technology is never only about technology. Behind every line of code, every innovation, and every technological leap are human choices. Who is included? Who is excluded? What is amplified? And what is left behind? Technology is about people, but also about power, about creativity, and perhaps most importantly, about trust. It is about the systems we build together, and even more importantly, and sometimes forgotten, the values we embed within them. And that is why your community matters. We are entering a new era in the world, shaped by artificial intelligence, technology that is transforming how we work, create, communicate, govern, and imagine the future itself. It's changing everything. And naturally, much of the conversation we're having in the world, and probably here today, focuses on capability. What can AI do? How fast will it evolve? How powerful may it become? But I believe there are more important questions that need to be talked about as well. What kind of humanity will AI help us shape? Will these technologies deepen trust or division? Expand creativity or diminish it? Help people flourish or only optimize efficiency? On what we will focus will determine the outcome. And these are not just technical questions. They are fundamentally human questions, perhaps the most challenging questions we have faced in our lifetimes. And communities like yours have an important role in answering them, and I hope you take that on. Because virtual worlds are not escapes from society, at least not only that, they can be powerful testing grounds for society. Places where people experiment with cooperation, leadership, economics, ethics, identity, governance, and human resilience. Places where we learn that systems matter, they do, but people matter more. For more than 20 years, the EVE community has demonstrated the extraordinary power of imagination and technology placed in the hands of people who are determined to build something greater than themselves. This is worth celebrating. This is a worthwhile purpose. And it is so fitting that Iceland is a place for a conversation about this, how we build this new world, how we imagine it and how we build it. We are a small country, smaller than your universe, but we have long shown that creativity, curiosity, and human connection can have global impact. And in a time of rapid technological change, such values matter more than ever. The future will not be shaped by technology alone, although its impacts have probably never been more profound. The future will be shaped by the courage, wisdom, and imagination with which humanity chooses to use it. So, dear friends, I thank you for visiting Iceland and allowing me to be your president, even if only for a couple of minutes. And I thank you for helping us shape a future where technology serves humanity, not the other way around. Thank you, and I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
So, Adrian, that was quite the kickoff.
That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
So maybe if we just start a little bit about like, who are you?
Yes, yeah, I'm Adrian Bolton. I'm a senior director at Google DeepMind, and I run the Inception team at Google DeepMind. So we do breakthrough experiences, the early stage research. And the picture on the screen, this is DeepMind's in its early days. So this is 2012. That's me at the front, looking very young.
Okay, so I mean, this picture is black and white. I thought it was maybe from the 60s, but I see it's also in color.
Well, yeah, and we actually love this culturally. We love this. This is a great example of the team. We're a very close team initially, and the first picture is actually our official picture for DeepMind. Just before we moved office, we never actually take pictures. We don't do any of these things. You can see. I think the office was for 14 people. I think there were 35 of us in there at that point. It was getting pretty wild. And the black and white one is our official picture. And actually, the photographer, who we never normally get, the photographer came in and kept taking pictures. And actually, the color one, I love the color one because this is after the official picture, and you can just see how connected the team are actually, and how happy they are. And how Dan is, giving us bunny ears, which is very helpful. Yeah. But it's a fantastic example, really, of the culture of the team.
Yeah, this guy scratching his ears is probably like now regretting his choices.
Yeah, exactly. Why would he sit next to Ben? Sorry, Ben. And actually, loads of these people are still here. So we do a lot of the very early stage stuff, and actually, more importantly, I think for our conversation. My background is I'm a gamer for life, actually, and I've had a career of 33 years now, I think, in game development and now AI research. And along the way, I've worked in built lots of creative teams in sort of adjacent technologies as well, game streaming very early on, and motion capture and game production and web and all these areas. So I've had a very long sort of background in this space.
What was it like back then? You say like this picture is from 2012, and DeepMind is wanted what 2010?
2010.
Yeah.
So
I mean that must have been like some like batshit crazy stuff back then.
Well, it was interesting. So I got to work with Demis originally in 1999, and I went to join him at Elixir Studios, which was his games company, as you know, and we were then really using AI research in games. We were doing a lot of simulation and sandbox games, and there's a lot of work in and around there. Demis's background is in black and white, with which is heavily RL and theme park and Syndicate, and then we made Republic: The Revolution there, and even then. As a games company, Demis was then talking about he's going to build an AI company and do real AI research. And in 2010, he decided this was his perfect opportunity, really to build DeepMind and build AI responsibly for the benefit of humanity as a mission statement. And it was a very interesting time because actually, if you know the history of AI, everybody just thought it was impossible, actually. Yeah. In 2010, we were in what is defined as an AI winter, and everybody thought AI was impossible, and we were mad, which was actually, in retrospect, very useful, because it allowed us to, in stealth, collect together lots and lots of people into the core team that we wanted to build DeepMind. And actually, we went and collected a lot of the game developers and creatives and artists and designers that we'd worked with in the past through our sort of our companies, and we collected a lot of research academics that were interested in AI at the beginning, that were crazy enough to join at that point. And it was an amazing time, actually. And that sort of blend really set us up, and it's an interesting component of DeepMind that AI had and is so heavily influenced our research by games and the game development community. And interestingly, I looked at this when we were talking previously, and probably 30% of the people in here are ex-game developers of some description. And so it had a massive influence really on how we progressed.
Yeah, that's definitely been an observation in our collaboration so far, how many game developers there are.
And there's still in DeepMind.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I can definitely connect to the craziness when we were making like a single-sharded MMO in Iceland that had never made a game in '99. People thought we were like, crazy doesn't even like capture it.
I think you probably were, I mean, in fairness.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
obviously
how you actually
we were.
achieve these things.
Like we're here, drawing blood from people to write poetry. Obviously not very... Exactly. So, I mean, maybe if I talk a bit about like this kind of partnership idea, and as we dive deeper into it. So here's kind of a picture I've been showing at Fanfest. This picture is actually from Fanfest 2017. And there it's kind of like, okay, we started kind of in single shard supercomputers, then we were kind of exploring further immersion with VR. Then we had this moment of like discovering the friendship machine of EVE Online and what holds EVE together. And then obviously we were planning on using blockchain, and then we had AI there. And this is from 2017, and obviously talking about blockchain and AI in 17 was kind of batshit crazy. But it's kind of interesting as I was reviewing it, because every step of the way, we built quite a bit of partnerships. So to build the single shard computer, we worked a lot with IBM and a company called Texas Memory System. We made like battery-powered SSDs to make the whole thing work. We're getting like bleeding-edge builds from Microsoft on SQL Server. And at the time that EVE comes out, it actually does rank on the supercomputer list. It isn't officially ranked because you needed to use like a special type of interconnect to qualify for the benchmark. But if I just added it up together, we were very much high on the list. Obviously, we're very low on the list now, thanks to you guys with your AI machinations. And then, of course, we actually did work with Google on VR. We worked with the Daydream team, which was a lot of fun, even if VR is not yet ready and all that, and it probably needs a decade more at least, then still the immersion effect of VR is very much there. And in a way, we partnered with EVE players to come up with the friendship machine. There was very much conversation, research into these kind of fundamental things of EVE. And we have Svi here in the audience, so Kevin there, and okay, they're here front row. And we partnered with them on Frontier to build Frontier there. And it was always kind of this, okay, what do we do on AI? And obviously now that answer is. And it's interesting, I was taking up, I found this picture, so their Demis is giving me a lesson on how AI works in the DeepMind office. And it's from like March 17. And I was thinking, I probably put AI, because FanFest takes place a month later, and it was probably this conversation with Demis from March 17 that, okay, I should put the AI there. Eventually this would be ready, and we were like...
I remember him talking about this meeting. I wasn't there from the other side, and how enthusiastic he was about it.
Yes, we were very enthusiastic about like building Alpha Eve or some like...
And this one on the left, this was taken when?
So...
The time dilation on that one is slightly off.
Yeah, unfortunately, I didn't take a picture of myself with them. I should have done that. But this is a composite the government TV station of Iceland made. And here we are again. This is December last year.
Yeah.
That was quite
Took us a while to get together.
Yes, it took a while. It only took like... Well, less than a decade.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I guess it was 9 years or some. And I mean, obviously, CCP maximum cats is there waving his hand, talking about some who will inherit the world, our descendants or our creations kind of vibes. But maybe this element of like why video games? Like, why have you guys used games and video games so much?
Yeah, it's I think in reality, when you're doing scientific research of any description, you ideally want lab scenarios. You want to test your hypothesis in limited labs, and you want to remove distractions or anything that could do training and testing. And actually, for AI, virtual environments and games are the perfect low, high safety, high complexity scenarios. And we've used them throughout our work. So we brought in a lot of experience, obviously, in game development and building them, and we used games for AI research, and they're very good for things like safe exploration. So you can do an awful lot of training and testing on very early experimental AI research without impacting the real world. So you can think things like self-driving cars. So a lot of the work in self-driving cars was done purely in simulation to start with, billions of miles of driving from the very earliest stage research to higher levels, and you can test edge cases that these systems can never see, and so they will have done an awful lot of simulation and effectively game work before ever getting in a real car and interacting with the real world and real drivers, and that strengthens that safety and security is very good for research. And then we use them a lot for scalable challenge because we're actually game developers. It allows you to dial up and down the complexity of the training and testing environment you want for AI. So we use them a lot. As example, we use them in Atari a lot. So in our Atari work originally, you can sort of look at it, on the face of it, it looks like we're just teaching an AI to play an Atari game, but actually what we're doing is we were building an AI brain to learn a general system so it could learn across a lot of games, and we were building a learning system. And so there was 50 games in the suite of Atari games, and they were all the classics, and there was boxing and racing and Space Invaders and all these things. And then we would give in terms of complexity, you would give, or the challenge, you would give the agent a stream of pixels, so it doesn't actually see the stream. It doesn't see the screen, doesn't know what it's looking at, doesn't know the game state, doesn't know anything about the game. And you give it a bunch of actions, buttons it can press. But in terms of scalable complexity, all the buttons do different things in different games. So it has to learn a general understanding of how to maximize its score across all these games. And so video games are a fantastic space where we can add a bunch of games to that, or we can remove them or add complexity or not. So it's a very scalable challenge. And then thirdly, really what they're really good for is measurable progress. So you can tell how good your AI are because games are designed for us. And so we can set benchmarks in games and we can see the progress of our AI agents at various capabilities. So I can play Space Invaders and score 100 points. Probably should score more than that, but I can score 100 points, and you can put an agent in and it scores 4 points, and you know very clearly that it's got work to do, it can hill climb to, and you can set very clear objectives for it to hill climb to a credible score. So very good to see the range.
So one thing, as we have been talking about this, that really I found interesting is because, there we see Demis holding a chess piece and playing Go. I'm not sure if he's good at Go.
He's actually pretty good now.
Okay.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, actually.
Yeah. But apparently he was very good at chess.
He's very good at chess.
So because this element of when you hear, okay, some AI is going to learn how to play EVE Online, what does that really mean? And then you could think, okay, as per our president's comments about what about the human factor?
Yeah, absolutely.
But as I was kind of thinking about this, because when Deep Blue wins Kasparov in chess, you would think, okay, chess is over, nobody's going to play chess anymore because the computer is best at it. But frankly, today, chess has never been bigger.
It's bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
absolutely.
if you go and look at the MAU of chess.com, I mean, it might be the biggest game in the world. Yeah. It's just people playing on chess.com.
Yeah, and it is solved. It's a solved game.
It's a solved game. Yeah. And but what I found out, obviously, by kind of tracking it and looking at it, is that the fact that AI could learn chess, it in a way elevated chess. Chess became an elevated game, and there were more dimensions to explore as a consequence. And I've heard that happened quite a bit with Go.
Absolutely.
From like move 37 to like now the kind of the understanding of what Go is has elevated again, and more people are playing Go than ever.
Absolutely, and they just had a big event to celebrate the 10 years of AlphaGo and playing Lee Sedol in Korea. And yeah, it is elevated, and you know, it's not a solved game, but there's a lot of people learning now actually from AlphaGo and AlphaZero and how it plays and the moves it plays and the new techniques it's brought to the game. Really, it's such a big, it's played for between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago, and so there's an awful lot of human knowledge and human experience that's being passed down in the complexity. But it's unlike chess. The reason we were so interested in Go is it's sort of set as the next complexity. You can't brute force Go. You can't just calculate every move until the end, you know, as they did with chess. You can't calculate the perfect response to everybody's moves. There's too many potential moves, and so you need new architectures and new systems that are much more human-like in estimation and confidence in moves. You're estimating the board, and then when a move is played, you recalculate who's winning, which isn't always very clear in Go, and so you build an algorithm that estimates who's winning and how good a move is. And it's those new techniques have definitely become building blocks that we've ended up using in other research that we do across the board, including AlphaFold and all those kind of things. There are direct building block links to those.
I find that very interesting, the fact that, okay, Deep Blue masters chess to some extent, AlphaGo and AlphaZero master Go. Both games became bigger as a consequence. They were elevated, understanding data, etc. And while, I mean, I can't draw maybe like a very clear line, but intuitively, you could kind of see something in that vein happening with EVE. I mean, right now, I mean, as we think of the partnership, I mean, first we're gonna make like an offline version of EVE. Yeah. And I mean, it takes a while just to figure out how to do the basics in EVE. Yeah. And then at some point we'll discover something, and we're actually doing something similar in EVE, where we're building a kind of a safe space for new players. Not really an offline version, but it's kind of like we've sanded off the edges a little bit for new players in the beginning. So it's kind of interesting to think about like, okay, here's an offline version for an AI to learn, and here's a safe space for new players to learn. I've heard like you have now stopped playing Slay the Spire, and are you playing EVE? How's that going?
Yes, I've started playing EVE, and I am beyond the learning cliff. I think beyond the learning curve. Vertical cliff. Well, okay. I'm enjoying it enough to think I'm beyond that.
Yeah, okay.
I will find out. But yeah, it's an interesting challenge to get started, and and I'm interested from Aura's point of view and from Aura Guidance point of view, and interestingly, I mean, we talked about it, but I ended up. It's a plug. It's a horrible plug for our own technologies we use, but we use them every day.
Go for it.
Oh, it's terrible, isn't it? Really? But in Gemini app is a camera version, which is Gemini Live. And it turns out that there is an awful lot of public knowledge about EVE over the years, and the model knows a lot about EVE. And so in particular places where I embarrassingly lost my quest objects in my first ship for a different quest. And so I went to do my quest, and they're gone. And the game tells me, you don't have these objects anymore. And I don't even remember what they were. I don't remember to get them. And so, Gemini Live told me about the marketplace and where it is and how I can buy the replacement object I need for this particular quest. And so that was very useful. And then I used it to strengthen my ship for the next run. I had some money, and it's amazing. It's amazing the depth of these models, actually. So I wanted a new shield. I want to make sure I didn't die this next time, and it detailed the module I wanted, the shield I wanted, but it also said, actually, there's a cheaper version that will do 90% of what you want.
Okay.
So I went to the marketplace, and this was true. There was an expensive version, which was the high line, and then there was a cheaper version, which did enough to get me through.
And how are you doing that? It's just like pointing
you just point it, and because it's a camera and it can see, and it's seen so many, public videos of EVE. And it knows what the areas are. It's fantastic.
That's kind of cool. Well, I'm mostly playing Crimson Desert. I have not used AI much, but I've certainly used a lot of Google to figure out where all the stuff is. It's mostly Google and YouTube. So, that kind of maybe brings us to like why are you guys so excited about EVE? It's very kind of flattering and humbling, but why?
I think we sort of talked about, we've used games for AI research for a long time. And it's really about three things. It's about the team and the working relationship. It's about the complexity of the game. You guys know it's a very complex game, and and about the community and about all of you actually. And for us, the team, we got to work collaborate directly on features previously, and that's the sort of combination of research and game development has a lot of overlap. Actually, there's a lot of push on multidisciplinary teams pushing on exploration in areas, and with research you have your hypothesis and you're pushing hard on this hypothesis, and with games you're trying to build something exciting and entertaining and interesting, but ultimately both of them get measured at some point in the future, your hypothesis whether it actually works, and your game whether it's actually fun and entertaining. So you have these great ideas, but in reality, until you try these things, you never know. And that sort of long-term relationship and iteration and exploration in development, we found a lot of that in our partnership, which was, the team came back raving about about working with you, and so you have so many team members that have been with you for so long. It builds that kind of level of trust and incredible ability to explore new ideas. And we have the same. We don't get to work with many companies that actually have people that have worked at them for longer than we do. So it's lovely, and that means there's real strength in your team to be able to try things and experiment. And obviously your support for citizen science and the background work and the community and the fiction is fantastic. So the team dynamic is amazing for us. The complexity of the game, I don't need to talk to you too much about how complex your game is, but it's particularly unique and particularly challenging for a lot of the AI areas that we would like to focus on. And so, obviously it's persistent and is running whether you're involved or not. It's player-driven heavily and uniquely to a level that's incredible, really. There's actual agency for players, so you can change the world and it stays changed. And there's a lot of people playing. There's massive dynamics and ecosystems and movement of the dynamics of the game, which make that a very special experience for key kind of bits of research that we were interested in. So long-term planning, memory, continual learning. These are key pieces of research that you want a great environment to learn in. And then, ultimately, the passion of this, coming here and seeing you all here, and you coming here every year to celebrate and this universe and this experience and this entertainment, and your engagement is quite incredible. So having a community that is that bought in, but not just not just the company and the players, but actually the massive link between all of you and how much you care about this universe is hugely. We've got massive respect for it.
I mean, that maybe brings us into this, the responsible way, like our president was opening up. I mean, we're all trying to figure out, I mean, I guess all aspects of technology. I think we're just, given the speed of change when it comes to AI, we're forced to figure it out very quickly, whereas usually we have more time. I remember when we were making EVE, we're kind of in the end of the internet bubble. We're kind of making EVE, and we had a good time to figure out the internet. I mean, I logged onto the internet, I think, in '92, and then a bank in Iceland is on the internet in 2010. So, I mean, that took over a decade from first contact to it's diffused. So a bit on that. We actually have a QR code here up on the screen, and you can scan it and put in questions. So we might have time for a few questions at the end, which are burning for everyone here. But I mean, obviously, we're very much in the mindset of we're here as caretakers / janitors of EVE Online, and we are very much contented with, okay, this is coming at us at like an amazing speed, and everyone is kind of scrambling, and some people are taking shortcuts. I mean, for sure, some gaming companies are trying to just do the same things quicker and things like that, and I just want to emphasize to everyone, we're not at all thinking about it like that. I mean, this is almost as much an exploration of understanding EVE Online as it is about understanding AI capabilities, because I mean, EVE Online is a marvel, and we're still figuring out. I'm still learning about what it really is, and it's not the mechanics of the game, which I also am constantly learning and forgetting all day long, but just what it is really. And when I emphasize this element, of course, we will begin with an offline version. So, I mean, nothing immediately will happen or anything like that. Then, I mean, we'll probably next take a few of those things to EVE Frontier, where we're doing crazy experiments anyway. So adding on top of that to kind of test the edges of things. And but still, I mean, we have been able to kind of bring to EVE, I mean, already a beneficial thing. And I mean, I can talk about it now freely, but it's really Gemini that plays a part in making Aura guidance, give guidance without like going all over the place with the guidance. And it's interesting to hear that, I mean, you just using your phone and Gemini Live, we're getting some guidance. So I think that even plays a part. We could probably increase the capabilities of Aura guidance. And I mean, just like you were talking about how AlphaGo and Zero played a part in opening up Go to more people. I mean, Aura guidance very much has the potential to open up.
For your new safe zone.
Yeah, coupled with the safe zone and Aura guidance, we might be able to get more people thinking that they've mastered the learning cliff, like you have.
Just it might not be a cliff one day.
Might not be a cliff. Might not be a cliff. And of course, I mean, what we are celebrating here at Fanfest is the 10-year anniversary of Project Discovery, where EVE players, through their collective efforts, have contributed to sciences in a meaningful way, from like astrophysics to medical advancement and even biomolecular science and whatnot. And I always brag about this thing that EVE is the only fictional cover on Nature, and I know like Nature cover are kind of a thing in your business.
They're kind of a thing.
Yes, yeah. I saw you like you have like 6 or something like that.
Oh no,
or maybe more.
We won't talk about how many we got.
Okay. Yeah.
Lots.
Well, you're more than one.
But yes.
Well, okay, but we have one, and maybe we'll. And actually, Project Discovery, when we were doing the exoplanet discovery, contributed to Michel Myers getting a Nobel Prize. So maybe we can get them as another Nobel Prize.
Yeah, I know. He's only got one now.
Exactly, only got one. I think maybe economy. We should go for that.
Yeah.
what are we excited about the future? Like,
well, I mean, this is an amazing time to be a gamer or to be an AI researcher, frankly. So I'm obviously in my element, but with games, we touched on it, but we've got a lot of game developers actually in Google DeepMind, and we are, I think, about as AI native as it gets now. We've been playing with this technology for many, many years, and we have artists and designers and QA and engineers, and we have built lots of prototypes of brand new gameplay experiences that have never been built before and could not be built without AI. So we're super excited, and I'm old enough to remember the internet having an impact on games, and adding a massively new dimensions. Obviously, he plays into that a lot, but being able to play with people all over the world is amazing. And mobile provides gaming experiences or new gaming experiences to people all over the place. So. And both of them and others really expanded gaming in general and all the ways we can do it. And we see the tip of the iceberg of some of these experiences that are creatively using these tools creatively new. And there are some fantastic gameplay experiences that are coming, we think. And we think AI native will add another dimension in the same way. It doesn't change everything else. People, as you say, people are utilizing these things. But we think brand new gameplay experiences will be amazing, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I think what makes me excited is this element of how AI, in a way, mastering either chess or Go, elevated both games, both how they were played, but also how many people are playing them. Like finding out some deeper understanding or a different way to look at what are EVE's issues and opportunities. Obviously, we have expert game designers, we have counselors, talent management, we have all EVE players, etc. Give us a lot of feedback. Then we have a lot of data from the game, where we can have a lot of insights, and we're in a way spoiled for opinions, feelings, and facts about what is going on in the game. And I think it is in many ways like every society is full of facts about themselves. I think we are particularly living that right now on the economy front. All countries seem to be having a rather poor time of figuring out economies. I mean, certainly here in Iceland is tackling an interest environment and money supply post-COVID, etc. And it's sometimes figuring out what is the right answer just with classical approaches with computers and economists, etc. I mean, and of course that will continue, but having some additional vector, if we were to realize some great insights about what are really the stumbling blocks of learning EVE Online. I mean, in your own way. I mean, you did a very common mistake of forgetting the mission item. I mean, who hasn't undocked from a station and left the stuff you should be delivering behind? It's a very common EVE mistake. And and often these kind of issues may be just almost. They kind of tune out. They've been there for such a long time, and we often get more kind of drawn to other things, mainly because our veteran community is maybe not really thinking about that. And
doesn't forget these things.
Yeah, but they're still there, and finding some new way to really kind of distill, for example, for new players, what are really the problems, and if there were a distill. Some insights about okay, how can we make the universe more alive, living, breathing, etc. That seems like a kind of a great at least motivation of how can we elevate EVE by using extremely powerful tools to figure out what it is and realize this kind of EVE Forever mission we have of where we find every possible way to kind of underpin that vision.
Yeah, you were even talking briefly about the G-Pointer release that has just come out, and maybe that's of interest to us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So I was maybe gonna throw it out to the audience. If we have the ability. Okay. Okay, here are questions. Okay, would it be possible for this partnership to assist with repairing and replacing the spaghetti code?
Surely your code's just perfect now.
Surely. Yes. Postcode, not a problem at all. I mean, I can even speak to this. I mean, already coding agents have been extremely helpful in identifying issues in our code base, because our code base has been now written over a period of 30 years, and a lot of the context of the code is lost, because, I mean, people have moved on or forgotten what they were doing at the time, etc., and everything is, of course, like always, poorly documented. And what we have found, like rediscovering context from old code, coding agents are extremely helpful in that. Yeah. I mean, we have found a lot of like memory issues, and I mean now increasingly they're finding security issues, etc. Yeah. So I mean, I would say yes, they're definitely assisting with repairing and replacing spaghetti code. That is already happening. I mean, it's mostly humans that actually do the replacement, but discovery of like where the problem areas are, that's definitely already occurring. Another question here, can AI win EVE Online? and so winning EVE Online is winning? Yeah, exactly, what is winning? It has a certain meaning here, but are some people here winning EVE Online right now? But what do you think about that?
Can it win? I think we can get agents that are good at playing. I think the interesting thing for us is that, you know, can a single player win? Yeah. Is a question. I think the exciting thing for us is that actually collaboration and communication and all these team and social dynamics, you know, if we want to build an agent to win, then you've got to want to use it and got to want to play with it. So I think that's the real sort of challenge for us. Is like, can you build an agent that is actually positively, you know, you positively want to use and collaborate with?
Okay, what parts of EVE are going to be the main focus of Henry's deep dive partnership? DeepMind.
There's, I think, I think we are very interested in lots of areas, actually. There's a lot of research teams inside Google DeepMind who are very interested in collaborating at various levels, from the science teams and all the way through to continual learning and all these things. So the three things that we've sort of talked about are long-term planning. So this idea that you can pitch a goal far into the future, and we are very good at stepping back from that and deciding what the steps are to get to it. But most systems at the minute are quite greedy, and they will pick the first rewards they can get. And so you want to build long-term planning and an understanding of where you're going. And we're very interested in memory, and not necessarily remembering things. Computers are very good at remembering, but we need to get systems that are performant in knowing what to forget, actually. And so you can get compression in all the...
It's actually more about forgetting
than much memory. More about forgetting. Yes. What's the right thing to forget?
Are you saying forgetting things is a superpower?
So we are very good at
myself now.
Yeah, it turns out we are very good at that. And then continual learning. So, you know, these models are incredible, the language models that are available now, and they can do some fantastic things. But they're baked systems. You take your data, you build your model, you train your model, you fine-tune your model, you ship your model, and people can use it, but the use is having no effect on the model. This is baked. And really what you want is people using it to actually help the model learn at the same time, but deciding what is important use and what isn't, and one of the techniques we talk about is catastrophic forgetting. You can find that if you do continual learning, so if you allow constant learning, you forget previous skills. Mm-hmm. And so these are very big, gnarly questions for us, and things that we are from the games for AI research side of things, from our research, this is what we're super interested in. But there's lots of interest around the other way. So agents and NPCs and explorations from the sort of AI research for games component.
Yeah, it's actually one of the questions is like, can AI be used for NPC factions to make them more alive? It's actually, so the agent system that does most of the agent missions in EVE already was written, I think, 24 years ago, and it's largely been there just as it is. And it is a system that tries to procedurally generate variety in the missions. Obviously, not very sophisticatedly, but pretty good for those standards. So, I mean, the fact that you are, in a way, in EVE doing a mission for an agent, I mean, it's almost like in the narrative itself, fits very nicely. So, I mean, all these elements of feel more alive, I think are
we would
very,
definitely explore that.
Yeah, very exciting things to explore. How can we just make the game feel more alive? Because the NPCs and the factions, they obviously are statically there. Can we breathe life into them? Is exciting. Another question is, can AI be used to reduce tie-dye in EVE Online? I mean, that sounds like an AI problem to me. Let's put some compute to work on reducing tie-dye. And then final question, Adrian, what's your in-game name? No reason. Don't give it out. Don't give it out. Don't. Trust me on this.
Well, just a plug then. Then I've applied to EVE University, but I haven't had my application agreed. So whoever's, if you could just let in the last few people that applied.
That's how tough it is. You're not even allowed in the university. Yeah, no. Damn. Yeah. All right. But Adrian is here at Fanfest, so I mean, I'm sure you can track him down. Maybe we'll lure him onto pub crawl, and then somebody might let him into a university, for Christ's sake. Well, thank you, Adrian, for talking about this here with all of us. Thank you, everyone here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're back in the studio, and we've switched teams. I'm Oz, and I have Ernst with me. In case you have no idea who I am, then you didn't pay attention earlier, because I was on stage talking about what impacts EVE markets. That's what I do all day in EVE Online. Ernst, for people that don't know who you are, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I do stream on Twitch, mainly reading patch notes and selling to buy orders, really.
Very good. How many times have you been to Fanfest before today?
Exactly once. I was supposed to be here last year, but tie-dye happened, and I'm super stoked to be around. All the energy is pumping me kind of in a crazy way, crazy encounters, and I'm looking forward to bring a little bit of this to you guys.
Nice. Yeah, last year you were supposed to present, right? And then something happened.
Yeah, I chickened out. No, my little ones cooked something up that, put me to bed. I couldn't even watch half of the broadcast. I was so tired.
Oh, no. It's so special, this event, for everyone that plays EVE. But for you, what's been the most special thing about EVE Fanfest this year?
Well, when you walk in on some folks you haven't seen before, they may have seen you, and somebody tells you, oh, you were the guy on the picture in our bathroom. You have questions. So that happened. Shout out to Brother Grimoire and his better half for putting up with this shit. Glorious. How's your Fanfest experience so far?
Awesome. It's my 4th Fanfest and my first one here at Harpa. And Harpa is incredible. I mean, I went to the ones that were at the sports arena, which was very cool and big, but this is stylish. It's wonderful architecture in this building, and to be on the stage here and be presenting, it's just an incredible experience, I think, and takes it to a next level. And I feel like the production value gets better every single year, and I've seen a lot of stuff happening over the years, and this is top notch. I
hope I will not let you down. So we'll see about that. You go ahead.
For everyone that is out there wondering what it's like to be at EVE Fanfest, we have a very special treat for you, because we have a legend of I think the game, at least the Twitch community. We have CrashNaps out there interviewing people, and in a minute we're going to go over. We're going to switch the broadcast over to him, and he's going to be going out there. What do you think people are going to say in front of the camera with CrashNaps?
Actually, I suggest, guys, run. If you see Crash, it's up to no good. No, say hello and just enjoy the ride, and show everybody how cool this experience here is.
When you send CrashNaps out there, you never know what's going to happen. I'm just looking around here. There's a possibility that people can get tattoos here. Ernst, is that something that we're going to see you doing in the next few days? Yeah.
You want me to get a CrashNaps tattoo?
Anything. If you got an EVE tattoo, what's the tattoo you would get?
It would be a Stradius. What's your ship?
Stradius. I don't fly ships anymore, man. As you know, I would have to get the JITA station on my arm, or possibly
a market taker.
Yeah, a Plex. Somebody was printing, 3D printing actual Plex, like plastic things, and I have them. I show them later on screen. That's going to be my new favorite prop on stream. The Plex.
Makes sense. But as far as tattoos go, I already had my blood taken for Edda.
We'll did
talk about it later.
Okay. Did that hurt?
Once the needle pops on grid, tie-dye starts in your brain. Doesn't hurt, but you think it will. But it was fine. You can do it.
I haven't done it yet. I haven't been sold on it yet. It feels kind of creepy, but kind of cool, so I'm 50-50. I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm the guy with the picture in the bathroom
with
people I don't know, so
yeah.
Good.
All right, so I think if CrashNaps is ready out there, I think we can go to him and see what FanFest is like out there. CrashNaps, can you hear us?
Ready now. I can hear you guys. How's it going?
Perfect.
Or are we live? Are we running?
Yeah, go.
We can hear you.
Right,
I don't know if you're live on Twitch yet.
Okay, all right.
What's it going to be like out there? What's the...
In here the nick of time. The real professionals are here.
FanFest, CrashNaps live coverage.
What's the... Oh, sorry, I got him in my ear, Laura. What's the feeling like?
What are we feeling like?
Okay, I think we're over now. Well, I'm going to walk you guys around. Laura, do you want to come with me?
I'm going to go that way, but Chet, it's good to see you.
Oh, yeah.
Great hands.
All right, guys. So, welcome to FanFest Day 2. Sorry, they're throwing me on this. Well, I'll do my best. We got a bunch of nerds around. I'm going to go show you guys the bar, walk around a little bit, maybe talk to some people. Great to see you guys. I hope you're having a wonderful FanFest so far. Let's take a little walk over here and see what's going on. I'm still a little hungover from yesterday, so I haven't gotten a chance to check out everything. So we're just going to take a little walk around here. Hey, guys. Hello. If anyone wants to be on camera. Hello. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a stage situation here. Interestingly, you guys knew I was going to go over here first. We've got Mosey Gin. Could you give me a little, some tasting notes on this gin? Would you mind? Oh, I'll try it if you'll let me. Good deal. All right.
Barrel-aged Bolton dry gin. It was barrel-aged on Southern Sparrow, which is a sweet white wine. It's barrel-aged for 7 months in Reyðarholtshellir, which is a volcanic cave. So it's a special EVE Online edition.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Thank you very much. Let me give it a shot here, guys. That's really good. Oh, a little spicy. A little early for it, but thank you so much, man. Do you guys have a trash bag? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, let's take a little walk around. Hopefully you guys can hear me. I haven't used I'm new to this whole using a microphone or camera thing. So let's take a look around and see if we can find anybody. There's a bar over here.
Okay.
Hello, Joe.
Hello, sir.
You got a second for a little quick little goof around interview?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are being interviewed on stream.
On stream, double streamception, buddy. How's your FanFest been going, Joe?
It's been amazing.
It's good.
It's been absolutely amazing. Slightly alcoholic.
It's like, yes, yeah, me too. I am still recovering. It just started.
You saw me yesterday with a Magical Geek.
I did not. I've been trying to tune in.
Oh my God.
Joe's been doing a lot of live stream coverage. A
lot of Jägermeister.
A lot of Jägermeister as well.
I was just upstairs. Terrible thing. I was just upstairs.
Yeah.
And so we have FC Caro, who's taking care of all of you.
Yes.
Okay, so she goes, ooh, Jägermeisters. I love Jägermeisters. Can I come along to the next one? I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to. I said, are you coming to the pub crawl tonight? So she's like, oh yeah, let's do Jägermeisters. I'm like, oh, come on.
It is, yeah. I went out last night. I was like, I'm going to have one drink, but then people just keep handing you drinks. And it's a dangerous situation.
You had a pass last night. You had a pass.
Yeah. I'll let you go, Joe. We'll keep taking a little tour. Oh yeah. There's a bar over here. We've got the stage. Do you know if they're playing any music or anything over here?
I don't know what the stage is for.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll find out tomorrow.
He's standing over there. I'm like, oh, maybe he's doing something.
Yeah. Awesome. Yep. Thank you. Nice seeing you, Joe. All right. It looks like we got some T-shirts, some other swag over here. I haven't gotten a chance to check this out. We've got. Let's see here. Blood Raiders shirt is pretty sick. We went in the lava tunnel yesterday, and there was a very interesting. It was like a rave cave. There's a little light show. If anyone's doing the lava tunnel tour while they're here, I definitely encourage them to check it out. Is this we can do some disc golfing. That's pretty sick. The gin again. Excuse me, guys. I'm just going to cut through here real quick. We've got, is that RAM? That's got to be the most expensive RAM I've ever seen. Was this on Memories of Tranquility? The Shadowbox holds the memories of a bygone tranquility cluster. That's actually pretty sick. I had no idea that was here. But let's keep walking. Oh, I know what to do. They got the wheel. Hold on. We got to get to the wheel. Mad Cat, nice to see you. All right. Let me see here. What are you looking for?
Plex, of course.
Plex? Okay. Can I get some plexes in chat? Chat, let's go. Come on, baby. Little. He's got one more. Let's go. He's still in it. Coming. I still haven't spun this one yet, chat, but I'm going to have to hit it up later. This is quite the line building up. Oh! Eon Magazine. All right. Let's go check out, maybe not the bar. I'm going to bring you guys over this way. Sorry for making the cameraman run all around here. It's definitely filling up. It's been so much fun so far. I can't see chat, so I hope you guys are enjoying this segment. Let's see here. Okay. I think I'm going to walk you guys. We've got a little bit, so I'm going to walk you guys all the way over to some of the showroom stuff. Maybe check out the board game. Maybe check out some of the figure painting. Maybe talk to some people along the way. Let's go, guys. All right. Well, actually, let's get a shot on these. I'm going to definitely pick up one of these before I go. We got a Macarial here. We've got, oh my God. Is it okay if I show the camera some of these? Oh, okay, awesome, yeah. I'll be gentle. Yeah, this is pretty sick. There is some really cool stuff here this year. You guys definitely check out this stand. We got Drekovic. That's very clean. Very clean, I like that. All right, I'll keep walking us around. Let's see what other swag we got. Like I said, I'm still kind of making the laps. I haven't checked a lot of this stuff out. Looks like this is where they're holding some keynotes and speeches. We got a, what's going on here? What's going on over here? EVE Uprising, solid. I've got to come back. I need a t-shirt, guys. I am officially the sweatiest human being in Iceland right now. It is absolutely insane. I should probably look at the camera more too. I'm just walking all over the place. It's Loru again. He loves Spockman. Okay, wait, we're good here. So I'm walking us. Got to get a shot just real quick. I'm sure you guys have already seen it, but just, yeah, the little wide angle there. It's beautiful. This is such a sick venue. Such a sick venue, dude. All right, actually, I think we can pop in here. Excuse us, guys. Oh, it's you guys again. Hey, Rambo. They I don't know why, but they put me on the live stream.
Oh, no.
Are you okay with being on camera for a second?
Not sure.
Not sure.
No, but last year, that's because you did so much of the stuff last year. Remember you were at all the parties with Amiomia?
Yes.
Doing the live stuff?
Yes.
With the microphone?
Yes.
They went, excellent. He can do that this year.
I'm not used to holding one of these. It's the most awkward feeling in the world right now. Streaming does not translate to being good on camera. I'll see you guys later. All right, so just to show you guys around, we've got a whole bunch of stuff. It looks like people are racing, actually. We've got some racing going on. This is a pretty sick little cockpit setup we've got going on here. Maybe we can get a shot of this, sir. Pop in. Yep, looks like we've got... This is dope. This is actually really dope. I think they are racing each other, ideally. Is that what's going on here? I haven't checked this out yet. We've also got, I think... The Vanguard gameplay station is down there. We have a new HUD concept going on over here. Taking a look, let me see. Probably won't translate super well on camera, but there's a lot of stuff to check out. A lot of stuff. We got a data booth over here. I'll show you guys this real quick. This is kind of cool. Let's roll into the... Take a look in... Yeah, check this out, guys. All right, so we got Jita. We got Jita 4.4. We got these little tubes here. I don't know if you can get it on camera, but they're assigned years. So when you pick a certain one up, like let's go back to the golden days, 2012, 2013 it looks like. Yeah, let me slap one of these on the station here. A history of Capsuleers, the story of EVE Online is told by its players. Let me smack that on there. And it'll load up, I think, second decade. I don't know. Oh, it does a whole animation for it. I need to turn the wheel? Oh my God. Oh, look at that. Okay. Thank you, guys. That's how that works. Oh, that's sick. That's so sick. Good work. Good work. There's so much cool stuff to check out. I've mostly just been running around bars. I need to see what else is going on. Oh my God, it's Jotun. Hello, Jotun. How are you doing? Very good.
Are you live?
We are live. We are live right now.
Hello, greater EVE community. It's me, your dad.
It's.
You are so sweaty right now.
I know. I'm so warm, dude. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Ugh. Sheesh, dude. Sheesh.
This is the least breathable garment I've ever.
Sweater?
I thought it was gonna be, like I said, I'm the sweatiest man in Iceland right now. It's insane. It's insane.
You just walk around downtown and I'd be like, oh, it's so hot, it's so humid here. It's like 5 degrees.
I'm just used to the dry Denver air.
Word. Of course, it's the
air.
And
it was also the drinking last night. I'm having a great time. How about you, sir? I saw you running around a little bit last night.
Yeah, no, it's good. The people are great. The community is thriving. People are chill. I've not seen too much. Thank you. I've not seen too much shit posting on Reddit yet. But the keynote is not for a couple more hours, so we still have time.
Yeah, it's gonna. Yep. Keep an eye on Reddit.
I had a drink. The Fanfest beer is very good.
I will have to get one of those.
It's exceptional. I've got tickets if you want one. By the way, I'm sure you've got several. And then here in about an hour, I'm getting a tattoo. So.
Oh, you're in the. I was also going to maybe get a tattoo, but more on that later. Later.
So we're having a good time.
Yeah, heck yeah, dude. Yeah. Thank you so much for. I'll let you go.
Of course. Shout out to our boy Oz, our boy Erst, my friends.
Oh, there he is. There he is. I gotta. They're like, they finally get a break, and I just make it all the way back around.
Thank you for doing our job, CrashNaps.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm doing
You have to catch this. You have to catch this.
I can't get closer. I need to stay.
Oh my God! They actually put Ernst on a.
My beautiful, lovely German son. Okay, he's. There's nothing wrong. Okay, we respect all of Capsuleers, large or small. Trust me, this man can still ride roller coasters. He has a leg in over me. I cannot. So
We're just bullying Ernst right now. Ernst, I would hug you, but I'm so sweaty right now. I'll just nux you real quick. Uncomfortably sweaty, dude.
Honestly, so this man actually was sweating in the lava cave yesterday. It was 0 degrees.
There wasn't any lava, to be clear.
No lava, but snow, and this guy was sweating anyway. So I mean, I respect you, man.
Yeah. This is. I hope you guys are enjoying this. Go. Yeah, Builder's Village next. Let's bring you guys over there. Okay. Alrighty. Cameraman's doing an amazing job. I am wandering heavy. Switch, what's up, dude?
How you doing?
Is that your in-game name?
Midas, yeah. Midas is my in-game name. 16 years and 3 months in an NPC corp. Same one, never moved.
I should know it. I'm so bad with.
Is my main.
It's your main.
So
how is
FanFest for you, man?
Sweaty. Very. I'm so warm right now.
You're wearing a sweater.
I know. I should have worn.
Come to Iceland, and then don't worry, it'll be a little chilly. So he wears a sweater, and it turns out he's overheating.
Overheating everywhere.
In front of you as we speak.
I was fine for a while, but yeah, it's just.
Well, you're running around all over the place, and you always are so fast every time you go anywhere.
Yeah, I move with conviction, I guess.
It's good to see you, Crash. Thank you so much, man, for doing all this for us.
Right, they just put me on the spot with this one. I'm so sorry, guys.
If there's any host that should be doing this activity right here, it's this guy right here.
I don't think so, guys. I don't think.
On Twitch. Do that right now.
No, don't follow. No. All right, Zealous, nice to see you. All right, we're going to keep going, guys. Oh my God, I am the sweatiest human being. What do we got over here? It looks like we've got some other Icelandic game developers or Icelandic games being shown off here, which is kind of cool. We got Echoes of the End, Enhanced Edition, Icelandic Gaming Industries. Let me take a look over and see. We can check out the board games. Maybe the figurine painting that's going on. We got the Croissant of Death going on here. I'm going to actually pick up the board game before I leave. That's on the short list. Let me see what's going on over here. Do you guys mind if I get a quick shot with you? What are you guys playing?
We just lost.
I'm so sorry. I'm just coming in here with the camera in your face. That's my bad, dude. Which one is it? This is EVE Squadrons?
Yes.
EVE Squadrons. You enjoying it so far?
Yes, I played it last year and it developed a lot from that point.
Awesome. All right, well, I'll leave you guys alone. Thank you so much. It looks like you guys are spinning some wheels out here.
We'll have these cards and we punch them and people spin for a ship.
Oh, they spin for a ship. Is it okay? Can I try a little spin real quick? All right, chat. Okay. Mar.
Here, all the functions.
Oh my God.
Categorized.
Oh, okay.
Hellmar is right here.
Can I actually take one of these? Oh my God, thank you.
And actually, you can trade them already right here.
I'm stoked. All right, I'm going to save this for a little later. I don't know if I'll be able to paint with one hand. I'll grab that in a second. Let me see what's going on here. So we got some people painting. How's it going, guys? How's it? Oh, he's got a Macarial over here. Maybe we can get a shot on the, not to put you on the spot. Let's see how the artwork is developing.
It's developing pretty nicely.
I like this.
You always have to trust the process, right?
Do you have to do like a primer coat on there?
We didn't have any actual primers like spray cans like we would normally do.
Right.
But because I was going to be using a lot of white paint, famously, the pigments in white paints are much bigger and bulkier. So I started with a blue. That's why it looks like this.
That's nice. I'll check.
Part of the process, right?
Yeah. I'll check back in with you guys. All right. Let me see what else is going on. Ooh, these are developing nicely. We've got some pretty sick ships getting painted over here. I think I've hit the end of it. Oh, what's going on over here? Okay. I think some examples of the color. Yep, Watson Crick Collection. Okay. All right, let's run back this way. We're buying some time, guys. Let's see what else we got. Ooh, they got these this year. Caldari Collector's Set. We've got, ooh, those are clean. I'm going to spend entirely too much money before I leave. I will never financially recover. I will never financially recover from this. Let's look for some people to talk to. Let's make our way back over. Actually, I have an idea. Let's go in here. Hello, Dan.
Weren't you just in here?
Yeah, I need to show him the tattoos, though.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I walked right by it. I got distracted. All right, champ. I'm going to watch this later. You need to tell me what tattoo I'm getting, because I think I'm getting one. You're not allowed to say that one, all right? You're not allowed to say that one. We've got, we got some flash ideas here. We got some flash ideas. Chat, let me know what I'm getting. Let me know what I'm getting. Okay. I should probably get a small one. I probably can't afford to be around for 8 hours getting a tattoo, but these are pretty sick. Hello. Bjorn,
I think you should get a Vargar tramp stamp.
Yes, Vargar tramp stamp it is. How are you doing, dude?
Doing very well, man.
I'm still getting used to using the
actual mic.
It's surprisingly hard to get used to, guys. Very hard to get used to. How's it been treating you so far?
It's been going really well, actually. I think on Wednesday we did the Fanfest LAN, which was super fun. We had BJK come and FC, and we had like 4 different cool fights.
I remember BJK from just like a month ago where he bumped me off of a gate and just absolutely curb stomped me. Shout out BJK, I hate you.
He's a super cool guy. I fought him like a million times, but I've never actually flown with him, so it was cool to get a chance to do that.
For sure.
And then yesterday we were meeting all the partners. We have 40 partners at Fanfest this time.
Oh my God, yeah. It was a lot more people. They got us a really sick room too. I don't think I can show you guys that right now, but
yeah, it's up on the 5th floor. We actually got a proper room for you.
yes, I'm going to be up there shortly after to dry off outside on the roof because I'm very perspirating right now. It is insane, dude. What are you up to later, Bjorn?
So obviously the pub crawl later, but I'm going to be babysitting the stream team here. It's really cool. We have 4 people coming over streaming for us, and this time I'm not actually doing the streaming. I just got to monitor them.
Get to goof around a little bit more, hopefully. Yeah. Well, I'll let you go, dude.
Yeah.
Thanks for dropping by. I'm gonna keep embarrassing myself.
Crash.
Yes.
Come with me. I have someone for you to speak to.
Okay. We're walking.
It's a surprise.
It's a surprise. Oh God. I'm already so sweaty. Should I be nervous, chat?
It's that tall guy standing right there.
This.
CCP guard.
Wait. Where?
CCP guard. To your right. There, that guy.
Oh, that's.
Hey. I'm just a random player. I just got a lot of plastic surgery to look like.
It's nice to meet you. You want to introduce yourself to the camera real quick?
Yeah. CCP guard. I think. Yeah, I can still use CCP guard because I never got the other name. So.
I guess. How was your Fanfest going, sir?
Going great. I got a little. I just took a little time off work to come here instead, and yeah.
The legend himself, Chad.
Yeah, so it's been great. It looks really good this year. I was checking out the history capsules and all that stuff. It was really cool.
Yeah, I really like what they did in the room. I'd say it feels a little bit, more like it was a festival before, but it really feels like a festival this year.
I think they went all in. It's like you can tell. I work in event management, so I can tell. It's quality. And got a lot of good people. Met a lot of friends, old friends, and.
Exactly. I mean, it's kind of funny. Like, I love running around Iceland, obviously, but pretty much every time I come out, I wind up doing nothing in Iceland. I just run around and talk to nerds the whole time and just see what they've got set up. But yeah, no, it's beautiful country, just absolutely beautiful setup here. And anything you want to say to Twitch chat or the people at home?
Still got that the emoji with my face. You can spam that if you have it. But
yeah, if you guys got the emoji, can we get some guards in the chat? I'll let you go. Nice talking to you, man.
Great to see you too. Yeah. Great to see all of you, and bye.
Thank you, man. All right. Okay, I'm killing more time. I am killing more time. Let's see what's... Oh, these guys are gaming over here. Let's see what they're getting up to. Hold on. This looks into. Do you guys mind if I see what you're getting up to? Not to put you on the spot. What are we? Oh my God! Did you just kill a lamb? What is going on?
Question. I'm fighting demonic sheep, lamb, whatever.
Oh heck yeah! Okay, no, I can get behind this. This is a different studio. I think I'm seeing. They're showcasing some other games. An indie game. Yeah, he is beating a lamb to death with a bucket. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on.
Right.
When in Iceland, beat a sheep. Oh, got it, guys. Dude, thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, cheers, dude. Beating. I'm going to have to try that one out later. Let me see what else we got here. We got EVE Guru on site, Z-Kill. I don't think Squiz is here right now. Obviously, I don't want to look at this right now. I don't want to see my kill board. This has been traumatizing enough. Let me see what we got going on over here. EVE Guru. How's it going? Do you mind if I pop in there real quick and say hi? I'm so sorry to interrupt. Would you mind just giving a quick introduction to what's going on over here real quick?
Yes, so I am Fern Kitsoon with EVE Guru. I'm here in the Builders Village. This is the first time CCP, well now FC, has set up something called the Builders Village here, which features currently 5 of the bigger tools in the game. And so this is EVE Guru. We've been... Well, please, go ahead.
Oh no, yeah, get a shot behind. Yeah, let me move out of the way. Sorry, you keep going.
Yeah, so this is EVE Guru. We've been around about 18 months. Our mission at first as EVE University professors is so for new players, we want new players to get rich. And so they need to manufacture the right stuff, trade the right stuff. And so we're a tool that tells you what to do. And so what you're seeing right here, I was explaining to my friend here, is the production ledger. We tell you step by step what to build, how many jobs it's going to take to get that job duration, because sometimes you want to split the jobs, all this kind of stuff. And yeah, we make it easy.
That's really sick. As someone that has always done a bad job with spreadsheets or just figuring out the actual components I need, that's really sick, actually. I'm going to have to check that out when I'm back. Thank you so much, man. I think they're wrapping me up here in a couple minutes, but it was nice meeting you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. Definitely swing by the EVE Guru booth. Check everything out. I think we're wrapping in just a moment, so let me get you. Let me get. Yep, okay. When I'm ready. All right, let me get you guys one last shot out here. Chat, it's been real. I'm sorry for sweating on you all today, and I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your FanFest. I'm sure I'll see you later on while I run around the bars tonight. And I'll throw you guys back over to the desk if we're all ready on that side. Chat, peace out. 07s, everybody. Have a great rest of your FanFest.
All right.
Sheep.
You never know what happens, man.
No.
Slaughtering sheeps. I think he caught someone changing in the fan apparel store. I saw him misnaming the Tiamat at Drakeavak. I'm going to have to call him out on that because I'm the market guy that never undocks, and people tell me you don't order your ships. So CrashNaps, that's a Tiamat AT ship, and it's not a Drakeavak.
I took away from the whole trip that there is an FC or Tun skincare routine here. I might need some later as well.
I have not seen that. Also, I don't need it.
Just early. No, yeah. No, you don't know my questions for later.
Okay. Yeah. Markets. Yeah, we spent. I was very nervous this morning, so I'm happy it's over now. I had to get on the main stage and talk to a lot of people in the room, but also on Twitch. I'm very happy, very relaxed now, so feel free to ask me any questions about my presentation now.
All right. I was actually sitting in your presentation, absolutely bonkers, well done. And you like cartels and collusion.
I do.
So here's the thing. When there's an event, we talk in EVE events, usually there is event sites. And there's ships that are required to run the sites.
Yeah.
How about we work together? Before the patch note hit, I design a ship that will not work, but I tell you that.
Yeah.
And I advertise it.
Very good.
Meanwhile, I also create a ship that does work. I also give that to you, and then we share the profits.
Very good. I love it.
That's how it works. That's what I get from your talk.
You know, during my last Oz report, I called out your fit because you and Loru both had similar fits on EVE Workbench, and because you put the fits on there, you actually made the markets move. So I think your plan might have legs.
Might have an effect. Okay, talking about markets, I was wondering, when you are creating content, especially the Twitch stream where you're going over the MER and generally what happens in the market, you prepare for that.
Yeah.
And while preparing for this, what is the single most enjoyable activity to do? The thing about, I don't know, crunching numbers or gathering the numbers, what do you enjoy most in this?
To me, even after having covered the EVE markets for 6 years, it's still every time I hit that refresh button on my dashboard that says what's happening today in EVE Online, every day I get a dopamine hit hitting that button because I never know what's going to happen. I don't know when you guys come up with the crazy fit. I don't know when Imperium starts attacking a Keep Star. Vexers, we've been talking so much about Vexers. Every day it's infinite content. So I feel like in a way I have very niche content, but also I have very little competition and there's stuff happening every day. So clicking that update button is the best feeling in the world.
Okay, I also learned in, I believe it was FC Larkin with the numbers destroyed in big battles.
Yeah.
And basically the ground floor, the noise, which is, I don't know, a factor of 10 bigger.
Yeah.
And is that, what do you think is the portion of this destroyed baseline when it comes to events and fits that suck?
Events in EVE Online aren't nearly at the level that the big battles are at, right? The event is a lot of noise. We see that in Crimson. I always want to call it Crimson Desert, but it's
not anymore.
We're not talking about Pearl Abyss anymore. So in Crimson Harvest, when you actually have the increased PvP drops, you actually see the difference in destruction a lot in the markets, and you see the increased loot and more supply in the markets. Winter Nexus also a little bit outside of that. Not a huge impact on destruction numbers and the market, but I still like to play. Events are great for market trading because you have all these new, cerebral accelerators coming in. You've got the new boosters, the agency boosters that you can trade in. You almost always now have some sort of other tradable token that you can trade in. So events are fantastic for market trading.
When you're looking at market data for whatever reason, preparing for a show or just because you enjoy it and there's an event, coming from the talk about DeepMind AI use, are you using any tools? What role of AI, or what does the AI play for in terms of role?
It's very interesting, because when LLM started becoming very prevalent, I thought this is going to solve so many of my problems because I can, throw in the MER data and have AI analyze it and throw it back to me. And you wouldn't believe how terrible AI is at analyzing the EVE economy. It's mind-boggling. I don't know why it can't do it, but it just comes up with items that don't exist. Try asking an LLM where a certain item comes from in EVE Online. It can't. Tell moon materials, where do they come from? It will hallucinate like crazy. So far, AI hasn't helped me that much. It helps with show notes a little bit, and it helps with, sometimes even I use it for Excel's formulas or pulling data out of the API because I'm not a programmer. But overall, it has had surprisingly little impact. I think the biggest impact that we're seeing from AI in trading in EVE Online is the huge amount of new apps that are coming out, because so many people are vibe coding new apps for EVE Online. It's crazy. I think the new stuff that came out this year dwarfs the all years before, and some of them are really, really good. And they look really good, better than they used to. I think people used to spend more time programming and the function, and now they're spending less time on programming the tool and more on the UI.
Absolutely. I've seen some of these tools as well, and it is absolutely amazing how these tools, AI, can kind of elevate what we can do, make us faster. Just, be aware of hallucinations. I got a fair share of that one. It usually sounds convincing, but you can can end up in quite a rabbit hole.
I want to ask you some question about your FanFest experience. So I know whenever we come here, I mean, we're now doing actual work, or the work that we usually also do, but I'm sure you've had some time to roam around and look at the halls. What has impressed you most in terms of the booth? What's the most interesting thing you've seen so far that you didn't expect here, maybe?
Okay, I'm gonna go back to CrashNaps Rome just a moment ago, and I had the second of this throwback moments when I saw CC Picard on stream, and the first one actually was right back there in the cheetah thing with the cones you put on the, I don't know, sensor and then start turning. I grabbed the one from 2003, and I remembered, or I think this is how I want to remember how it went down. Me sitting in a train, reading a gaming magazine, reading about EVE, and yeah, I was sold.
Nice.
How long do you play EVE, by the way?
2004 was my.
2004.
I still have my main character from 2004, which unfortunately isn't the first aluminum cone, but it's the second. And I put it on there, and I scrolled through it yesterday. I love how you put it on there. It's very heavy. I don't know, it doesn't translate well on the camera, but you pick this thing up that you saw CrashNaps doing, and you put it on the pedestal, and the light changes. It's absolutely amazing.
It's kind of massive as well.
Yeah.
It has value.
Hefty, yeah. Hefty. And I can't talk about that history thing without mentioning something I saw my CSM colleague, Mr. Young Puke 2, post on Discord earlier, because shout out to you, Young Puke. Waifu wars are canon, is what I think the way he put it is. And honestly, I'm too old. I don't know what that means, but waifu wars are canon now. They're actually in there if you find the right cone.
Yeah, I don't know how...
You're speechless now.
Yeah, how do you follow up with that? Cheap waifu wars, and now we're here.
Yeah.
When did you quit for the first time for real?
I think I've quit EVE, I don't know, 10 times in my career. Like the longest break I took was probably 8 years. So very much, I came out of college, started doing the financial sides of EVE because I was doing I was a financial analyst at the time, and played heavily for 2 or 3 years, like spreadsheets, regional trading, and then quit because I got my first real job, etc., and came back. And now I'm on a 6-year streak, though. Since I started streaming, and since I've been much more, I think, part of the community, I've stuck around. So this whole notion of if you are playing with friends or playing with a good corp or playing with a good community, you stick around. I 1000% believe in that, because for me that has been true.
When you came back from your first break, let's call them like that. The first one is you quit for real. After that, it's just breaks. That's how it works.
Yeah.
After your first real quitting, why did you come back? Is there anything particular that you were like, okay, I'm going to play EVE over all the other things that you could have chosen?
Yeah, for me, it's always been the itch of market trading. I was just never able to scratch that with any other game. So I would play World of Warcraft or Guild Wars 2 or other MMOs that are out there, and I would play the auction house, and I would win the auction house, which is a lot easier in World of Warcraft, by the way, compared to EVE. If you're an EVE trader, you have no problems with money in World of Warcraft. But it always felt artificial. It felt hyperinflationary because, you play Warcraft, you come back to it 2 years later, your gold is worth nothing. And I always felt that EVE Online was the only game that really took economy seriously. And I would play other games, I wouldn't have that feeling, and it always made me come back to EVE Online.
That resonates a lot. So the fact that you come back and your stuff is plus minus 20% still there and the same value, and you can just go ahead and most of the things you did 10 years ago kind of still work. So that's amazing. In that way, even though EVE takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
Enjoyable time. It also values it compared to a lot of other experiences.
I think it does. I mean, I have 2 small children, and typically in that situation, it's very difficult to find time to play games, right? But with EVE, I think you can play it so many different ways. Like, my gameplay happens 90% outside of the game client, right? So for me, I can very much be an influential trader and an economic and industrial person in EVE Online without having to be online at a certain time and for 2 or 3 hours. Of course, I'm not going to be maybe the person taking part in the large battles or the logistics, but that's okay. You know, everyone can play EVE like they want, and that's what makes this game so special.
What did this game do for you or to you with the outside world? What did you learn? What did you get from EVE other than the enjoyment sitting in Cheetah, I imagine, putting up shitty buy orders I then sell to? What did EVE do to you?
I mean, for me, I think it's a unique situation, but I'm someone who, I shared this story on stage earlier. I got to go to the Excel World Championships because of EVE. It's not directly related, but indirectly related. And so for me, EVE Online changed my life in many ways. I would have never thought 20 years ago that I'd be involved with Excel esports, but here I am, and it's been absolutely amazing. And the fact that EVE is the only game that has a Microsoft Excel add-in, we always say that here and there, but it's actually quite remarkable, because it's a huge companies like Microsoft, they don't just come and work on these little projects and try this and try that. It takes, convincing a lot of people from a brand perspective, from a business perspective to do that. And I love that fact, right? I have talked to the Microsoft people about this, and the developers creating that, and the fact that we have that is just so cool.
Okay, you said Excel a bit too many times for me. Yep. I've been a dev for like 30 years, and we probably used it in the wrong way, as in if we didn't really have to do it properly, we just had some macros and ordered some columns, and then the next guy can take care of the fallout.
Excel is very versatile.
Yeah, it allows you to do a lot of things in shitty ways, but I guess that's on you.
It is. Ernst, for you get recognized a lot, right? Here, if you walk the halls, do people stop you and talk to you?
So, this is, I talked about this on stream. Some of you know this routine. It is very weird, people knowing you and walking up to you, and you realizing you cannot do that situation justice because the only thing I can do is, who are you? Yeah. So we need the Twitch names.
Yeah.
If somebody hears this from FC, we need the Twitch names on these badges next year. That's that.
It's very
I tried to put a beanie on and glasses. Didn't work.
I've noticed that when I don't wear my hat, people don't recognize me. So I can go incognito, take my hat off, and walk around FanFest. But if I do put a hat on, everyone stops me.
It's about taking things off and not. All right. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's right. But it's a very strange feeling to walk through life 362 days of year and nobody knows what you look like, or nobody stops you for anything. And you land here in Iceland, and literally at the airport, people are like, "Hey, aren't you Oz?" And you're like, "Yeah, okay." I get to be a celebrity for 3 days. Amazing.
It's super cool. And I mean, the exact moment where you learn their Twitch name or Discord handle, and you realize, oh, I have been talking to this person or with this person. We've been flying together for years, and now it's hard to describe. You get the face, you get the hug. Mm-hmm. If it's FCO2,
so many hugs.
He even lifts you up or does skincare routines. It is absolutely outstanding. Sometimes it's a bit much.
Yeah.
But it is. I wouldn't want to miss it. I was so bummed that I couldn't come here last year.
Yeah.
And now I'm just I'm Cloud 7.
Nice. It's the coolest thing you can do. If you create content for EVE Online and come here and see the love in the room, the feedback, it's just really amazing. I mean, this is once a year experience. I don't want to say once in a lifetime because we're lucky enough to do this every year. Have you met any players here that surprised you, that told you something that, did you learn something about EVE Online this week?
So I was on some panels yesterday with EVE Workbench, EVE Guru, Rift, etc. I learned a lot of features I thought would be nice to have that actually already existed. I just didn't find it yet. That was pretty cool. And the thing that really is the most, that gives me the most coming here is the fact when somebody walks up to you and tells you, hey, I used this fit and you made me actually go and do things out there. Can't top that. Okay, the picture in the bathroom still is quite high up there, but you get the idea.
There are several people that I met this week that I've been speaking to a lot that I've never met in my life. And I love that because, not everyone shows their face, on Discord or on Twitch, and a lot of people are very introverted. This is a video game community after all, but coming here, and I think EVE Fanfest overall feels so inclusive and so safe for everyone. I'm very surprised that people come forward, everybody wants to talk about the game, and for some of them it's not easy. You can see that because they're introverted, but it's, everyone comes out, talk, and everybody's nice. I haven't seen anyone, being in uncomfortable situations. It's amazing what happened here.
Okay, a lot of people probably don't know that about me, or I may not come across like that. I'm a very private person, and 20 years ago, I would not have joined such an event.
Mm-hmm.
And I still have a level of anxiety, but when you walk into a room full of nerds, that's just like gone, like switch off. And yeah, Cloud 7.
I shout out to Futility out there. He came to me yesterday. We've had some discussions on Discord. We haven't always agreed in the past, and he came up to me. He introduced himself, and it's so nice because you see people that that are different. On Twitch chat, a lot of things happen. Right? In Discord, a lot of things happen, and to meet people face to face and resolve issues, conflicts, and talk about it, awesome. This is the best part.
It removes, or it increases the level of fidelity of interaction, and the chat, generally goes downwards or much easier than anywhere else. But in person, EVE players always lift each other up. Absolutely.
I made the mistake this morning, and my mom asked me how she can watch the broadcast. And I said, here's a link to Twitch, right? So I sent my mom to Twitch. And I didn't think about Twitch chat, because she's going to read a lot about things about her son that people write in Twitch chat, and she's not going to like it. So afterwards, she was like, oh, this is interesting. So you get immediate feedback. But she said most people were nice. I don't know what she means by most, but I haven't looked at the stream while I was presenting, but I hope it was okay. I hope you guys didn't make my mom not proud about her son.
Yeah, I'm just worried now what my wife is gonna think of me when I come back. All right.
My kids had a watch party, apparently. My wife put the iPad up, and my kid had a watch party to watch Dad present. So, kids, if you're watching, I love you.
I love mine too, but they're not watching. I'm pretty sure.
No, are they smaller than mine? Yeah.
I don't know. I can tell you about age. I don't know how tall your children are. So mine are 6.
Okay.
And, okay.
Yeah.
Coming back to what EVE did to us.
Yeah.
I speak English because of EVE.
Right.
I learned it through a Scottish corporation. Because I speak English, I was able to say to my then not yet wife, so FC owes me child support.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
That's how
Speaking of languages, we are both German speakers, right?
Yes,
so I don't know why we're doing this in English, but next segment is going to be in German, guys. You know this, right?
There were two reasons why I wanted to be up here, and this is we could do a German segment together, and I could just announce some features I always wanted in the game as they're coming. So 1,000 fittings, for example, soon.
Very good. Are there any presenters you're looking forward to the most this week? Like panels or anything?
So I was very interested in the AI panel, as in what is the plan. So that part already happened. I was also, while looking for the launch, going to the wrong level, ended up in the auditorium and got to witness the presentation of the guy who is like what kills you in the universe.
Yeah. Choose your own adventure. That was good.
I wanted to get out again, but I couldn't. I just sat there for the duration. That was absolutely, the energy there was Laurel level. Super
Very
crazy.
good.
What was the main thing you enjoyed so far, or are you looking forward?
You know, yesterday, the first panel at 10 a.m. was the security panel where they talk about bots and RMT and everything, and they show you the tools they use, and that's my favorite one. Every time I've seen it 3 times. It's a lot of repeat content, but it's so good. They show the numbers of how many bots were banned, how many accounts were banned. It was, I think, 500,000 last year, and that's always, to me, the most interesting part. I was surprised that it was on Thursday at 10 a.m. because that meant that not a lot of people were able to see it yet if they were a little bit late.
Did you watch the open ceremony? Yeah, and. Did you do the math when, I think it was FC Larkin said we played 7,900 hours over last year?
Yep.
Yeah, I was like, okay, wait, no.
I don't want them to show my numbers. All right, we're going to go to the next segment, and this is called Space is Beautiful.
And dangerous.
Dr. Healey. So very excited to see that. We're going to be back after that.
We hope you're comfortable, Capsuleers, because our next guest keynote speaker is about to explore environments where you definitely wouldn't be. Please give a very warm welcome to Dr. Beth Healey.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much for having me here at EVE Fanfest. I'm really excited to be here and share some of my experiences working in the field, which I hope can help with your experience through EVE Online. So my background is I'm a medical doctor and I've specialized in space and aviation medicine. I work half of my time as the space medical lead for Nortex Global and doing digital health projects, and I spend the rest of my time working out in the field for National Geographic, where I provide medical support in extreme and remote environments. And I've got a background of providing medical support for expeditions, film, TV, and for the European Space Agency down in Antarctica. Thank you. I heard that you guys were a super friendly crowd, so I'm really excited to be here with you all. And it's also really cool coming through Iceland because I started off my career working out in Greenland a lot, so I've been up there sort of about 7 or 8 times, and I always used to come through Iceland, and I used to see this amazing center, so it's a really amazing, cool experience to get to come and speak here, so thank you for having me. So this is the Global Exploration Roadmap, and this essentially is just showing us that what we want to do sort of globally is move away from low Earth orbit, where the International Space Station currently, and move towards longer duration spaceflight missions, going back to the Moon and later on to Mars. And it's been coined that we might get to Mars as early as 2030, and while I think that that's probably a little bit unrealistic, I do honestly believe that I'll see humans step foot on Mars within my lifetime, and I really do believe that. And we can already see that there's been a big change in the momentum going towards long-duration spaceflight with Artemis 2, which was a super successful mission that I'm sure that most of you are all aware of. And also a lot of plans and development and research going towards the development of sort of a lunar village and a lunar civilization as well. And, you know, we've already got to Mars with robotics and unmanned spaceflight. And so it really is exciting to see what challenges sending a human team deeper into space will face. And we're aware of some of the challenges that we might have. So, for example, those that we have on the human body, and also the mental side as well. So how are these small, isolated teams going to cope in these kind of environments? And I think that that's something that you guys all have quite a lot of experience of through the platform. And so you can help me. And so we're already starting to prepare for these longer missions. So we saw these two astronauts spend 12 months on board the International Space Station, and that's longer than the typical kind of 6-month missions that you typically expect an astronaut to spend on the ISS. And that's really helping us to understand a bit more about some of the physiological and psychological challenges that these astronauts might be facing on these longer missions. And by a better understanding, we're able to make more successful sort of countermeasures to help protect and improve health for astronauts in the future. But we're not just using space as to do all of this research. We're also using a number of ground-based analog programs as well. And we call these spaceflight analogs. And essentially, a spaceflight analog is just any environment which in some way replicates space. And we have lots of different ones looking at slightly different things. And in many ways, I really think that EVE Online is considered a spaceflight analog. You know, you're sort of actively sort of facing problems and simulations and learning from those real-life experiences and how you're able to cope and work together as teams in these environments. And I think that what we're gaining from that is also really useful and can be considered sort of within this realm of research as well, which is kind of cool. So this is a pretty popular one, getting paid to spend 2 months in bed, and that's really useful to look at the effects of microgravity, essentially, so not having axial loading on our bones and how that affects the human body over a prolonged period of time. We also have underwater platforms looking at communication delays and also the effects of weightlessness, again, on the human body. And we have projects like Mars 500, which was essentially a spaceship, sort of a mock-up spaceship that was made in a Russian car park, and the crew there spent over 500 days simulating a Mars mission. And these platforms are really useful because you can simulate lots of different sort of medical problems in a relatively controlled environment. And we have platforms like Concordia Station, and that was the one that I was involved in. So a few years ago, I went down to Antarctica working as European Space Agency research doctor at Concordia Station, and it's one of, so it's situated on the Dome Charlie Plateau. Its closest neighbours are Vostok and the South Pole. It's about 1,200 kilometres from the coast, and it's one of the few inland stations, which makes it relatively more inaccessible during the overwinter period. And it's actually there because it's really good for ice core drilling, so we don't have much precipitation, which means that you can, when you drill through the snow, you go a long way back in time. And so a lot of interesting research has taken place at the station. So the one thing that you might notice about the station, so this is a screenshot of the kind of temperatures and the environmental conditions that we're experiencing. And the one thing you might notice is it's pretty chilly, so some minus 80. And during the winter period, it was consistently between sort of minus 70 and minus 80 during the whole time there. And also the barometric pressure is relatively low as well. So it's a little bit like living at the top of Mont Blanc for the year, more or less. And the other thing that makes Concordia really interesting is that we have no sunlight for 3 months of the year, so 105 days. And this is actually a picture that I took around lunchtime, so it's kind of really crazy. You just like open the door at lunchtime and it's complete night and you can see the Milky Way. And you can see me actually, I'm this little, that's me, down there. And it's these two factors, the extreme cold and the long polar night, that means that the crew at Concordia are considered completely inaccessible during the overwinter period, which is 9 months of the year. And that's the period that we're really doing all of this research to help inform us about some of the challenges that we might be facing on future long-duration spaceflight missions as well. And what's interesting, I think, compared to, for example, Mars 500, where you had the crew which were in the Russian car park, is I think I would actually find it a lot easier being on a platform like this, where the isolation was like a real isolation, because I think I would have spent most of the 500 days wondering whether or not I should actually leave the program. And I actually spent a lot of the summer before the winter period questioning my decision about overwintering. And it was kind of interesting that when the last plane left, I actually felt really relaxed, because I felt like the decision had been sort of taken out of my hands and I could just be present and enjoy the experience. And whether it's harder or easier, I'm not really sure, but it definitely puts like a different psychological pressure on the crew. And that's what's interesting about the research at stations like this. And we're mainly looking at that mental side as well, the mental side of sort of living and working in these kind of environments. And I'm just going to run through some of the parallels that we have in spaceflight and in stations like Concordia, and some of the research that we're doing and the countermeasures that we're putting in place, and how that could be relevant as well to your own space missions. And so the key one is isolation. So we're often called the hivernauts, which means kind of like winternaut in French. That was my bedroom window, is this one here, for that overwinter period. This was our crew, and it was about a 50-50 mix of scientific and technical team. Lots of different languages. We ended up with a language which we called Concordian, because we ended up with a mix of all the different languages over sort of lunch and dinner times. And so sort of 3 girls and all the rest boys. So 13, not the luckiest of numbers for our crew. But again, I think, it's like a really international platform, and again, sort of challenges, that you guys are facing with EVE in terms of languages and working together in terms of different cultural understandings as well. And before we went down to Concordia, we actually went to the European Astronaut Centre, and we had what's called human performance behavior training. And this is all about sort of really understanding your crew, how they might react to different situations. And by understanding different people and how they're going to react, it really helps inform you earlier than perhaps they even realize when someone might be sort of going into trouble, for example. So for me, if I'm really upset, I go really, really quiet. So that's like how you can spot that I'm upset. So, and other people react in different ways. And I think, again, this is why events like this, where you really start to sort of understand your community and get to know people, sort of really helps you understand when they go into more stressful situations, how they might react as well. So it's also, you think you're isolated, but you're also living on top of each other as well, and it gets sort of really monotonous. Lots of people ask me, was I lonely down there? And it was actually the opposite, because you really just couldn't get away from people. You're like really sort of stuck in this like little tin can for all that time. And yeah, there's a lot of monotony with your day. It's a little bit like Groundhog Day every day. And so it was really important for us, and this was part of the training that we had before we went, to put sort of different things in the calendar for us to look forward to, and to make sure that we had periods where we were working as a team towards team goals as well, because all of our different job roles were quite independent of each other. And so, and they actually found that the first year at Concordia was considered the most sort of psychologically successful, and that was because they hadn't actually finished building the station when they decided to overwinter. It was a bit like hit and miss as to whether they were actually going to winter that year, because they were like frantically trying to finish building it. And they decided that they would, and they had like the basic shell, but then the team spent most of their winter like sort of fitting out the inside of it. And that was actually really successful, because they were all working towards these like shared goals and these shared sense of achievement as well during their time. So that's something to consider with your crews as well, is to try and make sure that people are working together and having this like communal sense of achievement, whether that's artificially or whether that's with sort of real challenges that you might be facing. And one of our experiments that we're doing, this was one that was a NASA experiment, was we did functional MRI scanning, which we did before the mission. We did it immediately afterwards, and then we did it again 6 months after we had been sort of back in normal civilization. And what was super interesting is that they found that actually our grey matter had reduced, so it like atrophied, during the period of isolation. And that was consistent for all of the crew members, and it was done over a number of years. It was most notable in the parietal and temporal regions, and also in the thalamus. And they also found that the lateral ventricles of the brain increased in size, which is like the holes in your brain, basically. So that was really interesting to find, and that was because of the isolation and the sensory deprivation that we were experiencing as a crew. But fortunately for me, we did find that sort of 6 months later, once you've been back to normal stimuli, it did all regenerate completely as well. So it's just something to consider, because when you are in those environments, you do find that sort of your cerebral function is slightly muted compared to what you might be used to, and it will become, especially relevant when you're going on sort of longer duration missions, much longer than this as well. Things that were found to be protective of that was better sleep. So the crew members that were sleeping well during the mission had less reduction in their grey matter. And also people that were exercising, especially sort of intense exercise during those missions as well. And so those two things to consider to help protect your crew from these effects as well. Now, sleep, you say, it's like everyone knows that you need to get sleep, but actually with the long polar night, it was really hard to sleep. So I had spent a lot of time working up in the Arctic before going down to Antarctica, and when I'd been up there, we'd had like 24-hour daylight, and I went down to Antarctica being like a little bit smug, thinking, oh, I'm fine, because I'm a great sleeper, I've worked in emergency medicine for years, and I'm used to like sleeping on a bench in the waiting room and all these various different places, and so I was like, I'm going to be fine. But actually, it was the complete opposite, and I went down there, and when we went into the long polar night, I found that for the first 3 days, I just couldn't sleep at all, and it was weird because you just didn't have, you went into, it kind of felt like a bit like a weird hibernation, because you know when you go outside of the door and it's like really sunny and it like kind of wakes you up, like you never really have that moment, and so you kind of felt a little bit asleep all the time. And trying to eat as well was really difficult. It was a bit like trying to eat like a full roast dinner at like midnight. Imagine like, or 2, 3 in the morning. You always felt like a little bit like, oh, or like a kebab at 3 in the morning, which actually isn't that hard after a night out. Bad example. We're also looking at the effects of the artificial lighting on our eyesight during that period as well, so that was something that we were considering. And we were also looking at the crew interactions as well, so this was one of my favorite experiments. And with this one, we had these like activity watches, which was looking at our sleep-wake cycle, and so that's how we were able to make the correlations between the MRI scans and the sleep cycles. But what was also really interesting about this experiment is we were also like localizing where people were on the station and who they were interacting with as well. And it was really interesting to see how the use of the habitat, how the use of the space changed over time, and also when people started to like isolate themselves from the crew, and where big conflicts in the crew were happening as well. So when you look at an Antarctic winter or any mission, normally we talk about like the third quarter syndrome, and this is typically the most challenging part of any mission psychologically for people. So, right at the beginning, everyone's super excited to be there, like you've got lots of new experiences and it's all very cool. Like the second part, you're just like getting into it a little bit, and you're sort of getting your rhythm and you've got your friends, and then it's all, it's pretty nice. For us, then we have like the midwinter party in the middle, which is always great, sort of interacting with different stations and stuff. And then you go into the third quarter, and suddenly it feels like you've been there forever, and then you suddenly realize that you have all of that time left to go. And this is where people really start to go into trouble from a social perspective and also a functional sort of perspective as well. And this is the part of the mission where we really need to put lots of different countermeasures in place to really help protect our teams, especially in terms of conflict. And then you get to the last quarter and everyone's super happy and everyone's best friends again because you realize you're going home and that this experience is almost over and there are all these things that you wish that you had done and you're frantically like running around trying to finish all your experiments and taking photos and all the various things that you meant to do before you leave. And that's pretty typical, and that's the findings that we found as well in that experiment. So we're also monitoring our teams for performance, and again, this is something important to do for teams on long-duration missions. And so this was the cognition battery that we were doing on laptops. And essentially, it was looking in lots of different areas of performance, so like risk-taking behavior, memory testing, reaction times. And it was really just a screening tool, so you're testing yourself against yourself. And is looking for any dip in performance in people's own personal baseline. And that's really just the red flag for mission control, to look at that particular individual, and it's just really to flag them up, and then from then you can work out why they're dipping in performance. Are they having like emotional trouble, or they're not sleeping, or is there something that we can do to help support them? And while we're doing this experiment down in Antarctica, astronauts are doing exactly the same one up in space, and it really just highlights how these ground-based platforms are also used to increase subject numbers for research projects as well, to help develop these tools and tech a lot more quickly than you would if you used astronauts alone, because of course there's relatively few going into space. And also what's nice about this one is it's now also become a routine sort of tool for astronauts up on the International Space Station. So this is something that's being used, and it's out of the research phase now as well. We're also looking at simulation training as well. So we had the Soyuz spaceflight simulator down there, and really asking the question, do you need to take a simulator with you on a mission? Because, are you going to forget how to land once you arrive at Mars, for example? So it's looking at like retention of skills and training and simulation. And I think the simulation is something that I, as an emergency doctor, find really, really important, and it's actually something which I've got recently really involved in looking at how you can use like VR and XR to do pre-hospital medical simulations. And that's something I'm really interested in, so I was really excited to come to this event because you guys know a lot more about that than me, and so I'm really excited to talk about that if anyone has any experience. But also what I find interesting with simulation, it reminds me of when I went up to Greenland. So we were up in Greenland, and we were up in like a little bothy hut, and we were about a day's skidoo drive from anywhere. And suddenly there was like this huge crash on the window. It was 5 in the morning, and it was actually my birthday. And so I thought that somebody, I don't know how I thought this, but I was like slightly sleeping, 5 a.m. And there was this huge crash, and my immediate thought was, oh, like someone's obviously like making me a cup of tea, and has like dropped the like little camp stove on the thing. And then suddenly there was like this second massive crash, and I like peeped out of my sleeping bag because it's like -30. It's like really, really cold, and suddenly realized that like the 4 people that I was with were like just in this little room with me. And so we went out and I realized that it was like a polar bear basically trying to get in through the window, which is pretty scary. And then all of my simulation training came back, and we had like one guy, because whenever we did the training, we had these like flares, like the hand flares, which were in these little plastic bags. And because we're up in Greenland, we don't have many plastic bags. And so this guy, because when we're doing the sims, we always like undo the little plastic bag to save the plastic bag. And so this guy, poor guy, had because we'd done it in practice so many times, he was there like untying his plastic bag rather than ripping it open. Which is what you're supposed to do. And it really brought home to me how important simulations are, because like when you go into these moments, you really do exactly what you've done in the sim. And so how important it is to do like high fidelity simulations where you're actually doing exactly what you're going to do, and so you're ripping open the bag rather than like untying it carefully. And I think that's also where we can learn a lot from things like EVE Online as well, in terms of sims and how teams are really functioning in these environments as well. So just a side point. Fortunately, I didn't get eaten by the polar bear, despite us saving our plastic bag, but thank you. I take no, the polar bear didn't want to eat us. I mean, that's like, it wasn't me scaring him off at all. So he just came and popped his paw in, thought that there was some hunters had left some meat and there wasn't, so he just walked off. So yeah, I can take no credit in our survival there, but it was a cool experience. Okay, delays and distance. So during my time there, so it was we kind of had, the internet was a little bit like the old dial-up, you know, you'd like write in a web page and then it would take like ages to come through, but you could still browse the internet if you had a lot more patience than me. But we did have a period where we didn't have any comms, and I actually found it easier in a way, I must say, because before that we had WhatsApp on our phones, and you know, my friends would be like out going on in London, like having a really great time. They'd send me all these pictures, and I was just like, oh. You know, sat in the middle of Antarctica. So it was interesting to experience both comms and lack of comms. And in terms of sort of really being present, I think that I found it easier with sort of slightly less communication with life back at home. But that was, and also in terms of the communication of like bad news and major events that were happening back at home as well. And so that's also something to consider for your crews, is how much information you're going to give them. And often with spaceflight, we traditionally people make decisions about what information they do or don't want to get while they're in an environment where they can't come home, for example. So, and that could also be something to consider with your own crews as well. In terms of medical preparedness, if we're currently to have a medical problem on board the International Space Station, and of course there was one recently, we can typically, in an emergency, as long as the patient's stable, evacuate them within sort of a day, the roundabouts. Obviously, if we're going further on deeper space missions, that's no longer going to be possible, and so the medical models are moving towards more autonomous medical systems that you also might need on expeditions. We have good telemedicine facilities as well, but obviously when you're going deeper into space, you do have the delays as well to consider with that, but also a super useful resource for your crews. And this has also been developed as well, so we've got like ultrasound now and like lots of telediagnostics. Just meaning diagnostic machines where you can have somebody, sort of a less well-trained user actually performing the scan and then being interpreted remotely. And we actually use that in the UK in emergency departments when you do a CT scan at night time. It actually gets sent to Australia because everyone's awake in Australia at that point. It gets interpreted by the awake radiologists and then gets sent back to the UK as well, which makes a lot of sense because cognitively you're performing much better during the daytime as well. So yeah, it exists in the NHS as well. But you also have to be considerate of your equipment and not running out of medical supplies as well, especially important when you're on a spacecraft where there's limited space. How much do you want to take with you, especially things like fluids, super heavy. And so a lot of novel techniques are coming in now as well, which are about sort of reconstituting sort of crystals rather than taking full saline as well. But I mean, that's just one of many examples, and also 3D printing obviously has some benefits with that. At Concordia, we didn't have that luxury. We actually bring everything in by these like overland traverses, which drives that 1,300 kilometers from the coast at about 25 kilometers an hour, so very slowly. I actually got to be part of it, so this is me on New Year's Day driving a cat tractor, which was pretty fun. And you actually drive in tractor pairs because it's so hectic takes off, and then you have to, you're sort of basically you sit there with your tractor like ready to go like full blast, and then as soon as, but you've got the brake on, and as soon as you see the rope getting tight, then you just like let go of the brake, and then you're suddenly like going off together. So it's quite scary to do that the first few times through pretty crazy conditions. This is what happens when, so we have like 3 snowplows going between as well, so they have like radar systems to look for crevasses, and they make like a little road for us. And this is what happens if you go off the road. So the French said it was the Italians said it was the French, but as long as it wasn't the Brit, I didn't mind. I was just like, okay, you boys sort this out. So. But that, again, it's like all about teamwork in these environments. And again, with you guys, like, you know, I went down as the doctor, but obviously you can't just go down as the doc and be like, you know, you really have to learn lots of different skill sets and help other people in your team as well. And that's one of the sort of beauties of it, really, you know, is like really learning different skills. So, for example, like the plumber had like learned how to scrub into theatre if we were to have like an operation. I was part of the fire rescue team, and I also was here changing a caterpillar track on a tractor. And I think it's really sort of developing these like different diverse skill sets for your crews. It's really useful and makes much more cohesive and high-performing teams. And it really is the people, you know, it's the people that are involved in this and all the people that are behind the scenes that really make these things happen. You know, it's like you sort of often see just the astronauts going with Artemis, but it's these huge groups of people and these big communities which are really helping to make these things happen as well. And I think that's the really special thing about spaceflight and about communities like EVE as well, is to be part of something like much bigger than yourself. Which I think is really exciting, and to really be like at the forefront of developing like tools and technology and having these sort of big exploratory goals to really push ourselves forward to really make these discoveries and be part of something. So we often talk about the overview effect as well. So when astronauts look back down at Earth from space, and they often say how it gives you like a different perspective on how you see things. And I think I also experienced a similar feeling down in Antarctica, because during the nighttime, when you lose that sun, it's a really weird feeling to lose that like really familiar thing that's in the sky. You know, wherever you go traveling in the world, you always see the sun, and it kind of really connects me to life back home. It's that like familiarity, and really to lose that for that period, I felt really disconnected from everything back here. And I think, you know, and then when it did come back, you suddenly felt like way more connected, and you got like this energy. And the first time that it came back, we were all like sat outside waiting for the sun to come, and it literally like peeped over the horizon for about two minutes, if that. It was very underwhelming. We had a party anyway, and like everyone just was like suddenly full of energy. Everyone went to the gym and like did all these things that you'd like not been doing, because you went into like this weird hibernation state. And so I think it's really useful to kind of have that experience where you can kind of like sit back from life, you know, and sort of really kind of just, it gives you like a good different perspective. It's similar to when you go traveling and stuff, is like to sort of take that step back and really think about what you want to do moving forward. And they say when world leaders are like, that we should take all world leaders up into space, because if they look back down on Earth through the cupola window, that lots of like political decisions would be different in terms of like feeling like an Earthling, rather than, you know, having these different boundaries and frontiers and wars and things. So something to consider. So the environment that you're in, again, like space, like one thing that really got me was like, you don't see any old people and you don't see any young people. It's like, everyone's just like sort of this like younger, sort of like the same age. You don't see any open water. We have showers, obviously, but I hadn't been submerged in water for 12 months. So the first thing I did was like jump into some water. And again, I think this is things to consider, like, you know, really, and having like earthly smells as well, like mud and things like that. You know, if you had the fire hose and like squirted out the window, which I'm sure we didn't do, it just like completely like evaporated before it hit. It like was like, it kind of formed like this huge like smoke cloud, which was kind of crazy of ice. So I think that's also these like things that are useful to consider when you're designing spacecraft as well. Is like now people are talking about like incorporating wood and like having hydroponic growing of plants, just to have that familiarity with life back on Earth as well. You know, when I first arrived, the chef, he actually had like, he had like just wintered and I'd just come in, and he had like saved like this lettuce leaf with a little slug on it, and I was like, that's a bit weird that he would do that. But then at Concordia, we don't have penguins or anything. You know, nothing survives in the world outside. Not even, so we're taking here like snow samples for extremophile bacteria. to see if they can survive. So, and not having any pets or other wildlife was something that I personally really missed as well. So this is like sensory deprivation. And also like the different bacteria are different to what we have back on Earth as well, and it's worth considering as well in terms of potential new pathogens that you might experience out in space as well. And so this was actually during the summer, so it's very cold outside, and it was actually weird, like going outside felt more claustrophobic as well than being inside, because you had all this gear on, and you know, you couldn't go out during -80, you like literally had like these huge goggles and stuff, and so it felt like going out on a spacewalk, and it got like a bit claustrophobic. Inside the station, you couldn't open any windows, because if you did, they would never shut again because of the ice. So we have also sustainable life support systems down there. So obviously in space you need to recycle water. We helped develop that technology down at Concordia, and one of the key differences is that our water recycling didn't recycle urine. So my top tip for anyone overwintering is not to pee in the shower, because the rest of your crew would have like a horrible experience, which may or may not have happened. What's also cool about this kind of technology is this is actually out in Morocco, and it's the same tech that's been developed for space, and it's now being used to provide fresh drinking water to isolated communities after natural disasters as well. So as I mentioned briefly, so we have hydroponic growing facilities as well, which we're now developing more and more in space, because actually food is like super important for morale. We had an Italian chef when we were there, which was perfect. And they've also found that, you know, up in space, like the importance of the food in terms of crew cohesion and satisfaction in being there. And this is actually a chef that helped to develop some food to go up in space, and he's actually got a restaurant that you can go to now, and it's like got like hydroponically grown stuff and things like that. But I think it's, yeah, for morale and team psychology is super important. So I'm just going to briefly touch on some more of like the physical sides as well. I know that we were in the fantastic lecture, I must say it was an awesome lecture earlier, about radiation that we touched on. So this is actually a habitat that sort of has been a designed sort of a prototype for Mars, and it's actually using 3D printing of water to make like an ice habitat which can help protect against some of the radiation. Now, has anyone got like a sort of ballpark figure of radiation? So me being a doctor, I like to think in CT scans about how much, like a full body CT scan. How many full body CT scans of radiation do you think the Artemis crew would have experienced? Anyone? So it's actually not that bad. It's about 2 to 3. It's kind of the equivalent. And how much do you reckon 6 months on board the International Space Station? How many? 20. Yeah, 20, 25. And how many full body CT scans if you're going to go to Mars and back? Yeah, 100, yeah. Top marks, everybody. So these are the kind of levels of sort of CT scans that you might expect. But you know, I mean, 100 is not insignificant. So it's something that we really need to think about in terms of protecting. So yeah, so this amazing habitat, and also using the regolith as well. So the moon does a 3D print to help protect us as well, has been postulated as being super protective also. And also the kind of orbits that you want to take as well can help in terms of being protective. So of course we could get to Mars much quicker with certain orbits, but they would have such huge radiation exposure for the crew that it's not deemed to be a good orbit. So you can go on much longer orbits, which are going to help protect you as well. So that's also something to consider to look after your crew in terms of which orbit you're going to take to get to different destinations. We also have resistance devices as well on board, and it's actually been found that some of the astronauts now are coming back fitter than when they went into space, because they hadn't been going to the gym before they were in space, and then because doing the ARED, which is this machine, is like compulsory part of their day, they come back with better bone health than they did before they went up. But as a general rule, not axial loading from microgravity obviously reduces your bone density, and so it's super important for any spacecraft to have some kind of countermeasure for this for your crew. In Artemis, they have a sort of smaller device like a flywheel, which is obviously for these shorter missions. You don't need something quite as, and also you need like less weight on board as well. So we've also found that SANS is like a problem with the eyesight as well, that we're not really sure why, but it could be due to the fluid shifts, but also something to consider, mainly affecting men. Sorry, guys. Ladies are protected. And then also to spacewalks. And this brings me to my other job. So I'm currently working as the doctor for National Geographic Pristine Seas project, which is like a sort of, think Jacques Cousteau. We have like a little submarine and we have science divers. This is me actually on the submarine here. So get to go down and explore our ocean. And it's actually been thought that we know less about our ocean here on Earth than we do sort of the planet, the surface of the moon and Mars as well. So really lucky to get to do this. I do this for sort of half my year. And what's really interesting about this is the similarities between going diving and going on a spacewalk. So I'm not sure if you guys know, but if you go from obviously like atmospheric pressure, which is where we're all at, and we go down, then when we come back up, we're at risk of having bubbles form, so decompression sickness. But if you're going out into space, it's the inverse, but we can also get decompression sickness. And so it's really useful to look at divers and how we can put these different countermeasures in place to help protect our astronauts going on the space missions, because obviously you're going from the sort of to the lower pressure outside of the spacecraft and then coming back in. So it's the inverse of the bends. We can also use underwater environments to help train us as well on the effects of microgravity in terms of, again, simulation training for particular skills. And we've also developed a lot of what we call pre-breathe techniques, which is to help protect us from decompression sickness. And so these astronauts are doing that, and essentially the things that we're looking at doing is to remove the nitrogen, because by breathing high levels of oxygen, 100% oxygen, we can reduce the amount of nitrogen which is in our blood, and that's what actually causes the bubbles to form. So if we can essentially reduce our nitrogen, then we can help protect our crews as well. So again, something to consider. And so, so having been in one of the most remote, what's considered to be probably one of the most remote environments and certainly inaccessible ones on Earth, if anyone was to offer me a one-way ticket, I'd probably choose this, I would say, over this. But for me, these missions and these exploratory goals are really about what we can learn from having this goal and what we can bring back to Earth as well. And I'm also part of one of the United Nations Space and Global Health Research Groups, which is about how we can align what we're learning from space missions to help improve life back on Earth as well. And there's also lots of novel other ways that we can learn from space to help on Earth as well, in terms of pharmaceuticals. So we've got different ways of growing crystals. So it's not just about better understanding how our human physiology is, but I think there's lots of exciting things out there in the cosmos that can help treat a lot of diseases and conditions that we have back here too, which is super exciting. So I really wanted to just leave with saying that, I really think that being part of these big communities and these big wider communities like EVE, where you're like pushing the boundaries of our understanding about how teams are working in these environments, and through research and technological innovation, I think we can all be part of something much bigger than ourselves. And while, I don't think, unfortunately, I'd love to be, but I'm sure it probably won't be me stepping foot on Mars within my lifetime, I do feel that we can all be part of that bigger mission. And I think that's what's so exciting about space, is that it can bring together all different nationalities and all of us, and we can all feel that we're part of this bigger thing. And I really do feel that, my small little contribution, I'll feel that I'll be with them on that mission as well, and I hope that you do too. So thank you very much. And I'd be delighted to say I've got 5 minutes for questions. Thank you. So yeah, I've got 5 more minutes for questions if anyone has any questions, but also I'm going to be around all afternoon and evening, and so do catch me as well over a coffee or something. I'd be delighted to answer anything that you have. But yeah, if you do have a question, you have to come here and be in the spotlight. Sorry.
Wow. Hi. So I've spoken to a lot of non-EVE players who've come to Fanfest over the years. Usually it comes in the form of reluctant spouses who have been dragged here after months and months of nagging. You would be maybe one of the more enthusiastic non-EVE players I've seen here. So I was curious if you, like, what your take is, what your opinion is, not just of the game, but of your experience here this week, maybe any anecdotes or insights you'd love to share with us.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been really inspiring. Also, how do you know I'm not an EVE player? Such a judgment.
You said space mission. That's how I.
Okay.
That's how I.
Busted. Okay. I did have the. Okay. So no, I find it like so friendly. I think it's an amazing community, and I'm actually really interested in what you guys are doing, especially because. I think I mentioned that about using the XR VR training for pre-hospital simulations that I'm helping to develop. This is all like a super new world for me. But as soon as I heard all about it and I was like researching before my talk, I was like, wow, this is just like another spaceflight analog. You know, you guys are doing the same as what we're doing at Concordia. We're just looking at a slightly different thing, and I think that's really exciting. And it's also just, I love passionate people, and everyone I've met here has been like so passionate about space, and so yeah, I loved it. Thank you. And thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm sure that my question will make some people laugh, but I'm serious about that. During your stay in Concordia Station, did some love feeling emerge between some crew members? And how did... No, it's a... I'm trying to extrapolate what would happen to a crew in space, okay, who is completely isolated for, I don't know, months or years.
Yeah.
So did it happen? Because I saw that there were men and women from different ages, and how did it impact the relation inside the crew?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a great question. So it's not, it's not banned to have relationships within the crew. I think on our particular mission, there wasn't so much during the winter. There's more in the summer time. And I think it's actually because, it's pretty high stakes. Like if you want to have a relationship, you have to really like that person because you're going to be stuck with them for the next 9 months. So I think, there were definitely obviously like tensions throughout the mission, and I think it was kind of interesting, like some people would be like actively mean to you so that they didn't, like other people didn't think that you had a crush on them. Like, I remember like people would be mean to me at lunchtime just because they didn't want to be like too nice, because then everyone would say that we were like having something happen. So, it was definitely a challenge. But I think, it's just like normal life as well. I think with any environment, any extreme environment, space, or like going on expeditions, like it's a very intense experience. And so I think you develop relationships a lot more quickly than you do in kind of other worlds as well. So I think you really get to know people really intensely, really, really quick. I hope that answers your question.
So this could be either for Antarctica or for the work you've done with National Geographic, but what is the one thing that is probably your favorite thing you either were surprised about, were wrong about, got to learn a completely different way, or had some sort of like application you weren't expecting? What was your most fun surprise?
I think I learned about like my motivation, I guess, and like being like really clear on like why you're doing something really helps me. Like I think like when I was there, I wasn't really sure why I'd gone there. Like I'd always been kind of interested in Antarctica. I love skiing. That's kind of how it all like snowballed, because I love skiing, like Greenland and then Antarctica. And then I kind of had a moment where I was a bit like, what am I doing here? Like, should I winter? Like, you have like 2 months before the last plane leaves, and you ask yourself like a lot of questions. And I think having like a really clear reason for why you're there helps me so much whenever I'm on a trip. Or on an expedition. It's the same with going away with Nat Geo. Sometimes, it kind of sounds glamorous, but at the end of the day, you're kind of like stuck on a boat for a month with a group of people. And sometimes you're like, like, what am I doing? And I think if you can like find a bigger meaning of why you're doing something, then it becomes really easy just having that like clear in your head. And I think for me in Antarctica, it was because I wanted to be part of, you know, like future space exploration, and that became really important to me. And so like actually getting people engaged in the experiments was actually super important for my reason of why, and it made all the rest a lot easier. And I think for anything in life, you know, if you can really understand why you're doing something, then I think it sort of all the noise disappears. And that's just kind of what I learned about myself, I think. Thanks. Well, I've got 0.3 seconds, so I guess that's me. So thank you very much, guys, and look forward to chatting you in the breaks. Bye, everyone.
What shall we talk about? Relationships,
All right.
not playing EVE, or extreme environments or activities?
Let's please talk about extreme environment and activities.
All right. What's the most extreme thing you've done? IRL.
IRL?
Yeah.
Man, I'm an adrenaline junkie. I like skydiving. I skydove in Australia.
Skydiving, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I went bungee jumping in several countries. I love it. I love it. How about you? Do you do anything extreme?
I think the most extreme thing I ever did was eating ice cream directly out of the bucket after I was married.
Spoken like a true Swiss.
That's how it works, too. Don't do it. It's just trouble.
You know, looking at these, there's right to the right of us, there's people playing the old Crucible build from EVE Online, where there's walking in station. Have you tried that?
No. You want to take over for 5? I'll definitely look this. The immersion you got from, looking out of that window in the captain's quarters is unmatched. But there's Vanguard. Maybe we get to walk through EVE ships and stuff.
Maybe
along that way. Who knows? We'll see.
There's a lot of Legion and Vanguard content around here. Like you can play with the controller, playing the Frontier stuff. What are you excited about when you're looking at Vanguard or Frontier?
So for me, looking at Frontier, it is a very special frontier with what they're trying to do. The whole setting or the mood, it being super dark and survival, appeals to survival players. I like playing survival games as well as to the way you interact with the game. When you're a bit older, it takes a while to change your input methods. And if I would have to play this with a controller, for example, I would need a glass of wine, probably, to get started.
You don't play games with controllers at all?
No. I feel impaired in terms of, accuracy. Maybe that's just a question of, getting used to, but I've never really played controllers. We do have a controller at home, though. The little ones occasionally play some games,
right.
And it just suck. They don't. That's sad. Sorry, I didn't want to.
By the way, if I seem distracted, I'm looking at FC Jotun getting tattooed, and he said earlier it was his first tattoo. We don't know exactly what he's getting tattooed at. Maybe we can actually catch him coming out of there, because it's probably going to say Wormhole, by the way, or something on it. But you heard it here first. CCP Jotun or FC Jotun now has a tattoo.
Yeah, we need Crash Cam again to see what's going on there.
Yeah, what an epic segment.
Absolutely. I wanted to ask you something. There's this meme around you not undocking.
Yes.
Do you not undock?
I do.
How? Where's the button?
I undock so much that I actually have an undock hotkey on my mouse. So I just want to say that, I don't know if everyone else has that, but I actually have that on my mouse. I do a lot of trading, but other things I love doing in EVE Online are, for example, Abyssal Space. So I know it's controversial because, it takes people out of the sandbox, etc., etc. But I absolutely love Abyssal content, and I say this on my stream all the time. The adrenaline rush of the time limit. You know, I love taking cheap fits into the abyss and seeing how much I can get accomplished with them. And right now, because I'm on the CSM and kind of on hiatus with trading, doing, for example, PI, doing abyssal space. You know, I occasionally do exploration, especially in nullsec. I'm undercover in one of the large alliances, and you know, because I have to do some research. As a CSM, you got to do research.
Absolutely, and when you are out of that NDA, you can obviously cash in on whatever you learned.
Most people know what alliance I fly with as well, because it's apparently not that undercover anymore.
What's the most exciting experience in EVE Online space you can recall?
Honestly, I managed to get out of an abyssal pocket with 1 second left, and I don't know if there's anything that matches that. And I know people, you know, say that about PvP, but honestly, I am so terrible at EVE PvP that I never get the shakes from it because I am dead before anything shakes, right? Abyssal space, I get to do it on my time. I get to get there. I need to understand and research. You know, you've done abyssal content on your stream, right?
Yeah, when it initially came out, I was basically doing just that.
It's so good.
The whole, it is. I mean, it's 3 rooms every time, but the rest is not as repetitive as missions, for example. And it's super exciting to, fit around stuff and then see how things work out or not. And you know, you can still get the shakes. You just said you know, there's folks who don't like this content that is in or out of world. You're coming out, and if you know how, you will exactly find where people are coming out, and then you might shake, unless they think you are a Gila, but it's a vagabond with an ADC. Whoa, we got him.
We see it. If we can get a wide shot, we can see CCP Jotun or FC Jotun. It says warm hurler by the way on his arm. You see it here live. We can see it on stream. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Abyssal pockets.
Sorry. Yeah, getting out of the abyss can get you the shakes, definitely. And
I've never been ganked on the outside, but probably that's because I do it in very safe space, and also I don't ever go into the abyss and blink fits. Like, that's, to me, that's almost, it's so economically unwise that, you know, my stomach churns just thinking about it, so I can't do it.
Yeah, especially on stream, you shouldn't anyways, because that intel is out.
Do you, when you play, like I see your streams and I see a lot of PvE interaction, do you ever take part in the large battles? Is that something you do on your off time?
No. So a very long time ago, I felt like being independent makes content creation or the things I want to show on stream much easier. I don't have to deal with wars, for example. And I go there, though, if I know ahead of time to get pretty pictures.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's good.
We also know what's next, and I want to see that. Because when you're there live, there's usually tie-dye, and you could basically play this on your printer because of the FPS you get. But, you know, you can record this, and, well, I don't want to get ahead of myself or ahead of what Warlock Industries is going to put up. I'm super excited to see this, because I think this is one of the main selling points of EVE. If you are not just scrolled out and see these little red dots, if you actually experience it right in the middle of things, this is what gives me goosebumps.
And Warlock Industries, he came out of nowhere.
Absolutely.
I don't know, 6 to 9 months ago, and he has gained notoriety very, very quickly, more than a lot of other content creators that I have seen come and go over the years. We had the chance to meet him here. Great guy, by the way. We'll see him on stage next. But he's also creating a whole lot of content around here. Some of it we might be able to show later, so stick around for sure. But he is taking it to a next level. Like, I haven't seen that sort of production value on fan-created videos a lot.
Do you know about his accuracy level, though, of commentary about it? Is it increasing, or is
no idea?
No idea. Okay.
No, I am never there when the battles happen, but in terms of pretty picture, he's knocking it out of the park. And honestly, he's getting a lot of love out there on Reddit, on Twitch, so I feel like if he was wildly inaccurate, people wouldn't believe it.
Absolutely. Talking about content creation, why did you start streaming?
Honestly, I was creating my little spreadsheets for myself, and I was amassing ISK like a dragon for years and years, and at some point there's no point in doing that anymore. So I saw that pre-pandemic, just before the pandemic, Twitch was something that was happening, and me being already old at the time, I wasn't like daily using Twitch. I was, seeing a little bit of YouTube, a little bit of Twitch, but I saw this is a perfect avenue for me to be sharing my spreadsheets and knowledge that I had gained over the years and get some feedback from the community. And in the beginning, I didn't think anyone was going to watch it. I mean, it's a niche in a niche in a niche, but I, pretty quickly got a good following, and I've been streaming for 6-7 years and never looked back. Love it.
Yeah, I mean, it's about making ISK without undocking.
Yeah.
Everybody wants that.
It turns out making ISK is good content. Ask Loru. He was on earlier. It feels like if you put making ISK in the title, people are going to watch it.
I think I need to get a lesson from Loru.
Yeah. Are you not sitting on 1 trillion ISK, Ernst?
No,
No.
like 50 billion liquid because somebody was nice enough last week. That's pretty much it. Most of the ISK I blow up or. Well, there's some giveaways at times, and we also have Tudor's Fleet, for example, the NPSI, where you get SRP every Saturday, 1200. Join us. Also, new players.
Good luck.
Everybody's welcome.
You said earlier you were at the ESI panel, right? Because the guys at EVE Workbench, they called you out. I don't know if you partnered with him, but he specifically named your fleet.
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
One of the EVE Workbench guys is part of Team Common Nonsense. We talked about collusion earlier, right? There you go. That's how it works.
I think that goes under marketing. It's fine.
Okay.
It's okay. I have to get the guys to give me some sort of API for the market where, I know beforehand what fleets you're flying, what's going to die, what we need to replace. I think we can make something happen there. EVE networking at its best.
You just need access to my draft of my fits.
That's right.
But it's 50-50.
So we're about to go to Warlock, but I want to ask you one more question. The minis. Do you paint minis in real life?
Contrary to popular belief, I don't have patience. I couldn't. I don't know. My fine movements in my hand.
No,
it's spamming F1 that works, but everything after that.
That's all. Yeah, I thought the Swiss were famous for the watches, right? So I think painting minis.
I actually have been watching videos on that lately. This is a weird thing to admit, but it's kind of calming seeing somebody in really nice gloves working very patiently and slowly and no chitter at all.
That might have been the most Swiss thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, sorry, I'm weird.
But for you guys out there, here you can paint the minis. If you haven't tried the EVE board game, I love it. Have you tried it?
I got one, and it's in boxes at my office. But
you've never played it? Oh, maybe we have to play it on stream somehow. But I love the game. Like those types of games are great, and the little models are fantastic. So if you play EVE and you move those things around, it does something with you. It's like it's not just like playing any other board game. It's like amazing.
And it's huge.
Okay, cool. But we're going to go to Warlock Industries. I'm very excited about this talk, so I'm going to take my headset off and run over there. And I hope you guys all enjoy his stories about creating cinematic videos in EVE Online. Enjoy.
Every single frame.
If you've ever wondered what it takes to transform chaotic engagements in EVE Online into clear cinematic narratives, you've come to the right place. Please welcome Warlock Industries.
Wow, this is incredible. I'm reporting literally from the front lines. Just a disclaimer, I have not rehearsed any of this. I'm just winging it. But don't worry, I do have cinematics for you guys to watch because I am the appetizer before the main event. So let's get, hold on, where am I looking here? Okay, so if I click this, all right, why semi-reliable and not reliable? Just one reason, because there's always a side that thinks they're right. Simple as that. And I always get the facts wrong. That's how it is. This is so small. Sorry, guys. Also because I get information wrong. And yeah, I'm gonna go to the next thing. One of the things people ask, what is my godly PC? If some of you guys seen my footage, when there's crazy tie-dye, 2% tie-dye, your frames are 3 FPS, how do I turn it into 60 FPS smooth cinematics? That's the secret that I'm here to tell you. This is my PC. It's a 4070 Super, 64 gigabytes of RAM. That's it. There's nothing to it. I literally have a PC like all of you, but there's one trick that I do when it comes to cinematics, and it's how do I film with no lag? Easy. When you're doing cinematics, obviously you cut out the jitters, but the main key with tie-dye, and it's not fun to film in tie-dye, is you have to film at the speed of tie-dye. If you guys know, to get the cinematics, you need the 3D Space Mouse. That's where the magic happens. It's where you get the cool panning shots, you get the action shots, you get the cool explosions. It's the only way. But in normal speed, you can go like this. But in tie-dye, I'm sitting there going like this. I'm literally there. If it's 10%, I'm at 10% the speed. I'm filming for 10 minutes for a 10-second clip. And that is the secret to turn your tie-dye videos into cinematic videos. Dedication, yes. Think of the Atioth battle that happened, 17-hour battle. Let me tell you, I was sitting there the entire time, 15-minute recordings for like 5 seconds. It was brutal, with dedication. Another question I get. Some of you guys may know I blow up a lot of shit in EVE. Titans, supers. In December, I fed about 500 billion, and a lot of people wonder, how do I make all my money? I double it, yeah. I sell a lot of mining permits as well, so if you guys need some permits, you can come talk to me, I'll hook you up. But realistically, everything is plexed. This is how I make my money. I plex my way, it sucks. It's the only way I can make my money in EVE. It's the only way I can feed content to you guys, because I don't really have time to do any mining. I don't have time to do missions, because I'm always on the standby to record all your battles, all the cinematics. I gotta be ready. I can't do it if I'm stuck in an abyssal. It doesn't work. It's the dedication, like you said. Now, the reason why I do what I do, and sorry if I sound like I'm rushing through this, I made some kick-ass cinematics that I want to show you guys. That's why I'm here. So we're gonna get to that. The reason why I do what I do is because I love to archive the battles of EVE Online. You hear all the stories, you hear all the threads, the Reddits, you see it on Discord, but you never see what happened. Maybe you see a screenshot of 10,000 Vexers or whatever, and it's just this big blob of red dots, but that's all you see. That's why I like to capture it, archive it, so people can go back and see the history of what happened within the storyline that the players tell everybody. Oh, man, I'm getting blind here. What does that say? Yeah, so it's also to push the boundaries of cinematics. EVE has come a long way from 2003 graphics to what it is now, and it's such a gorgeous game. I know most of you do potato mode. I can't do that. We don't film in potato mode, but EVE, if you actually put your graphics on, EVE is such an amazing looking game, and I love to display all the beauty that it has to provide, especially all the updates that have been recently coming out. If you've seen the asteroid fields, all that, chef's kiss. This is another one. How am I everywhere? I'll tell you my secret. I spies in all your alliances. I'm in your corp. I have a character in all your places. You have no idea. But that's not really what it is. The truth is, I'm just in the right place at the right time. That's all it is. I have maybe 4 accounts across all of EVE, and I'll see a ping, I'll see a post, and I am rushing my ass to get over there to hopefully get a cinematic, and most of the time it works. And I'm usually cloaked in the stereo, just there, recording, and that's my secret. It's really nothing to it. Making cinematics is a lot easier than you think. All you have to do is remove the UI, put the screen a little bit closer to your ship, and you'll notice how easy it is to capture really good cinematics of EVE. And that's what I like to do. I like to showcase the beauty of it. I like to showcase how I got into the game, which is watching the epic trailers that EVE has made, or sorry, CCP or Fenris, sorry. And, well, this leads me to my next segment on storyline cinematics. There is one narrative that I'm always going to push, which is trying to get storyline cinematics into EVE Online. Because as we know, in EVE, the storyline is based on the players. We have epic arcs, somewhat of these, L4 missions or whatever, but we don't really have a proper campaign. So I will always be pushing a narrative to try and get a campaign within EVE because I feel like it's been over 20 years. I think it's time for a proper storyline within the game and being able to get in there. You got your missions, you have the actors doing the voiceovers, you warp into a system, a cool cinematic battle happens. Maybe you're like a newbie that has joined some sort of NPC fleet to learn how to fly fleets, and you see these actions. These are the things that I want to portray in the game. Because EVE has this deep, deep storyline of all the factions. You see it in the trailers. You see it from the scope, which I'm at competition with, as some of you know. You see it on their posts that they do. But that's kind of all, that's where it stops. That's why I want to try and push the limits of EVE into a more narrative storyline that expands the content for everyone. So what is my next slide here? What just happened? I broke it. I think it's a video. Oh shit, lights, please.
This was a peaceful operation. Someone please help. We have civilians aboard. Warning. All personnel remain docked. The station is under attack. This is not a drill. All ships stay in your bays. Warning. Do not undock. I repeat, do not undock. Hostile fire is active. Lockdown is now in effect.
In all the years of peace and prosperity, the attacks came without warning. Pilots across New Eden were hunted down by the Empires, a blanket of death sweeping across the cluster. And some say that during the Galente elections, a plot within the Amar Empire was devised by a cabal of spies to move beyond their faction conflicts and push the war toward the coalitions. But something deeper was hidden within this story, and it all started with a rock.
This is Scout Command 1 to Fleet. Initiating Sino for jump. All units, stand by for departure.
Delta Minor to Scout Command. Fleet is aligned. Systems are green. We await your mark.
All ships, final check. You jump on my command. Mark in 3, 2, 1, execute.
All right, everybody, listen up. We don't know what causes this anomaly. But what we do know is that it produces the most valuable minerals known to man. This right here is a phased field, a rare anomaly saturated with prismaticite, a volatile resource that can be refined into any element in the cluster. Origin is unknown, and stability is uncertain. Stay sharp and keep your eyes open. We're gonna strip every fragment of this rock. Then, we're gonna get the hell out of here.
As alliances bled the anomalies dry, the empires did not sit back. They launched an invasion. A new gold rush had begun, and they would drown it in blood to seize their claim.
Captain, hostiles are on D-scan. Enemy Sino detected.
All pilots, activate shield hardeners and get the hell out of here. Send out a distress signal.
Captain, something isn't right. You need to escape now.
Negative. My ship is in siege. I can't.
Captain, scanners indicate that it's a Cayman dreadnought.
A Cayman? Shit. I can't withstand a Lancer shot.
Get to the escape shuttle.
They have control.
Has opened fire on us. This was a peaceful operation. Someone please help. We have civilians aboard.
After the events of the Galent elections, nothing has been the same. The empires began to push outward, not for conquest, but for control. Entire regions were brought to their knees before they could understand what was happening, all under the banner of security and stability, as if the growing coalitions had become something that needed to be contained. But beneath it all, something else remained. The real threat was never just the fleets that blotted out the stars. It was the anomalies and the cabal behind the shadow of the empires. Now, the lines are drawn, and it falls to you to decide where you stand and what the real enemy truly is.
Man, that was epic. That was a lot of like bass. Yeah, so that's the expansion of 2032. No, that's not. Unless, Fenders, if you guys want to talk, we can, arrange something. But yeah, I always think it'd be cool to have like some sort of storyline where we could have like these sort of amazing cinematics that go with all of this, as well as not just trailers, but also in-game, where you're actually playing and you have these little segments of storylines that actually happen and you're following, and I know some people don't like it, but like a single player campaign, even though it's in the EVE Online universe. And I think for me, it's a step forward for content for EVE Online, because for me, I got into all of this because of the trailers. And I've seen so many comments on my videos about people coming back to the game because of the videos that I provide. And I know I'm a little late in saying this, but for those of you who don't know, I do cinematic battle reports for the stuff that goes on in EVE Online. I strip away the UI, I strip away most of the politics, I try, and I just showcase the sheer just beauty of the game, of these battles. No matter how big or small they are, I try to make them as great as they are. And that's always gonna be my purpose, and that's always gonna be my drive. So if you need some recording, I'm the guy, just send me a message. There's another question people ask me. Why don't I work for CCP or Fenris? And I can tell you why. This, when I recorded, I did not realize there's a cursor, and once again, another cursor. I didn't realize until I submitted this and saw it when I was here in Iceland, so there's a certain professionalism. So I got some work that I need to do before I send in my resume to work for them. Next thing. War on the scope. Ever since Warlock Industries came to broadcast, the scope has been a little bit quiet. That's all I can say about that. That's all I can say. There's no more. That's for next time. What else do I have on the slide? Right. See you next time. Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. We got more cinematics for y'all. You think I just showed with one video? Come on. I got one more. I am the appetizer for what's to come. I know you guys are all here for the main event. So obviously I'm gonna feed you some cinematics before you see some cooler cinematics. This is what you guys actually know me for. And for those of you that don't know me, you're gonna see what I actually post. And some of you will be familiar with the names that you're gonna see in this video. So sit back, enjoy, and relax. Lights, lights.
Welcome, pilots, to the most mildly accurate reporting station in New Eden, where cinematics come first, and the facts are, well, somewhere down the list. We just want to say thank you to each and every one of you for undocking, blowing shit up, and turning New Eden into one of the greatest stories ever told. Here's to more battles, more chaos, and bigger explosions, because one pilot's destruction is another industry's profit. To everyone who helped bring these videos to life, thank you. And with that, we'll stop talking before Concord realizes our tickets might be slightly questionable. As always, this is Warlock Industries, providing cinematic battles and semi-reliable reporting straight from the front lines.
That is what I do for all my videos. So if you want some cool action, just reach out. I will record it for you, make it look epic. I got a few minutes left here, about 6. There's one more story I wanted to tell you about the semi-reliable reporting and where it came from. Because I used to never narrate my videos. Someone in my corp decided to say, hey man, you should maybe tell us what's going on. And so that's what I had to do. And so the first time I did that, it was with the alliances. I don't know if it was a CTA. For those that don't know, I'm with Sigma Grindset. I don't know if there's any Sigma guys here. Yeah! I'm talking to Seeps here, by the way. This is your fault. I didn't know what the story was at first, and I didn't realize that the supers that got destroyed and why we were attacking was Sigmas. And so I made my first storyline on what happened, and boy, let me tell you, I got a nasty little DM about it. It's a little professional, but he was kind of kind about it. Seeps, yeah, great job. You're the birth of semi-reliable. Ever since then, I had to adopt the tag because I realized that I'm gonna get in a lot of trouble making these videos. And what's the best way to cover myself? Semi-reliable. Doesn't have to be correct. That's it. And that is how it was born. So that's what I want to let you guys know. I got 5 minutes. I don't know if I'm allowed to questions. Maybe? I don't know. Do what I want. Yeah, I don't know if there's a mic here though, so. That's the way it's done. That's how you get a good edit, by the way. Cool footage, sick music, make some cuts, make an epic montage. Very easy. A lot of people think it's very hard to record these. It's not. Honestly, you just, what is it, Alt F9, take away the UI, move the camera around a bit, press F1 on the FC's command. That's it, you're good. And by the way, most of the time when I'm in these videos, for example, the Imperium, which is what I'm part of the coalition, I'm in these battles. I'm recording, I'm in the battles, I'm making these montages, I'm getting on the kill mails, I'm doing all of it at once. And a lot of people think it's super difficult, but it's really not that hard because the majority of the time, you're in fleets of like 100, you target a guy, you press F1, and then you're just kind of just waiting. I mean, that's about it. So that's what I got for you guys. I hope you enjoyed the cinematics, the little appetizers for what's to come, and thank you for having me. You'll probably see me running around doing reporting literally on the floor, so if you see me, come say hi. Thank you.
Ernst, what a day, man. We're coming up to the keynote, the EVE keynote, and so far today we've seen people talking about markets, we've seen space is beautiful, we saw Google AI on stage, the president of Iceland. What a day. What was your favorite part of the day?
I'm actually pretty excited about the DeepMind going to play EVE online. Not the same we are, not like us yet, maybe. I don't know, hopefully not. We'll see how that goes. That was very fascinating. And your talk, I mean, I will probably evolve from just dumping to buy orders after today. I hope we can, you teach me more, master.
Hopefully, hopefully. But what about Warlock Industries? How cool is that presentation? When he shows EVE Online content, man, it just makes me want to play the game every time. It makes me on dock every time.
Man, every time I am in one of these tie-dye battles on a live stream, I'm really sad I can't do some sort of reverse tie-dye for the viewer to get this experience live. So this content is absolutely mind-blowing and makes people who otherwise wouldn't really understand like this sort of battles or what it means, how utterly insane this is, and this helps a lot to just experience a fight that may have taken 8 hours in 60 FPS and a cinematic experience. He should call himself not Warlock, he should be Magician. So it's magic, absolutely stunning.
I think his content is really, it's going to be immensely important to bringing new people into EVE Online, because you see those videos, you see the amount of ships destroyed, the battles, you see it in a way that it's difficult to show, even in something like the Alliance tournament, which is the EVE Esports essentially tournament. Even then, it's sometimes hard to grasp from the outside what it really means to be an EVE battle. And Warlock does such an amazing job at capturing that and showing it. So hats off to Warlock. He's really changing the game in war reporting in EVE Online.
All right, and yeah, for those just joining, what else happened? You checked stuff in the venue. What's the coolest thing you've encountered?
Honestly, I said this earlier about the security panel. It's very cool to see the action behind how to ban bots, how to find people that are cheating at the game. I love that. That is interesting. I love the ESI panel as well. So all the ecosystem of apps being developed outside of the game client about, it's such a complex game, and anyone out there creating apps to make people take part in industry easier, or to be able to have intelligence right in the browser like the Rift guys were showing yesterday. This entire ecosystem around EVE Online is so amazing, and there are so many people that are passionate about creating new stuff, be it painting minis, knitting, or making an API app outside of the client. Is just amazing.
It's crazy. Also, the feedback loop you might get from on this. For example, we kind of have a Dotlan-ish 2D map now. And you would think that this is not of a major consequence, but in my case, for example, I'm a messy. I have like assets in hundreds of stations, right? But since the 2D map is in game, I actually enjoy planning the route manually on this map, and I'm even undocking and doing it. So the whole the player identifies something that is somewhat of a shortcoming in terms of how they interact with the game, and then fixes it, and eventually it feeds back. That's just glorious. I don't think there's any other game doing this sort of stuff.
No, and I love the fact that CCP or FC is now taking more and more cues from the community and putting it back into the client, because for a long time the trajectory was more and more happening outside of the client instead of inside of the client, because the tools were getting better. And now with stuff like the 2D map and more information at your fingertips, I am a huge proponent of showing more information in the game client so people don't have to leave anytime. And this is coming from somebody who creates Excel spreadsheets for a living for EVE Online.
Yes, and you went to a cave, right?
I went to a cave, which is quite insane, right? Because I don't know if you guys know, but in Iceland there are actual lava caves, so where lava has gone through.
When I arrived 2 years ago for the first Fanfest, I was like, are we on the moon here? It's so different. The grass really isn't green. It's not green.
And they actually have barrels inside of this cave making gin, and we got to taste the gin yesterday, which it's like a cherry on top on that experience. And for those of you out there that don't know, CCPB, he was actually streaming from inside the lava cave and killing spaceships from inside a lava cave. I don't think there's anything more Icelandic that I've ever heard of. So hats off to CCB. And if you guys can find that stream, I implore you to go watch that recording.
There's another recording though. Something that was edited. We need to talk about.
So you guys also saw Warlock Industries and what he does, and we kidnapped him yesterday, and we took him into the lava cave, and he recorded a little bit of a segment for us, right? So production, I don't know if you guys are listening, but can we show that video of us in the lava cave?
Yes, we're ready. All right.
Perfect. Here we go.
Okay, so Monty just kidnapped us, put us on a bus, told us we're going to a lava tunnel. He made sure I didn't have epilepsy, so that's a little concerning.
Do you have sound?
I'm scared, Damien. I'm scared.
Make it darken.
3, 2, and 1.
Empty is the night for the lost and the weak.
tunnels.
Lava tunnel.
Right.
Lava. The lava tunnel. Why am I doing this with my legs? They have booze in the lava tunnel.
They're making booze in the lava tunnel.
I see why Monty brought me.
I almost said CCP Monty. FC Monty. What do we think, CrashNaps? How does it taste?
I would say, oh yeah, I'm getting hints of chamomile, rocks. There's like a lot of rock flavor going on. It's
earthy. They call that earthy.
And he said there's a skin in the bottle. Do you taste the skin?
A skin in the bottle?
Yeah, no, I'm getting that. No, I don't know how. I don't know why it would be.
The tour guide said, "There's a skin in the bottle, whatever that means."
There's a
The
barrel.
barrel's down there.
It's just they did it.
They make it there, you know. Can we get a
EVE Online
semi-reliable zoom in? Is that we got Warlock Industries on the camera, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the place that they make all of the crystals. Look at these T2 crystals everywhere. This is where they make them. Show them, Warlock, show them.
Or was this that one place, XE streamer?
Yes.
And FC, Bjorn B, you did that stream with the hard hat
I'm
on the
99%
computer in the lava tunnel. How did they get internet down?
How did they get in the lava tunnel?
Further in Delve, I think I'm further away now. No, he sent me to an end system, you asshole.
Let's go in the lava tunnels.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great time.
We're going in.
Now that we had a couple shots of you.
Laura's wearing a Slytherin scarf, just in case you wondered.
That's the best Harry Potter house, Chad. Ambition. Am I right, ladies and gentlemen?
I'm scared, Damien. I'm scared.
I got you.
Jarvis, turn off all the lights.
Okay, ready?
Make it dark.
3, 2, and 1.
Empty is the night for the lost and the weak. Our foundries will blaze with the red flame of construction as every new ship of war is baptized in blood and fire. Let our sacred work begin. Let our swords reap the harvest of the great truth. Become one with me in power and seize life.
We made it, boys. Thanks, CCP. I mean FC.
Yes.
A little,
nice.
Everybody.
I feel nice and warm in the cave. Nice.
Man, you had fun yesterday. Why did you not call me earlier?
Sorry about that. Yeah, we missed you in the lava caves, but you saw that. That experience was absolutely amazing. We were in the cave. The demon showed up. It was something about blood sacrifice. It was absolutely insane. So welcome back to EVE Fanfest, guys. What you just saw was Warlock Industries video about us going into a lava tunnel here, and it's just one of the many things that are so great about EVE Fanfest and this experience. Absolutely amazing. But we have the EVE Keynote next. Ernst, what are you expecting from the keynote?
A lot. No pressure. I have no idea what to expect. I hope it's going to be some more information about when finally Exordium is going to open up. I thought it will open up before FanFest. What will happen? Looking forward to the deep dive then tomorrow as well. But I want to be in awe, and I think we will be. And we'll talk about it when that happens. So in terms of expectations, if you would ask Chaos, he would tell you, yeah, the gates are going to get destroyed and Cheetah is yeeted somewhere or like yesterday. But I hope it's not that consequential.
I think a lot of people are on edge right now because if you haven't been following EVE Online, then you know there's a new newbie region, Exordium, right? Where finally EVE Online also has a newbie area where you're not immediately shot on sight when you join the game.
Not by players. Not
by players, maybe by, who knows, NPCs. But it's been a lot of speculation about what this will mean for the main trade hub, for example, for Jeddah, and whether July will be coming back as a central trade hub, and what this will all mean. So we can't wait to see the keynote and see what will be announced on it, and we will probably find out more about the expansion and when it's coming late.
Yeah, I guess leading up to this, for those who haven't read the patch notes, I did 2 days ago at the hotel. I read them for you. It seems like Concord has taken over Jeddah, and things might even have more changes a couple of months from now. They said 6. Right now it's still the Kaldari Navy that runs the 4-4 plays, but you never know.
That's about to change, right? So we're going to see massive changes in EVE Online, and I don't want to make you guys nervous out there. I'm the market guy, so you know.
Yeah, but you couldn't act on it because you're a CSM.
That's right.
You know stuff. Oh boy, this must be so hard.
For those of you out there that don't follow EVE regularly, the CSM is the Council of Stellar Management. So EVE Online is crazy enough to have its own player representation body, you know. And if you're on there, as I have been for the last 3 years, and you actually sign an NDA and you can't talk about what's coming there, that's why I'm always very careful about what I say. But I say there is something coming. Something will be happening, Ernst.
I mean, I would completely expect that. I believe you.
Very good. Ernst, when your new expansion comes out, like for you as somebody who does streaming of events and current ongoings and sites in EVE Online, what does it mean for you when a new expansion gets announced? Do you always look at it from a content creator lens, or what? Like, what does it mean for you?
So, generally speaking, I'm happy when more people are doing things. So, it is actually quite some work leading up to an expansion. I try to, there's hoboleaks.space. Are the market guys using that as well, by the way?
Absolutely. HoboLeaks is the page that releases the difference between the test server and the live server, if you're not following it. So it's your best way to see what's coming ahead of time. Usually, FC is very aware of that site existing, so sometimes they put little Easter eggs in and they try to confuse you of things that are happening. So be careful acting solely on HoboLeaks, but it is definitely a tool that people use to do exactly that.
And it is a primary source for me to, even before a patch hits, to kind of try to guesstimate where the fits are going and prepare something. And then obviously, the Sleipnir last time, it worked, but it wasn't really that good. Sorry for that. Although, I still bank on the Tristans. That just goes on.
Is there new ships that you're looking forward to? Like, do you think this expansion will bring new ships? And if you could pick a ship, a new ship class, maybe a new faction ship in an existing class, what would that be?
Okay, 2 things.
Yeah.
I kind of expect a ship that doesn't exist in game yet, maybe in the SOCT line when the event track extends. Mm-hmm. Having some hopes there. As for what ship I would want, that's a hard one. I mean, I kind of got it with the last edition of the Odysseus. The weird thing is, this is kind of my favorite ship, but it's too expensive. I can't afford it.
The Odysseus is what, about $1 billion ISK?
No,
more?
It's much more.
Much more?
Much more, yeah.
Okay.
But it's an insane value. And
it looks good. It can do almost anything. It's like a perfect wormhole diving ship, right? You can scan, you can fight, you can do anything?
Yeah, and you can go out there, and it's basically your van for a month, and you can just live out of this and then eventually come back with way too much stuff in cargo. But on stream, that's not really an option either, so there's that. I've done that in the past, and gets your hearts racing.
If you go out on an Odysseus, people will just, because you're flying an Odysseus, try to kill you. It doesn't matter whether you're a streamer or not, by the way. If you're just out there flying an Odysseus, people are going to chase you.
It's going to be a short segment, for sure.
It's blingy.
It is absolutely blingy. I mean, at the end of the day, there are a lot of ways to mitigate things, but the bigger the ship is, the harder it is to be fast enough to counter whatever could happen to you. So the Odysseus is not it in that regard. So it's not content for the stream unless you're a CCPB or another FC running tons of capsticks for the fleet around, and then eventually end up in. We saw that on Thursday. Actually, there was the LAN party. Yep. Right? Did you see the Proteuses bowling the apocalypses?
Amazing. And you know what else is amazing? We're going to be able to see the EVE keynote now. This is the moment that everyone's been waiting for. I am hyped, all right? I can't wait to see what CCP or FC is going to be throwing at us. So, we'll be back afterwards. We're going to be talking about it. And let's go keynote.
Your hands together for FC Orca.
Welcome to Fanfest, everyone. Amazing to see all of you here in Harpan, and of course, welcome everyone joining us on the stream. Now, this is the 18th edition of Fanfest, but the very first one hosted by Fenris Creations. I am FC Orca, formerly known as CCP Orca. This will take some time getting used to, but we'll get there. Now, Fanfest has always been a very special moment for me and all of us at Fenris Creations. It's a chance for us to come together in person and meet all of you, share some stories of what this amazing community has built. Now, some here are joining for the first time. By the show of hands, who's joining for the first time? Whoa, amazing. Well, a special welcome to all of you, and to the rest of you, please go easy on them in the pub crawl. Now, looking at the wider EVE universe across all our titles, there's energy everywhere. Different players, different experiences, but all share the same spirit of ambition, some conflict, and of course, the amazing community. And today, we will hear from teams across Fenris about where the EVE universe is heading. We'll dive into the next expansion for EVE Online. Talk about the latest development in EVE Vanguard. And share the vision behind EVE Frontier. And we'll also hear from FC Hellmar, who will be sharing his big picture view of where the EVE universe is heading. Now, our mobile games give players the experience of EVE wherever they are. EVE Echoes brings the full sandbox spirit of EVE to mobile, while EVE Galaxy Conquest delivers the strategy, rivalry, and conquest of New Eden into a focused mobile format. Over the past year, EVE Echoes has expanded into a more structured PvP, tougher PvE, and stronger corporation-driven conflict. Titan Descent is the next update. It brings the most requested features in Echoes historically to mobile, with the Titan gameplay built specifically for EVE Echoes. And EVE Galaxy Conquest has recently been updated with pirate invasions, new ships, and a new map. And soon we will introduce a more first season-based onboarding experience with achievements and Gorista invasions, followed later this year by the Relic explorations, adding new PvE challenges and some small-scale fleet conflicts. There's been a dedicated player council established for EVE Galaxy Conquest that is already helping shape the game. And yesterday, mobile players met to discuss these updates in more details and share their input. Now, let's turn our focus to what you guys have been up to, starting with the Alliance Tournament. It is the peak when it comes to competitive play in EVE. And last Alliance Tournament, we saw the tournament underdogs, Meta Reloaded, go all the way to, give them a shout. Go all the way to the finals to face off against the tournament veterans, the Tuskers. And the matches were intense. A match went into sudden death and then into reverse tie-dye, speeding up wildly, making for some great TV. But ultimately, there was a clear winner, the Tuskers. Give them a round of applause. But it's not all about the Alliance Tournament. Community tournaments play a crucial role for the competitive scene to thrive. And since last year, we have been improving our tools so that you can try out some new things. The Angry Game 7 was held in April with tournament organizers creating an incredibly fun new rule set. And thankfully, the new updated tools were able to support that. And we can do more, and we want to do more. And sometimes that's talking about the tournaments to build hype, or sharing some very high-tech videos so people can better understand it. We need a little bit of that. Because we know tournaments are more than just explosions. There's a huge amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. And we're continuing to improve our tools, making it easier for all of you to run events, try new formats, and create some more new epic stories. Because we all know the best ship in EVE is friendship. There you go. But, wait for it. But the second best ship is championship. So Alliance Tournament 22 is returning with rules coming out very soon, but we can share a bit about the sponsor. So the Amar will be taking the reign this year. With new prize ships and rewards, which feels fitting, giving the Empire's unique place in EVE tournament history. From the Amar Championship to the Succession Trials, where Capsuleers Combat helped decide who would ascend to become the next ruler of the Amar Empire. So stay tuned for more information coming soon. The EVE Partnership Program continues to grow and expand into new part of the EVE universe. And as a part of that, here at FanFest, we will have our very own player host taking the stage. So we have Oz, That Guy Toxic, Erst and Lormurth live here on site, bringing you real-time reaction and some Capsuleer banter. And this year, we are introducing the EVE Creator Awards, new annual FanFest tradition celebrating the creators and developers who bring New Eden to life way beyond the game. It recognizes the community creators whose passion, creativity, and work inspire Capsuleers across the universe. And for this first edition of the EVE Creators Awards, we had more than 2,000 creators nominated across 8 different categories, with shortlist finalists were selected by 2 juries based on impact, creativity, quality, and technical excellence. And we will also be presenting the Polaris Award, recognizing a lifetime of contribution and achievement within the community. All winners will be revealed tomorrow during tomorrow's awards ceremony, which will also be streamed on Twitch. Now, EVE is so much more than the game. There's a whole ecosystem of software and services and experiences that the community has built alongside of us, filled with art, stories, design, tools, events, objects, all inspired by New Eden. And it keeps expanding. Like Project Discovery, this year marks the 10-year anniversary of Project Discovery, one of the most powerful examples of what makes EVE so special. You, the players, contributing to something bigger than the game itself. And together, Capsuleers have advanced real-life scientific research across biology, astrophysics, and cancer studies, proving that New Eden can create impact far beyond its own universe. And you guys been busy. So we have had, over these 10 years, more than 1 billion scientific classifications submitted, which cumulates to close to 500 years of attention, with 3.6 million Capsuleers engaged across the 4 projects. Well done, everyone, and thank you. Now, Andrew Groen, author of the acclaimed Empires of EVE, is back with Archive, Epic of Virtual History, a premium hardcover book preserving 6 years of research into a player-made history across virtual worlds. EVE Online is featured prominently alongside World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV, placing New Eden in the wider history of digital worlds, emergent design, and player-driven communities. It's fundraising now on Kickstarter until May 27th. Plex for Good would activate when a disaster struck and help was needed the most. Time and again, Capsuleers have stepped forward, and together you have raised more than $1.2 million to support people around the world. Well done. Now, the program has evolved to an always-on initiative, allowing Capsuleers to donate their Plex whenever they choose to make a difference. To start with, we're partnering with Player vs. Cancer and the Icelandic Search and Rescue, and we are looking into ways of adding more charitable organizations into the mix. We have a new website where you can learn more about each of the partners and make your donations directly. And in just over the 10 days since the new website was launched, you generous Capsuleers have already raised more than 300,000 Plex across these 2 causes. Thank you so much. So this is a part of our vision of having EVE forever. Does anyone here love the music of EVE Online? Yeah? Yes, you do? Well, now, in partnership with Blaze Records, we have created a deluxe double LP vinyl featuring new and old tracks from EVE Online, and pre-orders are opening right now. So you can check out the QR code there. So in-game, you've been busy. It seems like you like blowing stuff up, yeah? The war between the Imperium and the Winter Coalition has delivered incredible moments, from more than 7,500 pilots in Vortec 8 to Athioth, where the Imperium Keepstar fell after once again we pushed the limits of New Eden. And beyond that war, major action erupted across the cluster, from Amimake this summer to the drone regions, including the massive TAT-RA Dread Brawl in Aquarius, where around 2.6 trillion ISK was destroyed and more than 300 capital lost. To hear more about what is happening in New Eden, please join me welcoming on stage FC Okami. Thank you.
Elevating EVE. In our hearts and our minds, EVE has always existed as the most epic science fiction universe. But we know it hasn't yet reached its full potential. It has lived as a shadow of the universe that we imagine. When you close your eyes and you picture yourself dominating the battlefield, explosions at every side, shields low, warnings flaring, and yet you crush your enemies beneath your might. what do you see? Because that is the EVE that we are building. As technology advances and as our development capabilities grow, we can and we will elevate EVE Online. This doesn't just mean better graphics or visual updates. It means deeper systems and richer gameplay. And maybe Logion kill me. But this is just the beginning. We will continue introducing new ways of interacting with New Eden, while refreshing existing paradigms and elevating the experience into the modern era of science fiction. Elevation is a core tenet of how we will develop EVE, which brings us to our second tenet and our new expansion coming in June. Cradle of War. Progressive complexity is our next tenet. You've already seen Exordium, a new region where AIR is establishing an academy for fresh capsuleers. Even though it's the first truly safe space in EVE, it's designed to onboard new players into the dangers and complexities of the universe's ongoing conflicts. It's where they can build the confidence to make an impact from day one. Instead of throwing players into the deep end, we're introducing complexity gradually, helping them understand what makes EVE deep, challenging, and rewarding. A healthy, thriving EVE is one where new players can find a home in this vast universe. And while we're proud of EVE's depth and challenge, we know a lot of new players are dropping off early. And we want to make sure that they're not falling away, but falling in love with the universe that you all call home. And we want to keep expanding the challenge and depth. But to do that, we need a clearer path for new capsuleers. That's where our second tenet, progressive complexity, comes in, guiding players through a series of staged sandboxes where they can build the confidence, develop skills, and form social connections before taking on the full cognitive load of New Eden. And Exordium is exactly that. It's also a direct bridge to you, our veteran players. It even has shipcasters leading into some of the most intense and dangerous areas of New Eden, including factional warfare. And we're excited to see what you do with Exordium because EVE is your sandbox. How will you recruit? What communities will you build? What stories will you create? In Cradle of War, you will also experience a brand new epic arc, introducing you to the empires, their history, and their motivations. This arc will help shape new capsuleers' decisions about where they belong and which side of the factional warfare conflict they will choose. And speaking of the empires, we have spent a lot of time focusing on the stories of the Drifters and the Deathless. But now, it's time to return to our roots and refocus on the conflict between the empires. They are the stars of New Eden, and their war has grown stagnant. But a new conflict is on the horizon. One that every one of you can help shape with military campaigns. We are elevating how stories are told. Campaigns are a new way for you to freelance for the empires and directly influence the living narrative and dynamics of the universe. In Cradle of War, each empire will have its own campaign reflecting its goals and ambitions. Success or failure will drive meaningful, lasting changes shaped entirely by your actions. Take on any objective from your chosen empire or work across multiple fronts. Earn rewards and rediscover the activities that you already love, now tied into something bigger. Imagine helping the Amar bolster their economy and reshaping taxation in the region. Or aiding the Galente in developing entirely new drone technologies. Yeah? These are just glimpses of what's possible. What matters is this: the outcome is in your hands. Whether a campaign succeeds or fails, it leaves a mark. You will shape EVE in ways never before possible. So, how do you participate? Campaigns progress through objectives, and they'll feel familiar as they are built on the freelance jobs framework. As you complete objectives, you'll collectively advance the campaign. Objectives unfold over time, telling a story, and they range from mining to exploration, combat, and industry. There's really something here for everybody. Work as a mercenary for your chosen faction, or participate in any objective you want for any faction and progress any goal you desire. All of this comes together in the new Theaters of War interface, a centralized way to track conflicts across New Eden and to understand your role and impact within them. We are finding new ways to consolidate and elevate more relevant information on the conflicts happening every day. And one of our goals is to guide players from HiSec into the ongoing wars between the empires. But factional warfare has had some long-standing issues, from AWACSing to standings challenges. And we're addressing these through a series of balance updates, some already live, while continuing to monitor, iterate, and look for new ways for you to earn back lost standings. In campaigns, for example, you'll be able to earn a significant portion of standings with the empire that you're working for. And for those of you who love a challenge or strive to complete everything, we are introducing achievements and titles to EVE. Achievements, Achievements track your accomplishments, and titles let you show them off. Would anybody go for a Titan Chicken achievement? New players will find something familiar here, and tried and true capsuleers, you guys, will have new challenges to chase. In the first release, titles can be selected from your character sheet, and they'll appear across the game in a number of places, including the character sheet, station hangars, contracts, chat, show info, and this is just the beginning. We have plenty of more planned for how titles will evolve in future updates. And of course, what expansion would be complete without new ships? Yeah. Yeah, we are introducing a new series of faction Navy destroyers. Yeah. But that's not all. That's not all. We know you've been talking about carriers and their role in EVE. In Cradle of War, we are introducing
Tech 2 command carriers for each empire. Throw your hands together for our art team. Aren't they beautiful? Tech 2 carriers will be the most ultimate support ship, leaning into high mobility and specializing in intensive command bursts. And we'll be sharing the full details and stats tomorrow in the Cradle of War deep dive. So, whether you're a new capsuleer looking to build some confidence and contribute early, or a veteran capsuleer who wants to help shape the ongoing narrative of the universe, there is something here for you, along with new ships, new challenges, and new rewards. This is Cradle of War.
This war reaches beyond the front lines. From the fields and foundries, the cities in the sky, to the borders where empires clash like converging tides. Make yourself known, Capsuleer, and enter the fray. Heroes emerge in defining moments, and your moment is now. Victory demands more than soldiers. It calls on you, the builders, hackers, and traitors, to choose your weapon and turn the tide. Your deeds will become legend. Today's battles will end, but your impact will be eternal.
Cradle of War, how about that? Come on! Fanfest, great to see you all. Did you like that? Yeah. Cradle of War. Whew, you guys have been pretty busy blowing shit up in the EVE Online. I went on a short Easter holiday and he decided to break world records while I was away. Damn, I wish I'd been a part of that. Well, better luck next time. When we set out to rebuild factional warfare, we knew one thing from the beginning. We wanted to move away from a solved system and into the emotions of war. Because the truth is simple. New Eden survives because you choose to fight. And with Uprising, we saw this happen. New players flocking to the front lines, not because we told them to, because they wanted to do their part. They were not looking for safety, they were looking for purpose. If you give new players a battlefield, they will show up. But if you give them a cause, they will fight. Yeah? Yeah? You agree? No? Yes? So this next chapter we're about to enter is based on a simple belief. Give new players
the confidence to make an impact from day one. No endless waiting, no permission required, just a call to arms. They are the reinforcement of tomorrow's wars. But let's be clear about something. War is not won on the front lines alone. The front lines burn bright. They're glorious. They are where history is written. But wars are not sustained by glory. Wars are sustained by effort. Ships must be built, ore must be mined, intel gathered, supply lines defended. Someone must stitch the boots the soldiers march in. Because when the empire goes to war, everyone goes to war. This is the fantasy we came here for. This is the war machine of New Eden in motion. The front line is only the tip of the spear. Behind it stands an entire civilization pushing it forward. All participating in one war. Everyone in this room and every capsuleer out there has their place in it. So we're giving this war structure with military campaigns. Clear objectives shared across New Eden, immediate ways to contribute. From your first undock to the largest of fleet fights. This is how you turn participation into real war effort. Because when you join this fight, you're not chasing rewards. You're moving a war. Every action feeds into something larger than yourself. And that's what makes EVE different. You're not a visitor in New Eden. You're part of its history. But everyone starts somewhere. A first frigate, a bad decision, a ship you can't really afford, but you're still flying it. But those moments matter. Because before you know it, you will be the ones commanding fleets, building empires, crushing your enemies, recruiting new blood, reinforcement that will fill the veins of your war. And military campaigns, they connect it all. Front lines and home front, capsuleers and war clones, veterans and new players. One war, shared effort. Because in New Eden, what happens above shapes what happens below. Yeah! And through these campaigns, we will write what happens next. The next victory, the next great push, the next betrayal, the next epic saga of EVE Online. And someone else will look at your war and say, I wish I'd been a part of that.
Hello. Hey. Hey, yes, thank you. All right, okay, first we need to address something. Can I get a round of applause, for Estia Kami's shirt? Oh, man. They told me I could only wear black. Okay, if you don't know, hello, I am FC Collins. I'm the game director on EVE Vanguard, and honestly, it's always just a privilege to be invited on stage to talk about the game with you all here today as part of the main keynote. It's been, honestly, a really exciting time on the project, and I'm really looking forward to spending this weekend talking to you all and showing you some of the great work that the fantastic team back in London have been working on. This time last year, on this very stage at Fanfest, we were talking about Operation Nemesis, a pre-alpha playtest that we ran in September of last year. That was a really important playtest for us. Pre-alpha is a period of game development that you don't usually see. Often happens behind closed doors, sometimes before games even get announced. But for us, we wanted to develop this openly with you all, so you could tell us what you liked, tell us what you didn't like, tell us what you thought was great, and tell us what you thought was crap. And you did. Thank you. You turned up. The Operation Nemesis, people who had played before, people who hadn't, you turned up in droves and you told us what you thought. We went through all of your bug reports, all of your survey results, all of your posts, your comments, your threads, your videos, your streams. And by and large, you told us first and foremost, you actually wanted a better shooter. You wanted something that felt more polished. You want something of a higher standard to the other games that you were playing. You wanted something more tense. You wanted something with higher stakes, leaning more into the brutality and the memorable moments befitting of a shooter, a boots-on-the-ground experience in this universe that you know and love. So we took that seriously. We took that to heart. We got our heads down, and we've been working on what is the next big and important update for EVE Vanguard. I brought with me here, before I chatter on, a quick gameplay teaser from the team, so let's take a look. What do we think? EVE Vanguard is leaving pre-alpha. The time of unfinished prototypes and placeholder assets, they're behind us. Operation Avalon, running from the 7th of July to the 20th of July, is EVE Vanguard's first alpha playtest. This is a more refined, but far more polished experience. This is the game looking and feeling like we want it to moving forwards. Starting with weaponry. First thing you said you wanted to see improved. We've largely overhauled how our weapons work. The position on screen, how they're held, the movement, the transition between phases, the feedback that you get, and the weight of combat. And we've been creating, what I frankly think, my opinion, hope you agree, some fucking gorgeous looking weapons. This is a new Minmatar SMG. This is the game asset. This is what you'll see in game. We've been working on some Minmatar shrapnel cannons and Hellmar laser rifles, all built to the same high quality and standard. This is about a set of polished and finished enemies that you fight. A worthy Mordu's Legion, reserves, marksmans, heavies, drones, and turrets, all putting you under pressure. These aren't just grunts to brute force through. That's not the game that we're making. These are a trained legion, defending assets. If you step out of line, get a bit cocky, come ill-prepared, they will punish you. They will call in reinforcements, deploying troops from RDV. Or they'll just drop down from orbit directly themselves. Mordu's Legion, heavy oppressors, escalating fights, taking on squads all by themselves. There's a new map, Lost Convoy, built from the ground up for Alpha. This is an Upwell installation, one of thousands on this planet. You'll be deploying down not to explore, not to wander, but to raid. You'll be raiding more well-defined and distinct points of interest, from Upwell dig sites and refineries, Mordu's Legion military compounds, and even the colossal Upwell command block itself. With your loot, you'll be looking to extract. And for that, you'll need to find a Vanguard harmonic bridge, a piece of infrastructure pre-deployed at various sites on the map before your arrival. You'll want to find one, activate one, nervously wait for it to come online, and then a beam will laser down from space. Anybody that gets in will have their loot, their weapons, their consciousness deconstructed and sent back to the war barge. But there's a price. Your war clone, the organic matter on you, will not survive the endeavor. In other games, you extract by getting into a lift, or getting into a chopper, or simply walking out of bounds. In our game, it is a reclamation of fire, and you'll see yourself burn up in agony over and over and over again every time you want to extract. Such is the way in this universe. But that's if you can get to an extraction site. Extraction sites will be taken offline one by one over the course of your deployment until there is no way to escape. And they don't just simply turn off. They're glassed, orbitally bombarded from space to be destroyed. If you get caught in the crossfire, you will perish. That's a warning. This loop of deploy, survey, raid, loot, and extract is an important part of how Vanguard plays, and it's more polished than ever. Outside of this, you'll be interacting with vendors, obtaining blueprints to manufacture more weapons, gear, and programs that allow you to craft on the surface. You'll be interacting with quest givers, characters in the universe that will be sending you on expeditions to help build Avalon, a new rightful home, a bastion for the hunted war clones in the universe. Oh, that was supposed to come later. All right. I'll get to that in a minute. Just pretend you don't know what that logo means, all right? So, Operation Avalon, running from the 7th to the 20th of July, is the start of Vanguard in alpha. This is the game looking and playing like we want it to now. If you had previous assumptions of the game, or you've been sitting on the fence, waiting for something a bit more polished before you jump in, now is that time. Not only do we want to give you something you have fun with and enjoy and want more of, but we need more of you to drive us. Keep us honest, no excuses now. You can access Operation Avalon in July for free directly through the EVE launcher, but for the first time, you'll also be able to access it for free on Steam. Thank you, that's what I wanted. Yeah. I'm hoping, no, it's not there. There was supposed to be a QR code. Imagine there's a QR code there. But everyone here, go to our Steam store page. Oh, hey, there we go, right there. Thank you, sorry. I can't see that here, by the way. Thank you. It's like pantomime, behind you. All right, thank you. Scan this, please. This will take you to our Steam store page. You can register for access for Operation Avalon, and I want a big whoop here because you didn't see that earlier, starting right now. So, register for access this weekend, get into the playtest in July. If you can't wait, we've got an early version of the Operation Avalon build here. Who's already played it already? Yes. Who thinks the weapon's already looking better? All right, good. So you can play that here, and tomorrow morning we've got what's going to be quite a hungover Vanguard keynote. First thing in the morning after the pub crawl, we'll be going into more detail, but excitingly, half the presentation is focused on what's coming after Operation Avalon. And that includes an economic bridge between both EVE Online and Vanguard, a more permanent and meaningful one. So come along for that if you want more details. But look, register, QR codes, do it. I'll see you on the battlefield in July. Hopefully, brothers and sisters in arms. We can raid the Upworld command block together, and hopefully I won't get a Nova knife in the back. All right, thank you very much. May I please, thank you. May I please welcome to the stage FC Brutati.
How to follow this? He is just a one of a kind. We love him. Why do we persist with growing our universe beyond EVE Online? This question comes a lot. It's simple. Because we want to give as many people as we can the opportunity to be a part of something persistent and meaningful. We want to invite them into our home of New Eden, a world that has not just persisted for decades, but grown and evolved. A home you can return to, and that home hasn't been closed or replaced with a sequel. And more than that, to make friends, enemies, and have life-altering experiences. Because that is what makes EVE EVE. Your actions have consequences. Your freedom and agency to decide where to apply those actions, whether it's to help a new player, push a campaign, or plan the next war. Everything you do has value, whether it's to you or someone else, and that is meaningful. And our mission with Vanguard is to make a meaningful shooter, which means that we need to build impact and purpose into its very core. Vanguard is not just another FPS. It's a parallel experience in New Eden, another strategic dimension to galactic warfare, another way for value, conflict, and influence to enter the universe. Capsuleers, you all, will still shape the war, but now it happens above and below. Vanguard players will derive meaning from the impact they deliver, whether they're familiar with the EVE universe or not. They will gradually come to understand that the world they live in is not grind for the sake of grind or meaningless leaderboards. It's far more than that, because it's a single shard sandbox, player-driven economy where everything impacts everything and anyone. And this fact will foster collaboration and social mobilization between the two communities in a world with no resets, no sequels, and no mercy. Because EVE Vanguard forms a symbiotic relationship with EVE. Both can exist without each other, but together they are stronger. With Operation Avalon, Vanguard players will for the first time generate evergreen geographic and economic influence in the form of roaming bastions and war barges. Now, once Vanguard is live 24/7, war clones will directly impact campaigns, making them incredibly useful allies to those who want to win at all costs. And the third and future step is to allow collaboration between the two games through freelance contracts, fulfilling the fantasy of becoming the ultimate and true mercenary. But more on that in the Vanguard keynote tomorrow morning. EVE is the healthiest it's been in a long time. But we want bigger battles, we want higher stakes, and we want bolder action. We're not here to go gently into the night. We're here to grow, we're here to fight, and we're here to win. EVE deserves nothing less, and neither do all of you. Which is why we always need new players. Our battle of attracting new and returning players is always on top of our mind. Like I said last FanFest, there's no EVE Forever without lifeblood. Because of the core player promise that the nature of EVE, the butterfly effect, this applies to these new FPS players now joining us, as well as our daily source of new EVE Online players. But this is a noble and bold promise, and the majority of new players don't stay long enough to experience it. So what do we need to do? We need to keep striving for the ultimate science fiction. This is our first principle. A futuristic world full of exciting activities, roles to play, habitats to explore, to colonize and to control. This is where the brunt of our development goes, making sure that we create experiences with and across the game, but also within these lanes. How do we affect each other with conflict, and how do we collaborate? And EVE is strong and healthy because we have invested in this core principle for the last expansions, since the start of expansions, returning to Uprising. We've expanded your tools, we fine-tuned the economy, and connected conflict to meaningful outcomes. But every system needs an injection of entropy. Otherwise, it becomes stale and stagnant. And those changes to meta, balance, and the economy have been made in major updates. Oh, I missed a click. And we will make considerable changes to force projection and ansiplexes in the Cradle of War era in our major update in September 2026. As we've stated previously, we're not going to replace jump fatigue with a new design. We're sticking to it. The changes in September will be a major change and require nullsec corporations and alliances to adapt. The changes will drastically reduce the ability to project large forces over a long distance while retaining a way for the system owners to have convenience at home. We want to reduce the impact of larger alliances and make it possible for new corporations to settle in nullsec. We will aim to have broad consensus around these targeted changes with both this current CSM and the lessons from the past CSMs to get the most precise and direct solution for the core issues while recognizing that it's going to be an iterative process over some time. But we already have a really good design. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. But Theaters of War is not a single expansion. It's a bold vision realized through a multi-expansion arc, putting you as the commander of your ships, your drones, your fleets, and infantry at the center of the action. A minimum of 3 expansions connecting players across space and planets, guiding new players, adding new opportunities to gain power and influence. And in just a few weeks, we'll take the first step with Cradle of War. EVE Online is and will continue to be the world's greatest ultimate science fiction. The future is truly ours. And in New Eden, we fight for resources and for pride and for loyalty, but it's hard to find opportunities to actually win outside of sovereignty. This changes. With military campaigns, we introduce new reasons to fight, competition, ranks, rewards, glory across the whole galaxy, and deep into high-sec and planets, paving the golden path into factional warfare. It's taking all new players on a journey that allows them to train and learn by trial and error, participate in campaigns, earn ranks, and graduate as capable, confident combatants, whether they start in space or on the ground. We're giving them an opportunity to fight, to win, to be recruited, to be a part of something bigger. The opportunity for impact on day one. Because the economy is real. Your actions drive supply and demand, from the miners to the huffers, to the explorers, to the industrialists, to the marketeers. And the risk is real because every undock is defined by the reward you seek and the risk you're willing to take, as ambitious enforcers or brave soldiers of fortune. And the meta is real. There is no greater venue for strategic mastery or cunning tactics requiring unique expertise for pirates and militia, wormholers, and even nullbears. And the emotions are real, whether it's fear, greed, loyalty, or empathy. EVE is forever because EVE is real. And our second principle is to lean into the community, which lies at the heart of everything we do. Bridging the gap from the inside to the outside, the social connection that hold it all together. The real reason to return, and the real reason we're here today, together, celebrating EVE. And now, I'd like to welcome FC Hellmar to the stage.
Damn, it's good to be here. So every FanFest is special, and this one is especially special because this is the first FanFest of Fenris Creations. So, we've been going over the product portfolio. It's a bit sort of blue and red shifted. We've been taking the blue part and now we're shifting over to the red part. And this is the underlying operative, greater agency. You will see it throughout these presentations. We're here to offer you guys even greater agency, have to impact the living world of New Eden and the frontier. And there is also another story, which is about being more open and stronger partnerships. And also throughout this, and just to stretch this back all the way to the beginning, look at that nerd. He hasn't slept for weeks. You see it here. And yeah, these fish are no longer with us. Other games focus on having people go up against monsters, maybe in small groups, whereas EVE is focused on building a society and supplying the tools and the rules to operate it. This has also been a guiding light, and that is also a story about agency. Ultimately, when I think of agency, this is my little spirit animal. I think of like replacement eyeballs, minority report level. You're navigating your alliance, you're putting tasks over there, you peeps on the planet go and destroy those peeps over there. Fleet does the flying, Marines do the dying. I also want to run Fenris creations like this. There's a secret plot to do that. And also tying it all together on a visualization where we can track the modness on a map. Slowly, we will get there. We will deliver on this promise of one universe, one war. Yeah. Turning New Eden. Yes? Okay, let's applause for that. So, Vanguard really becomes another window into New Eden. In a business speak sense, we're in a way turning New Eden into a gaming platform. First we had one, now we have two, maybe we will have more. But ultimately, it's about this. In this science fiction fantasy, your next shot could topple an empire. So, but we do more than a game. And that is very much kind of created with all of you and all of the partners we've been building over time. Of course, we've gotten a lot better about building the EVE partnership program. So there's a lot more formal partnerships with all the amazing things that EVE players are doing across the board. I mean, we're also doing a massive investment in ESI. There's been a lot of really good elevation of that. Exactly, there's a lot of love for the ESI. But we're doing more. Now we're in the process of open sourcing the platform that powers all of this, Carbon. Here is our little dashboard. This is exactly where we are. I mean, we've been working on this for a few years, but there's been a massive jump here this year. We're aiming to be complete in June, but already you can go to GitHub and contribute. This is the current status. This is exactly as it stands this morning. The first contribution is open. So the first to contribute, your name will live on in eternity. But talking about partnering, we are now saying goodbye to one partnership. So we have now been a part of Pearl Abyss for 7 years, 6 months, and 24 days. It has been an amazing time for us in the Abyss, but we're now returning as Fenris Creations. And I just want to give a massive shout out to Pearl Abyss and pimp out their amazing games, Crimson Desert. I'm now 200 hours into this game. It would have been 1,000, but I was a little busy. And now I'm here without my PS5. They're already like updated so much of the game, I feel like out of touch with it. I'm not big fan. This is honest. This game is amazing. And the story of partnership also is a lot about technology partnerships. So here's a picture I keep bringing up. It's from Fanfest 2017. And I keep bringing it up just to kind of explain to everyone this was the plan all along. So in 2003, we built a supercomputer. 2016, we explored immersion, again, minority report, management, agency level stuff. It just wasn't ready. We took a break. Then we found, or we discovered the friendship machine, very much in partnership with the players. Then we did blockchain. Oh my God, that could have been a bad idea. But here we are with Frontier. It's a modding platform. It's an open economy. And then we did have AI on the map. And of course, I mean, we did the supercomputer. That was TQ when it came out. It actually ranked on the top 500 supercomputers in the world. We did that with IBM, Texas Memory Systems. We had bleeding edge builds from Microsoft because we were killing SQL Server. When we did partnership with Oculus, with Samsung, with PlayStation, and actually with Google when we did the VR stuff. Friendship Machine was a partnership with EVE players. And of course, we have Sui and Misten Lab here with us, sponsoring all sorts of things. And they're here in the audience. They came in force, 15 people, I think. And okay, what about AI? Well, now we know. So, in my opinion, we've partnered with the best in the industry when it comes to artificial intelligence. And that is a topic that is very important for the whole world. Of course, we had the president of Iceland and me and Adrian Bolton of DeepMind talk about it at 1 o'clock. You can catch the stream if you missed that. It's a big deal. Every community has to contend with it, whether it's the Icelandic community, whether it's EVE Online, it's coming whether we like it or not. So we decided to partner with the best to kind of get ahead of it. But don't take it from me, take it from the man himself, Demis Hassabis.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited about our new research partnership. Sorry I can't be with all of you at FanFest, although I know Adrian is thrilled to be with you in person to share some of our plans with Hellmar. I'm a massive fan of EVE. It's a beautiful, extraordinary, and totally unique game with an incredible community, all of you. I've been passionate about games my whole life. I started my career designing and programming pioneering AI simulation games like Theme Park, Black and White, and Republic. And they've also played a big part in our work at DeepMind. Some of our most important research breakthroughs have come through building systems that could learn to play games, from Atari to Go to StarCraft. In many ways, they are the perfect proving ground for AI research, and we are delighted to take this one step further with EVE. EVE is one of the most complex and dynamic gaming universes ever built, an open world with a real economy that requires long horizon planning and alliance building. It's incredible, really, what you've all created. Hellmar and I have known each other for many years, and I've long admired his work, vision, and dedication. I'm super excited to finally get the chance to work together now to advance the frontiers of AI in games, and to see where it all takes us. Huge thanks to Hellmar, the amazing team at Fenris Creations, and the awesome EVE community. Enjoy FanFest and fly safe.
Woo. So I want to emphasize a bit, this is a research project. It's a partnership about research. It's a research into artificial intelligence, but it's also a research into EVE. There's a lot about EVE Online that we really don't understand fully. Maybe I'm just super dumb, but I keep discovering unlocks about what EVE Online is and what it wants to become. And they're really good examples of what we have done before when it comes to research. I mean, EVE players through Project Discovery have contributed to a Nobel Prize for exoplanet discovery. Michael Myers, who was here at FanFest with us a few years back, a lot of the data was kind of regurgitated by you guys and figured out exactly, and they helped a lot. Then, of course, medical sciences, biochemistry, we've done a lot of research over the years. And now we're going to be contributing into figuring out what the fuck is AI, how is it relevant to a science fiction game like EVE. And there's a really good example from both chess and Go, which are other forever games. I mean, okay, they have a few thousand years on us. We're only 23 years, but we'll get there. Is that once Deep Blue won Kasparov in chess, people thought chess was over. It is never bigger than today. Once AlphaGo won Lee Sedong 10 years ago and did Move 37, people thought Go is over. Go has never been bigger than today. In both cases, there were unlocks in artificial intelligence, but also in these core games. So I very much think about this. This will unlock layers of EVE Online, just like we did in a very small way. Like this was the project we first worked on together. Aura Guidance actually is powered by Gemini, and DeepMind and Fenris Creations worked on this to deliver it. And it is helping. I mean, for example, for sure there's more left. I mean, we're talking about teaching people how to play EVE Online. That's a topic. But it is demonstrating that we absolutely can find things that can materially help. We will also do some of the wilder experiments in Frontier. Frontier is kind of almost like a sandbox where we throw all the evil shit we can think of, pull some of the teeth out, and then maybe it makes it over to EVE Online. And we're just now finalizing a massive lift. So in August last year, we finalized a partnership with Mist and Labs, and they and us have been busy re-engineering the game from scratch so that it works on the SWE network. Then we had the brilliant idea to hold the hackathon immediately after. So we have 800 people jamming on the hot code, landing on, and 128 projects being delivered. And everything held up. The promise of the open modding platform where anyone without our permission can add features to the game in a single-sharded massive sandbox. This is kind of what it looked like. We see there were people in person hacking away, there were people from home hacking away, and there were people hiding under a desk while their agents hack away. Like, we had all of it. It was glorious. Here are the winners. And as you can see here, there's an operating system to run society, supplying the tools and the rules to operate it. Number 1, there's a bounty contract. Number 2, and there's another civilization operating system. Number 3, there is a theme. The trick to EVE Frontier is that we're going to stick to the game, and people can build the rest. And it's really happening. These are extraordinarily impressive contributions. And on top of this epic modding platform, where you can truly, without our permission, mod a single-sharded environment, we're also building Frontier the game. And to talk about that and all the glorious things there, I want to bring up on stage FC Maximum Cats.
EVE Frontier! At its core, Frontier is a hardcore space survival experience. It is set in a next-generation virtual world. A world that is massive, multiplayer, single-shard, and moddable. And the first thing that you will have noticed right there outside already is the direct flight control scheme. WSD, gamepad, HOTAS, all of that is available to you right now. And around you is a world of ancient ruins, populated by mysterious feral machines. This world is eerie, beautiful, and deeply, deeply uncaring. A world that takes your efforts seriously, but expects the same of those who are willing to just survive here. So you will find yourself dying a lot. Not to evil, but due to being in the way of something that you did not understand at the time. But you will learn. And it is clear that here, humanity did not make it. And that it wasn't around for a long time now. Where have they gone? Where have we gone? And in the shadows, there are things hiding. And more importantly, things to be hidden from. So you will hide. You will manage your signature because that will be noticed. You can't run too hot because that will be noticed. You can't ping carelessly because active scanning can and will be detected. See, and you will learn. You will learn to utilize the environment. You will learn to blend in, to get covered. Because here, the story of your engagement is decided way, way before the kinetic impact. And to navigate these 5D cat and mouse puzzles, we provide you with a range of realistic sensors and countermeasures, and importantly, full fidelity physics to support all that. with things like line of sight and collision damage, everything that is required to support a rich, emergent, unpredictable, ruthless survival experience. And you will also run. Because it's a dark and deadly wasteland out there. There is no security, no laws, no NPC markets. It's pure survival. But as you are imperiled, so you are empowered, because you can build. So you build your little refuge, you upgrade your vessel, you grow it module by module, you carefully manage your fuel, your resources, and you hide. You hide from the scorching heat, you hide from the things in the shadows, and you grow. You go forth through the universe. And as you go, you leave behind these campsites, like abandoned campfires in an infinite night. And sometimes you encounter ones that you didn't make. And sometimes you encounter things that are much more than campfires. Sometimes these assemblies are smart. What we call smart assemblies. These objects can be programmed. They can be modded on a pretty low level in such a way so that there is no market here that we made. But there are markets, plural, that the builders have built, and security systems, and logistics systems, and new gameplay modes, and weird stuff is happening out there already, because within the digital physics of the world, which prevents things like teleportation and cheating, anything else goes. And remember, all within a single vast MMO shard. This is the ultimate sandbox. The ultimate space sandbox. Because of course you assemble ships, where we present you with a range of beautiful masterpieces of speculative hardware design. Physical echoes of ancient civilizations, which we're currently evolving towards extreme fidelity with the new capabilities of the carbon engine. But you also assemble ships, because we are rapidly progressing towards the introduction of hypermodularity. Assembly of ships and deployables out of individual modular building blocks as a holistic system. A system that equips you to rebuild civilization, module by module. In front of our very eyes, a great awakening is stirring. This is beyond a sensible MMO scope already. Our live build has 25,000 systems. You can play that now. Our experiments are taking us up to 1 million star systems already, with full fidelity of a survival game, with appropriate digital physics and everything that entails. And unprecedented modding depth in a single large world. This world is large, but it is not empty. It is haunted by mysterious forces. Because dark omens and strange discoveries accumulate. Because there is a bigger story to this world that is unfolding right now. And those who participate now are already a part of it, as it is being written. And thanks to them, with great effort over time and over many attempts, maybe, just maybe, a new civilization will rise in the frontier. Awake eternally!
Give it up for CCB. No.
We should turn this into a drinking game.
Yes. I'm losing.
Yes.
I'm losing.
Yeah.
I'm losing. Yeah, it's been a long time. Okay, all of this is in service of this vision, EVE Forever. Just like we have Go Forever and Chess Forever, EVE will go on forever. And we view our role a bit to memorialize this throughout our journey. We're now halfway through the third decade. We need to start with the city of Reykjavik on planning for the third installment of the monument. They're going to elect a new city government tomorrow. We're going to wait for that to go through. Then we're going to start working on it, so we have plans.
The Swords at Fenris Creation Studios is also a part of our Icelandic Viking roots. They are awarded to employees that have, for the dedication for 10 years of working for the company. And some of you might remember this very moment from FanFest last year when I received my very own 10-year sword. And I can tell you they are real. We tested that out. Another artifact of our Icelandic Viking roots is the Edda. But what is the Edda?
So, in a time before there were books, actually before there were paper, you could well argue that poetry was an error correction mechanism for a transmission protocol of high-value semantic payloads. Through this process, here in Iceland, we have transported amazing stories from our origins, first through poetry and eventually in books like this one. Here we have Flateyjarbók. It's not very light, well done, Eirún. And it's an example of such a book. And within these books, we have preserved betrayals of kings and heroes and even kind of ordinary things, like how to not make an ass of yourself while drinking. Important stuff. This is in the Eddas. The Eddas also preserve the story of Fenrisulfur, a great wolf bound by the gods because they feared what he would become. But prophecy cannot be avoided. Ragnarök, where Fenris breaks his chains, is inevitable. So, it's written on vellum or calfskin by hand. We have gotten stories like this all the way here. So it's a proven way to transport legendary things through time. And we have been hard at work of coming up with something similarly fitting for all of you amazing achievements. And it feels kind of inevitable that we would record our collective history in the most Icelandic way possible, because it's our story, our EVE story. We have been working with poets, Andrea and Jonas. They were here last FanFest, interviewing some of you. They've been playing EVE Online, working with historical poetry in EVE Online over the years, and they've written an epic poem to represent all that. This actually will be the first work of sort of Icelandic language written on vellum in 700 years. So this is... And this is Flateyjarbók. It lives in Árnastofnun, and Árnastofnun is going to preserve the Capsulir Edda next to this book. So next to our greatest stories, we will have our greatest story. We also have aspirations. There are currently no plans. But I will put this book on the moon before I die. So, clear from the beginning is that we not only wanted to record your story, we wanted to make you a part of the book. And thus, we said last year, we're going to collect your blood. We have now been collecting the blood. I think we're up to 30% of Fanfest attendees have donated their blood. I encourage everyone not to miss out on this. It so happens we have a hematologist in the player base that has made sure it's all super legit. Your DNA is really there, but no, you cannot be cloned from it. There's some voodoo magic going on. There's also some voodoo magic actually in turning blood into ink. Turns out blood is not a very good ink, but we found a blood witch in Iceland. And she used a recipe from the 1700s where she is able to take the essence of your being from the hematologist, do some alchemy, and make ink to write on a book like that. This will be our backup copy of EVE Online. Especially when it's on the moon. Things on the moon, they stay put. Millions of years from now, when we're all dead and gone, some alien race will rediscover the book, and they will have some sorcery to reboot EVE Online from the book.
Love the vision. But this is an artifact that will take a little bit of time. Not unlike the Sagrada Familia in Barcelona or our very own Hallgrímskirkja here in Reykjavík. But a very good first step is getting that ink. For those here at Fanfest, how many have already donated their blood? Oh, wow, nice. Well, that blood will be then taken and infused with that 17th century ink recipe mentioned before. And for those of you that haven't donated already, there's still time. It will be open all day tomorrow on the 4th floor. And we have some very good partners taking care of this with us. So we have the Association of Biomedical Students at the University of Iceland. So you're in very, very good hands. But now, let's hear from the Oracle of EVE.
Death is a serious matter. Birth, even more so. For when life begins, the fear sets in. The knowing that everything is hurtling towards its end. Eve is dying. And so are we. So are the birds. So are the trees. So is the earth. So is the sun. And in this process of dying, that incidentally is called living, the birds find comfort in the trees. The earth finds comfort in the sun. We find comfort in each other. Until the servers stop blinking. Until the stars stop flickering. Until the great event, I will stay here. For I am the witness and the oracle. I have seen the beginning and the end. I have seen the wars, the rise and fall of the empires. I I have seen the rivalries, the betrayals, and alliances. Eve is dying, and so is everything. For it is fated that the great event will wipe out all.
Yeah. Capsuleer at the recorded for eternity. Stay tuned for new information on Capsuleer at the very soon on eveonline.com.
So, Fenris Creations. It's a new chapter. We used to be CCP. We're saying goodbye to CCP. And in many ways, we're going back to our roots. So Fenris was the logo on our first product. Before we were CCP, we're Fenris. So in a way, we're going back to our roots. But more is at play. We have dug pretty deep while we were in the abyss. We found this book by Björn Jónsson. He's a doctor in Canada, and he wrote this book in the 80s. And then Gísli Sigurðsson of Árnastofnun, who is our primary scholar of the Eddas, he has continued the work. And he has found Fenris in the sky. So there is a constellation called the Úlfskjafturinn, the wolf's mouth, where basically every year in June, the sun sets into the mouth of Fenris. And then by late June, and CCP Fenris Creations is founded in June. So by late June, sort of around the summer solstice, the sun escapes the mouth of Fenris and into Gemini. And this is kind of a celebration of the fact that every single year the sun escapes being eaten by Fenris and a new 12-month cycles begin. So this whole little adventure is speaking to kind of the cycle and circle of life, which is like EVE Online, where we know death is a serious matter. I saw the numbers in Larkin's presentation earlier. The destruction between Fanfest is in quintillions. So much stuff has been destroyed. And I mean, it does look glorious. And it's actually what makes the Keepstar real. If it wasn't for scheduled invulnerability, the Keepstar would just be geometry in space. It would have no meaning. And Ragnarök is also a very serious matter. As we heard in the poem, Eve is dying, and so are we. So are the birds, so are the trees, so is the earth, and so is the sun. And in this process of dying, which incidentally is called living, the birds find comfort in the trees, the earth finds comfort in the sun, and we find comfort in each other, and Fenris feels comfort in its creations. I would argue that the Vikings were talking about the second law of thermodynamics. They really were talking about entropy. And as we all know, the entropy of our universe tends toward maximum. They didn't have the math yet, but they had observed this force in the world that keeps us honest. We get away with nothing because entropy reigns. And this, in a way, is the key to meaning. When we think about creating meaning, or was our world more meaningful than real life, meaning comes from the fact that we find comfort in each other's to push against entropy. And it really is this cycle of creation, destruction, like you all know that play EVE Online, which is basically a game about building beautiful things and destroying them. That cycle really prepares us forward. And it is also what gives life meaning to fight against entropy. The sun escaping the month of Fenris in every June. And then it's caught, and a new sun rises, bigger and stronger. This is the cycle of creation, destruction that propels EVE Online forever.
We've covered a lot of ground and space today, like EVE Frontiers, Hackathon, and updated ship controls. And you can still try out the new gamepad controls and compete for the best time in the pre-made course over in the Frontier area. And then we have Cycle 6 starting on June 25th. Then EVE Vanguard Operation Avalon starting on July 7th, where you can try out the stunning new Minmatar SMGs and the Amarr Laser DMR. And pre-registration are now open through Steam. And who's excited for Cradle of War? Yeah? It is the first chapter in a 3 expansion arc, and it introduces military campaigns, new starter space for our rookie capsuleers, and TAC-2 carriers and new Navy destroyers for each empire, all coming very soon or on June 9th. We'll be going into a lot more details on all of these in tomorrow's dedicated keynotes, so I recommend you check them out. But of course, none of this would be possible without your contribution and dedication to the EVE universe. This truly is the best gaming community out there. From all of us at Fenris Creation, thank you so much for being on this journey with us. And see you at the pub crawl tonight.
See you. Thank you, everyone.
Boy.
Wow.
Did you notice the temperature going down when they talked about Edda? or was it when Frontier started making me feel cold?
Incredible. I mean, I have goosebumps. New ships, Empire campaigns. We have a new connection between Vanguard and the world and EVE Online. We have Frontier Skrillex. Amazing. I mean, it had everything, right?
Yeah, but we got to talk about the cattle in the room.
The cat in the room.
The cattle.
The cattle or the cat on Okami's shirt. Both.
Both,
yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, but we do have blood on vellum. Vellum is the name for the leather book. Is that what I got?
I'm not scientist enough to answer that question. I don't think you got my clue.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the cattle.
The kettle in the room.
The expansion.
Yeah.
The name of it.
Oh.
Man, we were on the same page just before.
There's a cow level.
Yeah.
You now have a cow level. Thank you. I'm German, dude. You can't make jokes with me. This goes straight over my head. We have the cow level. Yeah. Cradle of War. Are you excited or what?
I'm really excited that even in high sec or maybe even from Exordium, we will have an effect, an impact on the world. That's how these campaigns, the theater of war, looks to me. So we basically get the same experience-ish like the nullsec guys who can, put up their big structures, explode them, and play whatever they're playing down there. I have no idea.
And tomorrow we're going to have deep dives on all of this. So right now we were just scratching the surface and introducing a whole bunch of new stuff, information in 90 minutes. So tomorrow we're going to be back. We'll be back here in the morning. You and I will be hosting. So make sure you tune in, follow all the content that we have, all the deep dives on Vanguard, on Frontier, and especially EVE Online. And we're going to hear so much more about what's coming. Any last words for today, Ernst?
No, bright and early, tomorrow. Let's go.
Yeah, we can't go drinking tonight, can we? Maybe a little bit.
Who said that?
Yeah, we can. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Make sure you tune in here live on Twitch with Ernst and Oz. Have a wonderful evening and see you tomorrow.